Morena tātou, nau mai, haere mai, good morning and welcome to you all to the start of what is going to be a particularly significant and possibly challenging council meeting. We have a very full agenda today, potentially even needing to run over into tomorrow. So I hope that we will all be able to focus our minds to the important matters before us and make good progress, allowing for the democratic process that we all are committed to take its full course. Could I, as always, welcome our esteemed kaumātua, Tāmei Pokaia, to our meeting and invite him please to open our hui in Karakia.
Ata Māori e kia koutou katoa e hui tai nei I tēnei ata o te hotoke, I te kōrero I ngā kaupapa e hāngai ki tō tātou tāne nui, te kōpū māni o kirikiri roa, ana I te mihi atu kia koutou. Me ngā mokopuna e hui tahi nei ki te taha nei, e hi te whakatakoto e te hi kaupapa. Ngā me mō te kaunihera, e te koro matua a Tim, koutou e whakahaere I ngā kaupapa tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. Nō reire e tātua, koro waitia mātou I runga I tā aroha me te rangi Māori ke kore e kōtiti I roto I tēnei ao hurihuri. Ko koe tō mātou piringa, ko koe tō mātou tokatū moana, anei mātou e whakawhetai I runga I te ingoa tō mātou kai whakaora, mo ake ake.
Amen.
Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, Tāmei, and thank you very much indeed. As I mentioned, we have a lot to cover, so I will save some of my welcoming and acknowledgements, comments for later on in the meeting at the time that I present my chair's report. I wonder, however, if I might just share with you some very exciting news that is literally hot off the press, and that is that last night at the New Zealand Events Association Awards presentation, Hamilton was front and centre. Some of you may have heard a news report this morning, as I did this morning. We secured 3 final places for the Hamilton Arts Festival in the Arts, Culture and Heritage category, Manawatia or Matariki in the Local Government Event category. That, of course, is Janet Carson's team. So, Janet, congratulations to you, and please do convey our congratulations to all in that team. And also, Homegrown Hamilton for Music Event of the Year. So really, really exciting. I gather we took that prize out, Sean. However, we had 3 big wins. The New Zealand Industry Professional of the Year went to Ellie Moody of H3. The New Zealand Venue of the Year to H3's Claudelands Events Centre, and I gather that was primarily for hosting Homegrown, and the Marketing and Creative Award, as I say, to Homegrown Hamilton at Claudelands. So a very well done to Ben Slatter and his team, but also to everybody who's associated with each of those events. How lucky are we to have such good people running those activities, and boy, they all help put Hamilton on the map in the most favourable way possible. I'm incredibly proud, and I'm sure you'd want to join me in congratulating everyone. Right, thank you for that. We'll now move into the apologies for our meeting. It would appear that we have a full complement sitting around the room. We haven't received any apologies. Thank you. I'd have been very disappointed if anyone hadn't been able to be here today, given the nature of our business. So we'll move on now to the confirmation of the agenda, which has been widely circulated, and members will have a printed copy in front of them. I will move the confirmation of that agenda. Do I have a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Jeff Taylor, thank you. That included the late edition of Item 8, Simplifying Local Government, the West Waikato Head Start proposal, which had been circulated to elected members under separate cover. And as I have indicated to a number of you informally when we've met this week, I will allow an increased time limit of 3 minutes for debate under the Simplifying Local Government item number 8, given how significant it is. So we now move. We now move to declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations to be recorded? There being No, there being none, we move on now to our verbal submissions for another important topic on our agenda today, and that is the Peach Grove Road decision coming up under item 9, minor transport improvements. We have a number of speakers who have indicated that they wish to be heard. Our usual approach is that individuals are allocated up to 5 minutes. That does include questions, so I just want to stress at the outset that if you are hoping to be asked questions, please allow time within your 5-minute allocation, and organisations are typically given 10 minutes, again with the same proviso that questions are included in that 10-minute time frame. So our first presenter today, on behalf of the Parents of Vision Impaired New Zealand, Dr. Rebecca Graham, could I invite you to come forward to the left, your right, my left of the Chief Executive. Welcome, good morning, and thank you for your submission.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for having me. That's all good to go? Lovely, lovely, lovely. So, kia ora, I am speaking today in my role as National Director for Parents of Vision Impaired New Zealand. We are a parent-led organisation that supports families of children who are blind, low vision, deaf-blind or visual impaired right across Aotearoa. This is from our brochure, which sort of indicates the range of children that our parents have and that we support. For parents of vision impaired, we strongly support option 1, which is the complete school zone safety upgrade, as this both future-proofs the zone, provides infrastructure that supports active modes of transport and is safe for our vision impaired whānau. In particular, option 1 treats this as a whole zone, whereas the other 2 options tend to treat it as a set of isolated hazards. And when, you know, for our disabled whānau, they don't travel through isolated points, they travel across the whole area. We're also aware that inconsistent infrastructure increases the cognitive load for blind and low vision persons and makes independent travel harder. We understand that option 1 is the more expensive option, however, it is the most future-proofed option and we believe will be most cost-effective long-term. Secondly, as noted in our written submission, our preference is always for cycle options to be physically separated from pedestrian pathways. Blind Low Vision New Zealand has provided plenty of extensive research on this, and essentially, particularly at the moment where we have e-bikes and e-scooters, which are quite quick and hard to detect, our preference is always for those separation of cycle mobilities to pedestrian mobilities. We always appreciate courtesy and signage, but having that safe, physical, detectable separation is better for us. We also noted Road Traffic Standard 14, which is a continuous accessible path of travel of at least 1.8 metres wide. And we would also note that Blind Low Vision New Zealand has considerable expertise and I'm sure would be happy to help when you get to the design phase. Secondly, I know car drivers love their on-site parking. They're a big fan of it. However, on-street parking is really hard for our low vision whānau. It is hard in terms of sight lines and orientation cues. Parked cars block these sight lines and cues that people rely on. On-road parking allows vehicles to emerge unexpectedly. It also allows for children to emerge unexpectedly into the road. While I understand that moving car parks off this place is inconvenient for drivers, there are still more than 200 unrestricted parking spaces available on the surrounding streets, which is a fairly short walk away for those of us without mobility challenges. Parents of Vision Impaired always strongly supports traffic calming measures. People make mistakes, drivers make mistakes, pedestrians make mistakes. Having roads designed to slow traffic means those mistakes don't kill or seriously injure anybody. Vehicle speed is a major determinant of how often crashes occur and how severe they are. We always support traffic calming and speed reduction measures. parents of vision impaired, we are big fans of active modes of transport, such as walking, cycling and scootering. Particularly for our children who already face barriers, being able to mobilise independently is really important for their long-term confidence and their long-term ability to participate in society. Safe infrastructure supports people to use independent mobilities, and the more that people use those, the more it eases the pressure and congestion for cars and drivers. Option 1 future-proofs our infrastructure and fixes the challenges of the zone. It removes the parking that blocks sightlines, calms the whole corridor, not just one intersection, and gives a predictable, continuous and physically separated path that all children, including those who are blind and low vision, can navigate safely and independently. Lastly, just a note from myself personally. These are my boys. As you can see, they are Hamilton boys, old boys. My oldest one first started in 2013, and then my second boy started in 2020. We're big fans of Hamboys. I'm also intimately experienced with that zone, having dropped them off and picked them up. We're big fans of the Orbiter. They use the Orbiter a lot to get home from school, but in the mornings with the other children, I did the drop-offs. It is a terrifying zone. I was always really worried that I would hit somebody, not out of intention, but because I wouldn't see them, or because a school child wouldn't see me, or they wouldn't be aware of me and would pull out. There's a lot of cyclists and a lot of pedestrians, and it's fantastic. I love that our kids are getting themselves to school that way. But as a sighted adult driver with full situational awareness and plenty of experience, it was quite hard to navigate. And while I absolutely commend the council for tackling this area, it is not an easy decision, and I thank you for taking the time. Certainly would recommend option 1 as the best option in terms of our long-term future-proofing for the city. So ngā mihi,
Yeah.
I think I've left enough time
You
for
have, Dr.
questions.
Graham, thank you for a very clear submission. You have allowed time for questions, so we have one from Councillor Moroney.
Oh, thank you, Rebecca, for a very clear submission. And, you know, bringing the voice of those who we sometimes don't hear about or think about in terms of these decisions, it's really important. You made particular reference to on-street parking, and I think you were making a reference to on-street parking on Peachgrove Road in particular.
Yes, sorry.
Not perhaps the side roads, because I think that's, you went on to talk about that. So my question is around, option 1 does allow for some on-street parking on Peachgrove Road still. Is it your organisation's view that there should be none?
I mean, it was more a broad reference because I know that we love our on-site parking and that removing any on-street parking is always upsetting for people. And I really just wanted to emphasise that in terms of our community, it is not a safe option. And removing the on-site, particularly in that Peachgrove Road area. I mean, I would be so bold as to say that there shouldn't be any on Peachgrove Road, but I don't think that would go down too well with the general public. But that's certainly in terms of safety and our families and that kind of considerations would be our preference, for sure.
Thank you.
Dr. Rebecca, I was just interested in your comment around the separation of pedestrians and cyclists. Currently, I think our design has like a shared path. Would you have a recommendation around how to address the concerns there? Would you be looking, for example, for a delineation between footpath and cycle path?
Yeah. Our preference, the ideal, is always to have some sort of delineation, whether that is a grass or whether it is sort of something a little more physical, because it then means for our blind and low vision users, they can use the pedestrian space and not be constantly, is there a cyclist coming, is there a scooter coming, is there an obstacle in the way, they can just use it. Watches scooters are great in terms of micro-mobility. They often get left in the pedestrian space, and that's really dangerous for our blind and low vision persons because they can't see them. And even when they're using a cane, the cane doesn't necessarily detect, the handles that are up, and they've, walk into them. It also means that for people who are using micromobilities, they can have a hoon, and they're not placing other people in danger.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Graham. I can feel your passion and the benefits you presented are very important to us as well. My question is very simple. Like you said, option 1 is the most expensive option. So if we go with option 1 and council need extra funding, how much would you prepare to cheapen?
Me personally?
No.
I mean, that is the challenge that I think council are really grappling with. We obviously pay rates, and we're always supportive of contributing into a city that is growing and doing some cool things. I know that there isn't always endless money, but I would think in this case we're probably better off spending the money now rather than doing a quick...
Just give me the dollar figure, please.
Oh, dollar figure. From my personal, I don't understand the question. Have I got millions in my back pocket to give to you?
That's what we would like to
I'd
have as
love
well.
it if I did.
Because unfortunately time has expired. Councillor Pike, can I just check, is yours a quick yes or no type? I'll let you ask it then.
And thank you, Dr. Graham, for your submission and for the work you do in the community. It's very much appreciated. I noted you offered to support with design options, design work if we went with option 1, and I just wondered if it was the will of the council to go with another option. Would you also be willing to
Always.
work with design?
Always happy to support where we can.
Wonderful.
For our
Thank you.
whānau.
It's a very positive note on which to finish, and I thank you again, Dr. Graham, for being here. Your submission has been very clear and obviously certainly captured the attention of members. Could I invite Ruby Grant to come forward, please? Ruby hasn't arrived yet, so we will now move on. On your agenda, you'll see the Deputy Principal of Hamilton Boys High School was to be here, but in fact I'm advised that the Principal and the Head Boy are here. So could I invite them both to come forward, please? And thank you very much to both of you for taking the time to be with us. And a +1.
And a +1. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Jared Williams taku ingoa, ko ai te timo ake, ko tēnei kura, o ngā tamatane o Kurikuri Roa. Thank you for having us today. Headmaster Hamilton Boys, very happy to be here having this conversation. I'm just going to quickly say a few things and allow our boys to read out some statements on behalf of, I guess, our student body and our board. So I think it's really important that you hear how our boys feel about, I guess, this debate and what that might look like in the future for them and their fellow students, as they will be old boys, hopefully, when this is completed. Look, councillors, today you're not about being asked to predict whether another serious accident is going to occur. You are being asked to decide what your response should be when you already know the risk that exists. Public office is not about waiting for certainty. It is about acting responsibly when the evidence tells us that harm is foreseeable. And my role as headmaster or tūmaka of the school is the health and safety and well-being of our boys. I wish that many of you in this chamber could come every day after school and see what we see as a kura and the things that happen before our very eyes. It's interesting that in the paper I read that we should be teaching our boys to be responsible when crossing the road. If it was that easy, look, my job would be so much easier than what it is. Look, and we as citizens always make mistakes and don't always follow law. So, look, our position is really simple. We think after 10 years of going backwards and forth that there needs to be a decision to ensure that our boys are safe after and before school. And so we are asking that you very much consider option one as the only option to ensure future proofing of this corridor. And I'm going to ask our boys to read out their statements. Kia ora.
Kia ora, my name is Avi Patel. I'm head prefect at Hamilton Boys High School. On behalf of Hamilton Boys High School, we urge our elected members to make the right decision and endorse option A in full. For many years, we have worked alongside Council advocating for meaningful safety improvements on Peachgrove Road. We have seen the daily congestion, the unsafe driver behaviour, the near misses, and the crashes involving young people. We know the risks, and we know that they can be reduced. This is not simply a transport decision. It is a decision about the safety of more than 3,500 young people who travel to Hamilton Boys High School and Peachgrove Intermediate every day. Any measure that improves the safety of our students should be a straightforward decision. Temporary inconvenience cannot outweigh the lifelong consequences of a serious injury or tragedy that could be preventable. We often judge decisions by asking, what if something goes wrong? If a serious accident were to occur in the future, knowing safer infrastructure had been identified but not implemented, would we be comfortable explaining why convenience about money or parking was given greater weight than student safety? We ask the Council to put student safety first and have the courage to support the complete safety improvements proposed in option A. Our young people deserve nothing less.
Kia ora Mayor and Councillors. My name is Maxwell Kara and I'm the Deputy Head Prefect at Hamilton Boys High School. I am speaking on behalf of Mr. Steve Ross, Chairperson of the Board of Trustees. The Board of Hamilton Boys High School has a clear responsibility to ensure that every decision we make is guided by the safety and well-being of our students. While our direct responsibility begins at the school gate, our duty of care extends to advocating for environments that allow our young people to travel to and from school as safely as possible. Every school day, thousands of students, whānau, staff, cyclists and pedestrians use the Peachgrove Road corridor. When we know there are opportunities to reduce risk and improve safety, we believe we have an obligation to support those improvements. The Board, together with the wider community through the consultation process, strongly supports option A. The proposal that provides the greatest long-term benefit for student safety. We recognise that changes to parking and traffic movements may require some adjustment, but inconvenience should never outweigh the safety of our young people. As trustees, we are entrusted with acting in the best interest of our school community. That means advocating for decisions that protect students, reduce the likelihood of serious accidents, and create a safer environment for current and future generations of boys and their families. This situation has not been brought on by HBHS, but in fact by the central and local governments' push for infill housing and central city living. This was highlighted by Sonia Baker from Hamilton City Council in the Waikato Times on the 20th of July, quote, "We are certainly encouraging people to come into the central city more so than ever before. People may want to live closer to where they work and where their children go to school. We respectfully urge Hamilton City Council to affirm option A in full. Please do not apply Band-Aid to the problem. Invest the capital that was approved by the committee late 2025 and is included within the 2026 finances. This is an opportunity to make a lasting investment in the safety and well-being of our students, an investment that we believe is both responsible and necessary." Ngā mihi, thank you for your time.
Can I just finish by acknowledging Cameron Ward and Kirsty Horridge, who have worked really closely with us in this design, especially the willingness to engage and inform and support us. So kia ora to them.
We do have questions on the board, but actually we... Right, I'll hear that.
These wonderful submitters have come along on behalf of Hamilton Boys High School and I'm not sure why they were not treated as an organisation as opposed to an individual submission to have 10 minutes, which would enable us to be able to ask some questions.
Your point is well made, and actually that discussion has been held. Amy, do you want to respond to that? But I will make the point that actually they've had considerably longer than 5 minutes.
It
They haven't
comes
had
down
10 though.
to what submission they lodged. They lodged an individual submission. And to ensure that we are being consistent to all parties, including those that have made a choice not to come today, based on the information of if you did an individual submission, you get the 5 minutes, and if you did an organisational submission, so when they go through, they tick whether they're representing an organisation or not. We have to be consistent.
So I think your point is well made, and the good thing is that our 3 presenters have completed their submission. It's just something to think about in the future for these types of events. But fortunately, we've heard for all 3. You've made very compelling submissions. Thank you to the headmaster, the head prefect, and the deputy head prefect for being here. We appreciate it, admire your passion and concern, and thank you for your submission. Could I now invite forward, please, Rion Ormsby. Rion Ormsby Harris, speaking for Bastian Banks on behalf of the Hamilton City Youth Council, which of course is an organisation. Thank you. And congratulations to you both for the positions you have accepted. It's nice to have our new Youth Council represented here in the Chamber, and we look forward to hearing your submission.
E rauranga tira mā tēnā koe. My name is Rion Ormsby Harris, and I'm speaking to the joint submission on the proposed changes to Peachgrove Road on behalf of the Hamilton City Youth Council. As you can see, we are there and strong, sitting in the public gallery. We strongly support improving safety on Peachgrove Road, namely option 1 first, and then option 2 without raised crossings. The issue has existed for many years, raised repeatedly by schools and the community. This project has been one I have personally advocated for in the past alongside other students and staff during my time at Hamilton Boys High. The safety upgrades are crucial and ensure the safety of students and the general community. During my time, I crossed Peachgrove Road many times to get picked up on Wilson Street and saw students run into cars, have near misses, and bikes almost get hit. Then I became a driver, still crossing the road to get to my car parked down the cul-de-sac of Kingsford Mews, still seeing many students crossing and almost being hit. Driving out, many students ran in front of my car, making it a hazardous zone for drivers also. I understood quickly to exercise a huge amount of caution. This is the same for many new drivers, because a lot of these boys are growing up 16 learner licenses, then 17 restricted licenses. Our concerns have been reflected in how we, the Youth Council, have decided to submit on the issue. Our priority is simple: student safety. According to council data, as I'm sure you're aware of, Peachgrove Road carries around 8,700 vehicles every day. In the last 10 years, 29 crashes have been reported, 4 of those being students or children. Those included 3 pedestrian injuries and 1 cyclist. Student movements across Peachgrove Road and the surrounding streets is large. The road experiences extremely high pedestrian demand during school hours, with approximately 200 students across the road each day. There are also 100 plus cyclists that go on Peachgrove Road, and 29% of those cyclists choose to use the footpath instead because it's too dangerous on the road. We support options 1 and 2 because it significantly improves the safety. They address the major issues: safer crossings, reduced crossing distance, slower vehicle speeds, and more space for pedestrians. Option 1 is more expensive initially, but could avoid future upgrades. Option 2 is similar to option 1, but could cost more should work be redone or needing to be upgraded again. Thus, option 1 is our preferred choice. We do not support option 3 or 4 because they improve safety only partially. They fail to address the main risks that have been identified by us and in the council surveys, and they leave many existing hazards unchanged. There are about 586 vehicles that use the parking outside of Boys High during the weekdays. with around 40 parks along that road. It's primarily used for pickups and drop-offs, but that contributes to the illegal parking, dangerous U-turns, blocked cycle lanes, and unsafe crossing conditions. While losing parking is inconvenient and a point of contention for many people, it is a reasonable trade-off to improve student safety. The numerous bus stops also raise concern currently without the upgrades. Those near Peach Grove Road and Boys High have students crossing, with the lack of student driver visibility to students can equal to crashes and near misses. The point of additional raised crossings is that we do not support that. In our opinion, the raised crossings do not address the safety concern more than the proposed options. We believe option 1 already provides substantial safety improvements without the additional expenditure of $600,000. As a question, should cost be the driver of debate? Can existing infrastructure be incorporated where practical to avoid unnecessary costs, such as the crossing in front of Peach Grove Road, Peach Grove Intermediate, without the need to move it? We encourage Council to invest meaningfully in safety improvements that protect current and future generations of students while ensuring good value. Thank you to members of Council.
We do have time available for questions, and it's been a very clear submission. Councillor Moroney.
Thank you. Excellent to have your voice here in the chamber. You've talked to us about the future, and that's why I'm so keen to always hear from the Youth Council. We're required by law to consider the future as councillors by the legislation that governs us. So through that lens, why do you think that option 1 is can you just explain a bit more about why you think that is best for for future ratepayers and residents in Hamilton?
Yes.
Kirikiriroa.
Thank you for that question. As we can already see, Hamilton is the largest growing city in the country. And considering that, in the future, there's going to be more people using that corridor, more drivers, more students wanting to get into Boys High, more people wanting to move into closer to the CBD or into Hamilton East. And so looking at it through that lens, I think that option 1 is generally well supported, especially with, as I said, more drivers, so more students, and in the future. So I think the expenditure now to upgrade the road and increase the safety is something that council should take into a lot of consideration, especially with the governing feature of looking into the future.
Thank you. You talked about the 100 cyclists a day, and I just wanted to ask you whether you thought option 1 might increase the number of cyclists or keep it the same or reduce it. What's your view on what that looks like?
I think generally if the infrastructure is better for cyclists, I think people are more encouraged to use their bikes. And I think a point about cyclists who don't feel safe using the current infrastructure that is there, sometimes that can be through parents. They won't let their kids go on bikes and bike to school because they understand the dangers around Peach Grove Road. So I think from parents seeing the safety upgrade and then also students, there's a higher level of confidence, and generally I think there'll be more cyclists using that infrastructure that's put in.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. You may not know me or see me, but I am Youth Council's biggest supporter. Just a question around how you formulated your submission in terms of, did you have a presentation from staff on the Peach Grove Road and you talked about all of the issues? Can you just quickly tell me how that went?
In our earlier meetings, we had a few council members come in and speak to us about these different submissions alongside the council reform. And then we, as the council went away, we discussed it. We had a couple meetings in between then, and then we came together with the majority. So more than 6 councillors collectively made this together at a meeting.
And did you meet with Hamilton Boys High or go out and see the operation at sort of around those busy times?
I was more the key link to that because I was had been going to that school for 5 years.
Okay, so
So I knew it quite intimately. So I was the
Great.
link for that instead of us going out.
no, that's
personally.
excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Niha, please.
Tēnā koe, Rion. Kanu I te mi kia koe. Hoki ngā kaikauni here to tauoki. Rion, I don't want to put you on the spot, but as a youth councillor, how would you explain option 1 to a ratepayer that is concerned about the expense of the project?
To the ratepayer who is concerned about paying their rates, I would say paying rates is a patriotic thing to do. And that's the way that the world works. You want to live in a city that is safe for your kids, safe for you, then we're going to have to spend money. There's a notion that in local government and central government that we can get all this value for nothing, that we can upgrade these things, that we can get all these different aspects in our city and our country at a very, very low cost. And those things don't come cheaply. They don't not cost anything. So I would urge them to look at themselves and look at what do they want out of the city, you know? Is it that they have kids? Do they use that space often? Because these things are crucial. And I would urge them to look outside of just themselves and the rates, because this is a upgrade or a point of spending that I think is actually crucial to our city and the people who live in it.
Thank you. I am keen to let Councillor Mead ask his question, but we'll need to keep it quick because we have just gone over time.
Just very quickly, Grove Road's 9 kilometres long, and thank you for your presentation. What's going to happen to the feed into this and the feed out of this on that road that's already very, very busy and cyclists are using? And my challenge is a little bit of, we're doing a piece of a major problem.
Well, I think if you move up Peach Grove Road, you've already seen outside of Southall that there's a crossing there, and that it's been made a bit nicer. I do understand that a lot of cars use that, and I think that's just going to be the nature of that corridor for an extended period of time, or in the foreseeable future. It will make congestion. It will cause a little bit of congestion, but without those parks as well, people won't be U-turning or parking, pulling out, and I guess that'll help a little bit with the congestion. But yeah, I don't know too much more about that.
It's a tough question to answer, but a fair point to be made. So these are considerations we're taking into account. Rion, I think you have demonstrated yet again the merit of re-establishing our Hamilton City Youth Council. You've presented extremely well. Thank you very much for both of you for being here today and for the quality of your submission. I understand that Ruby hasn't yet arrived, but I saw that Horiana Henderson did enter during the last. So Horiana, I invite you now to come forward, please. Kia ora, Horiana, welcome. You're no stranger to this chamber, so you know the drill, and I invite you to present your submission.
Kia ora tātou. I'm Horiana Henderson. I am a Hamilton ratepayer. I was so glad to catch that last submission. I am also a mum to 3 boys that went to Hamilton Boys High, and we live very close to Peach Grove Road and to where these different works are going on, and so I have spent a lot of years in that vicinity and around transport issues happening in and around there. I am actually going to speak to 3 things because today's a big kaupapa day. 3 agenda items: amalgamation, the voting system, and Peach Grove Road. Firstly, amalgamate or else, do it.
Sorry, Horiana, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. We do have public forum later at which topics of that type will come in, but this is for submissions on the Peach Grove Road
Okay, cool,
issue.
cool. I can do that.
So please confine these comments to that item only.
Okay, cool. Sorry. Okay, so I found council's consultation form loaded. The option order, the language used, the star rating system, all influenced how respondents could provide feedback. Maintaining the status quo was listed last under other and labelled do nothing. You could use language like leave as is or something else, but do nothing sounds like you are doing nothing. Thank you. Well, I mean, if it ain't broke, then maybe it doesn't need to be changed. But also that is, makes my point that it's influenced. While other options were framed as safety improvements, my opposition to them wasn't due to safety, but to the proposed solutions, expense and enforcement cameras especially. During the election, Mayor McIndoe promised to spend every ratepayer dollar as though it were his own and to rein in council debt. Yet today you will vote on recommendations that include spending millions that council does not have. One option includes a $1 million signalised crossing. Last year, council installed one by Dio for just $166,000. And so some of these things speak to what you were talking about spending wisely and prudently with everybody's money. Mayor McIndoe and Deputy Mayor Jeff Taylor have both spoken out against what has been described as the previous council's anti-car approach, such as removing car parks and installing costly transport changes that often result in strong backlash from the community because they have felt like they haven't actually been a part of it or that their ability to feedback has been influenced. They also supported reinstating 2 hours free parking in the CBD. And as a councillor, Mayor Tim campaigned to lower parking fines. Reinstating free parking in the CBD has especially been applauded by many and relates to why today's vote matters. My greatest concern with the Peach Grove changes is revenue-driven enforcement. The options before you reduce parking, increase restrictions, and rely more heavily on enforcement. Hamilton, each of those change proposals included enforcement cameras. Hamilton already budgets millions in parking and traffic infringement revenue, about 2.6 million budgeted and almost 2.75 million was collected in the 24-25 financial year. Auckland shows how quickly that model can grow. Its enforcement cameras generated an astonishing $91 million in just 3 years. Hamilton should not do likewise. Our high school students should be focused on getting to school, not wondering whether another council parking ticket might be waiting for them after class. Parents should be focused on supporting their children, not worrying about how they will pay another council fine, because we are in a cost of living crisis. I understand that as a mother who is trying to look after and raise 2 sons here in this very expensive city. But what I am saying is, please protect our children by all means. That is your responsibility and that is our responsibility. Do it wisely, do it fiscally prudently. But don't use a school zone, our children, their families, or a residential neighbourhood to pilot a new enforcement revenue stream for the city. Today's vote is about more than Peach Grove Road. It is about whether Hamilton chooses a safety approach that protects our children and supports our community, or whether it creates a system where students, families and residents become a source of enforcement revenue. You are elected to serve Hamiltonians, not to make them the solution to council's financial pressures. Thank you.
Thank you, Horiana, for that submission. I noted at the outset you had hoped to talk on other topics, and I've asked our governance lead if you could be added to the public forum to speak on the Head Start amalgamation issue. Could you just indicate what was the other topic you wanted to cover?
Just the voting system.
The voting system. So they both relate to items on today's agenda. So you'll have the opportunity, if you're able to stay, to come back during public forum. But for now, we will move on. Thank you. And our next presenter to come to the table, please, is Stephen Atkins, Chair of the Hamilton Boys High School Board of Trustees. Welcome, Mr. Atkins. Thank you for being here.
The chair of the Stephen.
Is it not correct?
Of Hamilton.
So I'm just
Steve
reading
Ross
from what's...
is the current chair.
I have on my sheet here, Stephen Atkins, Chair of Hamilton Boys High School Board of Trustees. Is that not correct?
No.
The name's correct, the position is totally in.
Mr. Atkins is not on the Board of Trustees at all.
You're not on the Board of Trustees, so you're speaking in a private capacity?
Yeah.
You're still invited to do so, but thank you, Councillor, for correcting that. I was unaware of the error on our agenda.
I think I'm going to be the antagonist to some of the previous presenters, other than the last one. So, I'm Steve Atkins, live in Clyde Street, frequent user of Peach Grove Road. Teacher in secondary schools for 40 years, St John's, Sacred Heart, Marion, Hillcrest High, specialist classroom teacher, mentor of RR staff. This presentation focuses on Hamilton Boys High because it presents the most concern and because of time constraints. Also, Peach Grove has a much wider northern footpath. Most students use the nearby signal crossing. Their students don't drive cars. For the next 5 minutes, stay on the ball. That's the screen. This is education. I'll be the teacher, you'll be the class. Hopefully you did your homework. Your homework was to have read this beforehand, which is in the information sent to presenters. We're starting with 20 quick-fire questions, which you will answer to yourself. When I say a question number, that's the next slide. So go back. We're on slide 1. All right, the question number, we'll flick over the slide. There's 3 types of questions: yes, no answers, think, and choose from given options. All answers are to yourself, for your personal consideration. The average time a teacher waits for an answer for a question is 0.5 of a second. I'm giving you 2 seconds, which I will count to myself, which is 4 times the norm. Be warned, these questions will come much quicker than the cash builder round, so stay on the ball. Team, your time starts now. Question 1, yes, no. For those who didn't do their homework, should we bring back the cane? Question 2, yes, no. Is saving consultancy and procurement costs a worthwhile goal? Question 3, think of one piece of extra data that would help you in choosing your option. Question 4, choose, where it should be on slide 4. Choose cycle lane, road, footpath. On July 28th, which surface did the vast number of cyclists travel on? Question 5, yes, no, it should be slide 5 and they are numbered. Yes, no, is the current bus, slide 5. Those pictures are relevant to the question. So there's a double-decker bus there, and there's a huge space before there's a single-decker bus, right? That's taken at 3:05 on an afternoon. So question 5, yes, no, is the current bus transport system safe and effective? Question 6, yes, no, should the student in photo 1 be punished? B, think, how many unsafe behaviours can you see in photos 2 and 3 that Hamilton Boys students need educating on? Question 7, choose gold, silver, bronze. What medal would you give to the majority of vehicle drivers? Question 8. Think. Up to how long in minutes did most drop-offs happen? Question 9. Think. What is the highest number of drop-offs in a 5-minute period? Question 10. Would securing pick-up drop-off spaces proximal to the South Gate benefit the Boys High community? Question 11. Think of an unsafe behaviour that would increase on Wilson Street and others if parking was removed from Peach Grove Road. Question 12. Yes, no. Is there a better approach than using the punitive cane? Question 13. Yes, no. Is a cultural shift a worthwhile goal? Question 14. Think of a design feature that makes improvement option 3 a worthwhile choice. Question 15. Could you imagine one benefit of a widened south footpath? Question 16. Choose any number of picks from 1, 2 and 3 which got or get the most ticks. Question 17. Think if you could justify to the public why money is not available to undo the Pembroke Street upgrades judged as undesirable, but money is available to build more race crossings.
Mr Atkins, question 18 is, could you come to your conclusion, please, because you've gone over time.
Was that the 5 minute?
Yes, you have had your time.
Okay, thank you. So question 18, which Roman numeral from slide 17 best explains the damage shown in the WAFs? There was only one more that I'm speaking to.
If you'd like to make a final sentence, but I will have to wrap it up.
Okay, and so question 19, would you prioritise into the future educational initiatives, e.g. by increasing the budget allocation, offering more staff professional development experiences, as just 2 examples? And then question 20, slide 20, was a blank space, and that was the questions.
Thank you. Unfortunately, there isn't time for that, but thank you again for being here and for... I'm astonished, actually, that you managed to ask as many questions as you did in the time available.
There are sheets around.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we've
Right,
got them.
and on the back...
Yes, thank you.
No.
No.
There's copies of the slides for anyone who wants to take them away. And on the back is a little diagram that was published by me,
Thank
which
you.
will save you millions.
Thank you. Thank you. Could I invite Vivian? I don't know Vivian's surname, but Vivian is online. Welcome, Vivian. I trust you can hear us. Thank you for making time available to present to us. I'll hand over now to you. Can you hear us? We think that your microphone is muted, Vivian.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can now hear you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vivian. I have a child study at Boys High, so I know how difficult it is every time when I got a phone call from my child and calling me to pick up from there. So I just want to point out, for the safety for all the children, I can see all the high school students is crossing it between all the cars, which is quite dangerous. I would like to propose, not all of your slides, but I have to draw out a diagram, which you might have seen it in my proposal. Could I have that chart, please?
We will have that shown on the screen in a moment. You're able to continue.
Okay. So I don't want to bring up all the high-level costs for the Hamilton Council. We already in the debt, and we don't need that. We just need to emphasize all the safety, education point, and no more making a big infrastructure over there. But we would like to point out and say, build it in several of those pedestrian cross and teaching children when they're going to each point of road or street or each part, they crossing it in front of pedestrian rather than crossing in between the car. And teaching them about safety. And we can, as we know, all the primary school students, each time when there's parent going to pick up, they will have a teacher or volunteer to standing behind them to show them which is the correct way to crossing. But somehow in high school, they don't have that happen. I understand that because they are the senior student now, they should be taking the more responsibility as toward to adulthood. And I would suggest that, and you can see on my chart, and on the purple one, all I indicated is all the pedestrian cross. So when the car coming through from both ends and driving through, they can stop in there. And all the student, high school student can crossing over there. Once the light turn on from both ends, and we can carry on to crossing. But the student will be wait until the car crossing in each side, both sides. On those one, during those road, we don't want any more racing, speed bump, or any other road to stand up because it's already quite narrow. We don't need to spending more infrastructure on those. We would like to using those money focus on children's education rather than on those necessary spending. Would like also point out they already have the existing crossing pedestrian near the Peach Grove Intermediate. We would like to keep it as what it is rather than renovated or getting a new one instead. On your left-hand side, I indicated as a B. They already have existing bus stop, and also B1 already have existing bus stop already. We might just need to extending in the lane for more bus to picking up the school and dropping off the school. And on the B2, I indicating over there, they will have a bus stop. So it's for students who going to or living area around north or school outside of the school zone student. So they can catch the bus for B2 as express bus from Wilson Street, crossing to that, traveling to the motorway, going to Huntington or Rotorua and any base and go to Huntley. That's what my proposal is.
Thank you. It appears that you've finished your submission. Are there any questions, as there is half a minute remaining? There are none. Vivian, thank you very, very much indeed for joining us. It's always difficult submitting online, but we've appreciated both your time and your submission. Wish you well. Thank you. Good morning. Could I now invite Mark Enion forward, please, speaking to his two submissions.
Tēnā koutou.
Good morning, Mark. Thank you for being here.
This is what Peach Grove Road looks like at the end of the day. Is there any space for cyclists? No, riding on this path would be hazardous for both the cyclists, scooters, and the pedestrians. This is the amount of space in option one. This isn't the existing curb doesn't actually change on this in this location. So so even though option one does a great job at widening paths and addressing major safety concerns, there's still some things that could be adapted just to help the cyclists. And before I mention the suggestions, I'll just look at slide 2 and just comment about the Peach Grove intermediate side. So option 1 does a great job of basically replacing these car parks and widening the footpath in these locations. You can see the footpath is very narrow. but it does widen the footpath, but it doesn't, widening doesn't stop there. The widening actually increases beyond the existing curb by at least 1.5 metres all the way along. To me, I think this is excessive, and I think this space could actually be used to help address the problem on the Boys High side of the road. So if I go to the next slide, I propose increasing the width on the Boys High side by that extra 1.5 metres plus to allow for a two-way cycleway that's separated from the pedestrian path. This would allow a cycle route to go in a very safe place along the fence along Boys High, and it could then connect with Clyde Street, and then the cyclists can cross over at the crossing opposite Peachgrove Intermediate, and enabling the Peachgrove side would be a lot safer because all the cyclists and scooters would be encouraged to go on this side, on the Boys High side, and it would also really improve the cycle network. Already in Hamilton, there's a fantastic network of cycle facilities on the road, and this would actually improve the connection between Ruakura Road and Clyde Street, and also be a safe place for all the tamariki in the schools. As mentioned, the more than 3,000 students that use these paths each day. Any questions?
Yes, there is time for questions. Do we have any questions? Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you for your submission. I'm here. It's, you've thought about this quite a lot, obviously. Do you have, or do you know if that, it seems to me that would cause a realignment of the road. Would that be correct? Would the road need to therefore be
So option
realigned?
one is already a realignment. And so my suggestion would actually keep the Peachgrove Road side largely the same. So you could keep if you walk along, if you see where the curb is, just by removing those car parks and increasing the width of the road, you probably have about 3 metres, a 3 metre wide path all the way along. You could keep the curb, you could therefore keep the drainage, keep all that infrastructure, and therefore potentially save a lot of money. But this side there was going to be changes anyway. It just readjusts it and makes sure that this side actually works. Because option one basically tries to put a shared path on both sides of the road, a 4 metre shared path. This says, how about we focus getting it right on the Boys High side, but we still improve the Peachgrove side. A 3 metre would be enough.
Thank you. Are you a local resident in the area?
Yes,
or?
I frequently cycle and walk along these roads. I've had various almost near misses, both as a pedestrian, being hit by cyclists and scooters, or as well as a cyclist riding around here, including at this kind of time. I've had various near misses as well. So I really advocate for addressing the safety concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that brings us precisely to the end of the time. So, Mark, thank you for the work you put into your written submission and for being here today to speak to it. We appreciate it. Members, I'm advised that the next submitter, Tristram, is having trouble joining us, but will be doing so. So if Stephanie Chernyshov is here, could I ask her to come also on Zoom? Stephanie, can you hear us?
Yes.
You can, and I trust you've been following for a short time, so you'll know the drill. It's a 5-minute presentation, but if you are able to speak a little bit faster than that, there may be time for questions within the 5 minutes allocated. But I'll hand over to you, and thank you for your submission.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. So kia ora, my name's Stephanie Chernyshov. Are we getting an echo there? No, that's okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yes, speaking to the Peachgrove Road improvements. I'm a parent of a child at the school. I've had 2 children at the schools down there, and we allow them to bike. They bike down the wonderful shared path at Waitere Drive, and when they hit Peachgrove Road, every day, I'm wondering, where are they going? Are they going on the footpath? Are they going on the road? Because one of my sons explained to me once, this amount of space between the bus and the car when you're on the road is enough for you to actually pretty much touch both those other forms of transport. So getting those cyclists off the road onto either a shared path or, like Mark suggested, a separated cycleway would be awesome. Now, this has been on the council's cards for at least 8 years. I've been following this eagerly, wanting to see these improvements, and I think the time is now to do them. When is the cheapest time to build infrastructure? 10 years ago, obviously. And the cheapest time is now. So if we don't do this now and we say, oh, we're going to save our money now, well, we're going to be spending more in the future. And so the best time to do it is now. One of the cheapest parts of this plan is the removal of car parks, and I do agree with that. There is plenty of car parking down those side streets. I've been down there as a parent driving. There is plenty of parking down there. I just suggest that you don't remove parking or parking for residents at that busy time of day. You could just remove it on one side, would probably be enough, and then allow residents on the other side. And when is the best time to build safe infrastructure? It's also now. It's best before someone's killed. Wouldn't it be great to know that you put this infrastructure in rather than an alternative, which was hearing someone is injured or seriously injured or killed, and you didn't make that decision? What else have we got here? So out of the submissions, over 70% of the people in my position, being a parent or a child at the school, agreed with option 1 pretty much. I've frozen. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And these are the people that see the issues every day. So there are other submitters, and we're all, those of us who are ratepayers, we obviously care about spending the council funding correctly. But those people that actually experience this area every day, and these are people who want to find a car park, and often they are using their car. They're not all cyclists and walkers. They all want these improvements for the safety of the children in this area. So to go against that result of that consultation would be going against the people's opinions who matter the most in this scenario, I believe. Just another thing, another small point, these side roads options, I think the Scott Street and those ones down that end are already narrowed. They don't really need anything extra. I think James Street is a very wide area for the people to get across. And I think if people are going to be using that more because they're not parking on Peach Grove, I think narrowing that would be a good option, just to make it a less distance for pedestrians and cyclists getting across that cross side road. Anything else I had? Yes, we don't want to rely on ticketing like the previous speaker, Horiana, said. There's already yellow lines there. People ignore them. We want separated places for children to be biking and walking, and we don't want them worried about the cameras, like she said, but just be able to breeze along. There definitely will be more parents who choose to put their kids out of their cars onto cycles if this is made safe. As a parent, when I first looked at this school, I looked at the route and I thought, I can live with Wairere Drive, but I still worry about this most days. Have they got to their school safely? If they don't come home exactly when I think they will, I worry. So let's make it safe for their future. Let's spend the money now when it's the most cheap and make sure that we're not going to be seeing.
Thank you, Stephanie. We do have time for one question. Councillor Strange.
Stephanie, look, in the past and with smaller schools, people expect to park outside the school to drop their students off. This is not always possible in a growing city. Do you think parents would be willing to change their actions around thinking they could drop their kid off outside?
Especially, I think for the high schools, definitely. The other school that another child goes to in Hamilton, they are told to park across the road at a place and walk across because there's a crossing, and that works very well. Yes, there are still a few car parks outside, But I think there should be maybe some more wheelchair kind of access ones. I've recently had an injury, and so that was an issue for me. But other than that, Healthy Boys can walk to Boys High, and other schools do this. They have parking a little bit further away, and it does work there. So, yeah, I think it can work.
Thank you.
We have now come to the end of the time, but Stephanie, thank you very much. We've appreciated your very clear submission and the perspective you bring as a parent. Thank you. I understand that Tristram Snowden is now able to join us online. So, Tristram, welcome. I thought I saw him on screen, but can you hear me, Tristram? Sounds the
Hello?
Hello, Tristram, you can hear us? Can you hear us? I think probably we should move on to the next submitter, and maybe if we could make contact with Tristram just to explain that we've still got a technical problem, and we'll try to accommodate him. He's back. Tristram, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, but we couldn't when I was trying to speak to you a moment ago. It's Tim McIndoe here. Welcome. Thank you for making your submission. In case you haven't been able to participate, I just want to stress you have 5 minutes for a submission. If you're able to speak for slightly less than that, there may be time for questions, but thank you for taking the time out of your day to submit to us on this issue, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Right, am I ready to go, Tim?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I am the owner of 62 Peach Grove Road, which is right next door to the intermediate school and opposite Hamilton Boys High School. I've owned that property for over 30 years now. Impending site development this summertime, which you will see on the site plan of 62A, is going to be developed. And so there's going to be a second gateway push through for site access, which is going to obviously go across the footpath that exists at the moment. I'm concerned about any further expansion of the footpath, particularly a shared sort of cycleway type thing, because the property already has a 6-foot high fence, so there is absolutely no visibility for pedestrians when you're backing out of the driveway at the moment, and that's not going to change. And if there are cycles travelling at speed down there, that's an issue of safety for the cyclists and liability, because cyclists don't have any identifiable number plate or anything like that for damage to be repaired to any vehicles. The property's been fenced since 1997 to 1.8 metres, so there is just no visibility of pedestrians, and of course you've got to get your car halfway across the existing footpath before your driver's door is actually able to see if there's anybody coming or going. On-street parking is also important to me, so I would like to keep that, particularly for the development period over sort of the first 3 months of 2027. That's the impacts on my property. The general comments that I have about the plans is that these grandiose plans are a waste of ratepayer money. You guys are spending our money, and the old keep it simple, stupid theory is something that really should be forefront of mind. Cycleways, in my opinion, a pretty proven waste of council and ratepayer money. For a period of 10 years, I worked on Gallagher Drive, and there was a very, very flash cycleway pushed through there, and my office looked out onto Gallagher Drive, and there was maybe, I don't know, 10 cycles the whole day that would use it. It was a running joke about the waste of money on the cycleway that's just never getting used. There are far too many raised things around the Hamilton city already. We don't need any more raised things. They are a liability. They're difficult to navigate, and the markings on them aren't particularly clear. Some of them say recommended speed, you go over it and it's like nothing. Others, you go over the recommended speed and they're too damaging to the vehicle, you know. And finally, I'm going to say that roads are primarily for cars. That needs to be taken into consideration. Put a cycleway down the side of the road, no problem with that. It can be there and not interfere with the traffic flows. But when they become these overriding things, like they seem to be polluting the city everywhere, it's just a waste of ratepayers' money. I mean, the people on the cycles, I was in Hamilton a couple of days ago, and there was someone riding their push bike on the footpath when there was a clearly marked cycleway next to it. They don't even use them. And a closing comment that I just want to make about this whole project. I'm a non-resident ratepayer. I've owned the property for 30 years, as I said, and it was by absolute chance that I even found out about this. I just happened to be in Hamilton, and there was a big electronic billboard sign up saying consultation on today. I mean, where's the communication? Why as a ratepayer who's paid, I don't know, cumulatively $60,000 in rates to you guys over the past 20 years, where's my communication? Where's my letter saying, hey, we're doing something that's going to affect your property quite significantly. Here's what's going on. Do you have any comments, concerns, or whatever? You know? Anyway, that's the end of what I wanted to say. I know it was a bit rushed, but I had a lot I wanted to get through. I hope that,
Tristram, thank you. We appreciate the fact that it's been challenging for you, particularly given the technical issues at the beginning, but you have used your full time. We appreciate the fact that you persevered, and thank you for your presentation this morning. We'll move on now to Justin Den Otter, who is a representative of the Peach Grove Intermediate Board of Trustees. Online. Justin, are you able to hear me? Justin, I can see you now. Justin, can you hear us or hear me?
Yes.
You can? Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us online today. We've heard quite a number of submissions on the Peach Grove issue. Have you been able to listen to any of them during the morning?
Yes, I've been
you have.
online.
Okay, so you're aware of the drill. You have up to 5 minutes, and I invite you now to make your submission.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Justin Den Otter. I am the Deputy Chair for the School Board at Peach Grove Intermediate School and a local resident. I'm here today to bring the voice of the board to the committee and support of option 1 for the Peach Grove Road corridor upgrade. I've spoken before on this topic. We've had multiple community meetings and online submissions and council meetings. So the need was clear then and it remains clear now. And today I'm asking you to turn that into a decision. Option 1 represents the full corridor upgrade our community has been waiting for, and it is the right choice. Not the compromise, not the minimum. It's the solution that actually matches the scale of this problem. Every school day, hundreds of school children navigate the stretch of road between Francis Street and Wilson Street. Our students at Peach Grove Intermediate, students heading to Boys High, children heading to Hamilton East School, including my own. They walk, they cycle, they wait at the bus stops, and they cross at pedestrian crossings most of the time. And they do so on infrastructure that does not keep pace with the demands that are placed on it. Option 1 addresses this comprehensively. The full corridor upgrade on both sides of Peach Grove Road was upgraded and new signalised pedestrian crossings, relocated bus stops, shared paths, curb alignments, raised safety platforms and side roads, and the removal of on-street parking delivers the connected, coherent safety environment that these tamariki deserve. A partial fix is not good enough for when children's safety is at stake, and option 1 is the only option that addresses the corridor as a whole, rather than leaving gaps that undermine the safety gains of everything around them. The school board at Peach Grove Intermediate has consistently supported this proposal because we are responsible for the well-being of our students, and that responsibility does not end at the school gate. It extends to the streets that they must use to get here safely. I also stand here as a father and a neighbour. I live about 500 metres from this corridor. My children use this route. It's not just an abstract proposal for me. It is the road outside our lives. This committee has heard the evidence, you've seen the design, you've listened to the community, and the case for option 1 has been made thoroughly and in good faith. Now is the time to act, and I urge you respectfully but strongly to approve option 1. Our children are counting on you to get this right. Thank you.
Justin, thank you, and I acknowledge that you have previously submitted, and so we appreciate your long-held interest in this matter. I don't appear to have any questions. There is time, should anyone wish to ask one, but no? Oh, yes, we have one from Councillor Moroney.
Thank you. Very well thought out submission, Justin. My question is around should the decision today be to go for the option that involves a signalised crossing, what do you think the risks would be in terms of that decision, should that come to pass?
The risks of installing a signalised crossing?
Only, yes, to just do that. Option 3, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not too familiar with the other options.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. I thought you might have a view about if the option 1 that you've talked about was reduced to being just a signalised crossing and not the full option 1, what you think the risks are with that approach.
Well, it doesn't really address any of the risks. It addresses one aspect that this proposal is trying to solve, but it does leave gaps for all the other users of this corridor.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Huata.
Kia ora, just really quickly, thank you, Justin. My question is in regards to the previous submitter and your views in terms of communications. The previous submitter said that comms for this project was a concern. What are your views? Have the communications from Hamilton City Council been satisfactory regarding the project?
So. I have I've been to 2 previous council meetings, made a verbal submission. This is my 3rd. There was a community consult at Peach Grove Intermediate and Boys High on 2 separate occasions. There was an online submission form, at least one, I'm not sure if there's more. And they had signage on the side of the road outside the schools and the digital billboards as well. As someone who is going to be affected by this and who is going to live in this area, I feel like we were very well consulted.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's time for that. Justin, thank you very much indeed for being with us this morning. We appreciate your contribution. The only remaining person on the speaker list is Ruby Grant. Has Ruby arrived either in person or online? No, we haven't. So that brings to a conclusion the verbal submissions on the Peach Grove Road issue. We've heard from a number of people, so thank you all for that. We move now into public forum. Members, I'll just signal that it's my intention after we've heard from our public forum speakers for us to take our morning tea break rather than to commence the Head Start issue and then have a break during that point. So I don't believe that Suzanne... Right, yes, that's right. So I was just going to say that on the list you have in front of you, I don't believe that either Suzanne or Brett Murphy are here. So we'll first of all hear from John McDonald, and as I indicated earlier, Horiana Henderson will be invited to return to speak after John. But John McDonald, again, no stranger to this chamber, thank you for being here again, and welcome. Thanks, John.
Kia ora. So speaking on the Head Start proposal, so looking at options 1, 2 and 3, in other situations I would have suspected staff might be sabotaging options. In this case I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that this is a right mess coming from central government, and the options put before you today are none of them are particularly good. I'm in support of option 3, not doing a Head Start proposal and sending a message to central government. I would be quite strong in that message and say that we need a referendum on changes of this magnitude. Amalgamating councils, we need more time, we need more analysis, and we need more public consultation. This should not be rushed. Looking into the options before you today, especially the difference between option 1 and option 2. So we're on page 3 of the Head Start Council report. They talk about discounting option 1 on the grounds that it does not have partner support from the other councils. Option 2 doesn't look like it's got much partner support either. Otahonga and Waitomo district look like they want to merge together without merging with us, and Taupo doesn't look like it's keen to join into your version of option 2. The other consideration looming over this is how much debt Hamilton City Council has, and that is part of the reason why other councils do not want to partner with us. So we're still heading towards $1 billion worth of debt for Hamilton. Taking some of that debt and chucking it over to EY has not helped that as much as expected. The other issue with the debt is it impacts negotiations. It puts us in a weak position, and other councils, if we are forced to merge with them, will basically want to punish residents of Hamilton for the huge amount of debt that the council has taken on, and we saw that with the EOI merger as well. We got the raw end of the deal because our council was in so much debt. I'll just go through a few other points in the report. On page 13, there's quite a heavy emphasis on what Waikato Tainui's preferred option is for a whole of Waikato Authority. There's potentially issues here about how neutral council is and maybe giving excessive weighting to Waikato Tainui's preference. And are other iwi and hapu on board with that, especially if we're extending all the way down to Taupo? They might have different ideas down there. Moving on to page 14. I agree with the points in point 69. The question about amalgamation concerns identified 5 key themes: diminished representation, identity and voice, financial risk and affordability, rural versus urban tension, more bureaucracy, less accountability and implementation risks. I'm fully in agreement with all of those concerns that came through from public feedback. Skipping ahead to, I think this is somewhere in the supplementary material, but looking at how the consultation went, we were asked to prioritise different principles. What I put in was very similar to what the average has come out with. Most of these are very important things. I also note that the consultation did not directly ask if anyone actually wanted amalgamation. It avoided that direct question, but my rankings were quite similar to there, whereas most things were very important, aside from the statutory and iwi alignment, which got slightly less importance. And from my perspective, that comes down to centres of power. We don't want centres of power which aren't democratically elected, and I'll put Wellington bureaucracy in that category as something that isn't democratically elected. And yeah, I agree with a lot of the concerns that have come through in the feedback from the public, especially where we were given the free text boxes and were able to express concerns with the whole amalgamation process. So in conclusion, I suggest you send a strong message down to central government that this whole process is rushed and a mess, and if we are going to do these amalgamations, we need sufficient time and community consultation.
Thank you, John, and you've managed to keep almost exactly to 5 minutes, so well done. Thank you very much indeed. Horiana, would you come forward, please?
Kia ora, I'm Horiana Henderson again. I'm a ratepayer. I'll keep this real short because I squished it in so I could talk about 3 things in 5 minutes. So, amalgamation, amalgamate or else, do it fast, and public consultation can wait, have been the demands from government. And so when you're looking at those criteria that they set, then some of those don't actually match and meet those criteria to start with, so shaky foundation. Instead of standing up to that bullying, this council, bar one elected member, chose to pursue it, and now we have a hot mess. That councillor opposed it because merging with neighbouring councils that scrapped their Māori wards might jeopardise Hamilton's Kirikiriroa Māori ward, which Hamiltonians voted to 13,600 by referendum to retain. That's a loud voice that elected members should listen to. Hamilton is now left with a proposal to merge with predominantly, my understanding is, small rural councils with the Western Waikato option, and Taupo has said no to merging. Forfeiting our identity as Hamilton Kirikiriroa in favour of a Western Waikato identity is not in Hamilton's best interests. We should not blur our identity. Lots of us proudly say we are proud Hamiltonians. And we should not give up our voice because Wellington has issued an ultimatum. The right choice is option 3, or backstop might be the only choice actually. As John said, you know, the consultation was, the consultation sort of, I'll just leave it at that. The right choice is backstop or option 3. Did I speak to STV or no? Okay, great. Thank you. Oh. No. Oh, yeah, so the voting system now is not the right time to change it because we've got to figure out this amalgamation hot mess. And retaining STV preserves stability and allows Hamiltonians to make an informed decision once local government reform is settled. That's all.
You've come in under time. We appreciate that. Thank you for coming to speak on 3 different topics today. Members, that brings us to the end of the public submissions on various topics today. So as signalled previously, we'll go to a break for morning tea. We have a very important agenda item to return to. So could I ask everybody to be back in the chamber ready to go at 11:20, please. Back to those who are joining us online. Members, just before we move to item number 5 and subsequent items on the agenda, I wonder if I could just take a moment, please, to acknowledge two sad recent events. The first is the passing of former Taupo Mayor David Truevis. Many of you will have known David. He was a long-serving district councillor and mayor of Taupo. Very jovial and popular character. Only 63 and a very unexpected death. So obviously very, very sad for his family and friends and colleagues, and he'll be warmly remembered there. He was certainly somebody who made his mark on Taupo, and I'd just like to extend our sympathy to all those who knew and cared for him. Also, if I could just acknowledge, although I didn't know him personally, Nigel Bickle, who was the Chief Executive of Hastings District Council, who also died very suddenly just at the last weekend. Speaking to Lance, I'm told that he was very widely respected by particularly chief executives around the country, but obviously also within the Hawke's Bay area. I understand he did great work and provided important leadership during Cyclone Gabriel, and was also a key player in the waters issues, I think, that councils had to deal with. So to both of their families, I wish to express condolences. And of course, it's been a very sad year, because when you look back, we've recently acknowledged the deaths of Alan Livingston, Sir Tim Shadbolt, Jules Radish down in Dunedin, and there may well have been others. Certainly there have been other elected members. So I'm sure you would all wish just to be associated with those comments, and we extend our sympathy to the families of both those individuals. Thank you. So we move now on to confirmation of the Council open minutes for the meetings of both the 18th of June and the 25th of June, the latter, of course, being the date on which we adopted our annual plan. I will move that we can take them together, can't we, Jamie? I'll move that the minutes of both meetings be adopted. Could I have a seconder for that, please? It's been seconded by Councillor Pike. I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. We also have council workshop open notes. Two of these were for events that took place during the recess, so just a few weeks ago we might not have even been expecting to have them, but there were meetings or workshops on the 24th of June, the 15th of July and the 23rd of July. In view of the fact that I was overseas for two of those, I'd prefer it if somebody else would move them. Somebody who was present for all three, could we have? That's been moved by Councillor Mead. Do we have a seconder, Councillor Liu? All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. So we move on now to item number 7, which is the Chair's report. Could I just begin in tabling the Chair's report in saying welcome back to you all, although in many cases I feel that you won't think that you've had much of a break from council business other than not having had to attend meetings in this particular chamber. My Chair's report was written in my absence and was deliberately confined to Head Start matters so that it may be debated when we get to that item of business, which is next, rather than separately, as would usually be the case. But I hope you'll allow me just the liberty of making a couple of points in tabling it, as well as advising you of some matters that were covered last night during a phone call that I had with the Minister for Local Government. The first is that I'm deeply grateful to all of you for the considerable work and constructive approach that you've all taken to considering these matters throughout the July recess, when ordinarily there would have been an expectation that workshops and formal meetings would not have been occurring. Elected members have all been keenly involved, and our Head Start staff team have done an incredible job throughout a challenging and rapidly evolving process, so I warmly thank you all for that. Several of the staff team are with us today, but could I ask Lance and Blair in particular to convey my thanks to everybody who has assisted in that major effort. We have been incredibly well served, and I'm very grateful. I know other elected members are as well. The second is I'd just like to reiterate the thanks expressed in my report to Deputy Mayor Jeff Taylor for his dedicated efforts as acting mayor in my absence last month. I had no idea that the Head Start process was going to be imposed upon us in May with such a tight time frame, when my wife and I made bookings at the start of this year to go and meet our 2 new grandchildren in the Northern Hemisphere during the so-called July recess. And I realised that that placed a lot of extra burden upon the acting mayor, but he rose to the challenge magnificently. I was particularly pleased that he kept you all so well informed of developments and discussions following the various meetings that were held during the month, some of which I attended online, but in challenging circumstances and usually at about 3 o'clock in the morning on the other side of the world. So thank you so much, Jeff, and also to the Mayor's Office team who supported you so well through that period. I'll just confirm at the outset, as I've mentioned to many of you and also at the start of today's meeting, that I will allow 3 minutes rather than the usual 2 for speakers in our Head Start debate, which follows this, given the huge significance of the decision that we have to make. And I also anticipate that there will be questions that some of you wish to ask. That's entirely proper, or in some cases just to place those questions on public record for the awareness of our residents. It is an important part of the process, and I have no wish to curtail it, but please could I ask staff, as respectfully as I can, to keep your answers crisp in the interest of time, as we do have much to cover today, and elected members to focus primarily on matters that are not already in the public domain, because there has been quite a lot of media coverage following our recent workshops and so on. Now, as I mentioned a moment ago, I had a telephone conversation last night with the Minister for Local Government, and I would just like to cover some of the key things that emerged from that conversation for your awareness. The Honourable Simon Watts, as the Minister, he wanted to stress that opting in with a Head Start proposal is just stage 1 of a process that will enable councils to be at the table, to keep modifying and developing models over the months ahead. It has always been the case that the proposals submitted by the 9th of August do not have to dot all the I's and cross all the T's, as there will be much work to be done to refine models before the necessary legislation to establish them can be presented in Parliament. However, he was also quite clear during our discussion that backstop councils will not be at the table for that process. I indicated to him that Hamilton would want to be working constructively with all parties to consider any proposal involving and affecting us, regardless of whether we formally proposed it or not. But he was pretty clear during the discussion that we're either in with supporting or presenting a Head Start proposal, or we're not. He also made the point that councils that are a part of Head Start are likely to be at the forefront of stage 2 of city and regional deals that will be considered in the near future. I think he was probably just offering that as a little bit of a carrot, but I bring that to your attention that he made that comment. So his messages were fairly clear. His tone was pleasant throughout. It wasn't threatening, but it didn't leave me with hope that we could still be at the table to negotiate if we are a backstop council. So I just wanted to reflect those comments to you. So we now move on to, well, actually, I will move the Chair's report. As I say, you have an opportunity to debate it under Head Start, so I hope you're comfortable with dealing with it that way. Could I have a seconder for the Chair's report, please? That's been seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Are there any questions of it?
Clarify again what you said about the city regional deals.
He made the point that councils that are a part of Head Start are likely to be at the forefront of city and regional deals. We missed out last time. Perhaps, Blair, you might be able to explain briefly what happened last time and what feedback we were given. It's a good question.
So, right.
Blair, did you want to comment on what happened previously and what we might be hoping could happen next?
Thank you, Mayor Tim. So the last time the Waikato decided to put forward a regional deal proposal for the Waikato, alongside many other regions in the country, as is now publicly known, Auckland, Western Bay and the Queenstown area were selected as the 3 areas for a regional deal. 2 of those have been publicly announced, to my knowledge. I'm not sure about the Queenstown area. I think the feedback that was received was that the Waikato proposal, whilst it had a lot of compelling elements, was simply too large and probably tried to cover too much. So I think the opportunity was that the government were looking for a more refined, focused proposal. If I recall, there was 6 elements to the deal. I think they were looking for 2 or 3 really clear, sharp elements, and that the proposition for the entire Waikato, the economic element or the economic story, was not as compelling as it could have been. So I guess the challenge there, Mayor Tim, was that they're looking for regions or sub-regions to speak clearly and strongly with one voice. They felt that while the Waikato had put forward a series of interesting propositions, it could have been stronger and in fact encouraged us to go back and look at that for the future.
Yep, thank you. I still have some more questions, and it may be hard for you to answer me, Tim. But when the Minister talked about having, for councils that are part of the Head Start proposal, that they would have the opportunity to refine models, does that include backing out and having an off-ramp of any kind? Or does refine mean you're stuck, but you can tweak and add detail?
We didn't specifically refer to off-ramps, and in fact in recent days we've been receiving advice that it's highly unlikely that that will be an option. What he was acknowledging is the fact that these are sort of overviews of proposals. There's a lot of detailed work. Of course there's a lot of detailed work to be done. So he was suggesting that those who sign up to proposals will be given considerable opportunities. Couldn't give me chapter and verse as to how that would be, but he was certainly holding out the offer that we would be at the table. I guess my concern was that for us not to be at the table would be, frankly, totally unacceptable to me. I think it'd be unacceptable to all of you as well, and I'm not entirely sure how that will pan out depending on what happens today. But he was certainly saying this is an important step in the process, but there's a long way to go.
And this might be having to read between the lines, but when the Minister said, well, if you're either in and out, so if you wouldn't be at the table even though you're included in a proposal, would that mean that Hamilton residents, if they went ahead with it, would just not be consulted at all? Or Taupo residents, for that matter?
Well, again, hard for me to answer that for the Minister. I'm certainly keen to ensure that we do have further opportunities for our residents to be consulted, and I know, again, most of you have expressed that same view. But it was pretty much what we've been hearing from the government from the outset. You drive your own destiny, or we'll make the decision for you. And there's not a lot of further on that.
Right,
Sorry.
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Thank you for your report. Having read through the challenges of Head Start, I'm interested in your views about what we've learned through the process, because Head Start demonstrated how difficult it was to make any kind of huge decisions without complete financial information. So looking ahead to the long-term plan, is there anything that we've learned that we would do differently, that we would proactively do to make sure that we have the complete information we need for long-term plan discussions?
Gosh, that is a big question. I'm quite keen perhaps to deflect that to staff, not because I don't want to answer it, but because I think you'll get a more informed answer. So could I ask maybe if either the Chief Executive or Blair, in his capacity leading Head Start, would like to comment, and then maybe I can add to it.
I don't think we've learnt anything from the Head Start process around providing you good information for developing the long-term plan, but I can reassure you that we will give you as much information as possible so that you can consider that and then make some good decisions around what we fund, what we don't fund, what our priorities are. And obviously we've got Mayor Tim's plan as direction. We've had numerous workshops and that will continue, and as you give us direction then we will refine that, give you the analysis. Obviously Gary's team will give you as much analysis as we can. I think one thing we probably need to think about is whatever happens over the next few months around Head Start and amalgamations and that sort of thing is what might be some of the implications of that on cost, because there's been discussion around transition costs and things like that. So I think that's probably the learning, or something we're going to be cognizant of, is a little bit unknown at the moment. The government's been, it's been quite ambiguous about how the transition has been funded. I know Councillor Mead and others have been asking a lot of questions about that at our workshops, and I think they're very valid questions. So To be honest, we haven't had exact answers on those, and I think it's they're asking us for suggestions on how that might happen, notwithstanding the fact that there was a remit at the Local Government New Zealand AGM last Friday where every council in New Zealand was asking for some financial support from the government for those costs.
If I could just add, Mayor Tim, to Lance's comment, Councillor Mesh, luckily for the LTP we've got another 10 months, so we've got time. We also have extensive community consultation as part of that process, so as things may evolve or move, we have the ability to adapt and to refine that right through to June next year. So
Thank you. That's what I was getting at, because the Head Start process was a rushed process that was forced upon us, and there was a lot of ambiguity in terms of scope. So I guess what I'm testing is that in a situation where we control the timing, we control the scope, that we have confidence that we're on top of it. Yeah, thank you. And the other question
Just to add to that, Councillor Mesh, is you're on the money, and I think that we should view the long-term plan as if there wasn't amalgamation happening, because we do need to look at the long-term interests of what's needed in Hamilton. And we all know from other transition processes that long-term plans will get melded together, and there will be a period where things need to be sorted through and that sort of thing. I suspect that will be several years.
Thank you. And one other question for our Mayor is, your report talks about the challenges we're facing and the decisions we have ahead of us. So as Mayor, I'm interested to know what financial success looks like for you by the end of our term. What would tell you that we've left Hamilton in better condition than how we found it?
Still the things that I think we've focused on throughout the term and that many of us campaigned on, and that is strengthening the fiscal position of the city, having an effective plan for long-term debt management and reduction, reining in our spending, delivering core projects well without wastage. I haven't changed in my aim to achieve any of those goals, and they would reflect success. As the Chief Executive is mentioning, there's so much here that with amalgamation going on will be up in the air, but I think he is absolutely right that we have to continue as if this isn't happening. I mean, of course it's happening, but my point is we need to do everything that is appropriate and right for Hamilton. And if we can achieve some of those goals through our long-term plan, then that's going to be good no matter what the future shape of our particular territorial authority looks like.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney?
Thank you, Mayor, for your report. My question is around the conversation with the Minister, and particularly with reference to Local Government New Zealand at the outset of the Head Start process, were tasked with finding out officially from the government what backstop was and what it was not. And I've yet to see what was conveyed to you last night be conveyed through Local Government New Zealand officially on that. So do you know if there was, if the Minister has had that same conversation with Local Government New Zealand, who have been asking for details about backstop?
No, I don't know. I haven't been privy to any of those conversations, so I don't know what he has conveyed, and I still think that there is an alarming lack of detail about what backstop involves.
Did you gain, and again, this is probably perhaps a difficult question to answer, but did you gain any impression that they are still designing backstop, or are they fixed in their position on backstop at this point?
I'm not sure of either of those because we didn't cover it. We have not received any level of detail about what backstop would look like. So are they still designing it? That would be a question he'd have to answer. I can't answer it. But I absolutely agree with the premise of your question, that it's not a satisfactory position for us to have so little detail at this point.
I think they're still designing Head Start.
Yeah, that's the Chief Executive just made the point that they're still designing Head Start as well. And the analogy of building the plane while flying it has been used many, many times, and I think that we've seen that. We only need to look at the rapidly evolving situation of recent days and how many things have changed and how many changes to reports have been necessitated as a result of that. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't answer your question more satisfactorily, but I
completely understand
just
that.
don't have that information.
And the final one, which you also may not be able to answer, was there any, because there are councils that have already made their decision to not be involved in Head Start. Was there any indication that they were aware of the minister's current position with regard to not being able to have any further discussion about a model they might be forced into before those decisions were made?
We didn't really cover other councils. He did indicate that he's been speaking to mayors around the country. I don't know how many, but he's obviously had quite a number of conversations. I did express the view that I would expect Hamilton to be able to be a part of discussions no matter what the outcome of today's decision would be. And I still think it's inconceivable that we wouldn't be. I mean, how could we possibly be in a position where other councils are making decisions that have a profound impact on the future direction of New Zealand's fastest growing and fourth largest city? But we will have, depending on the outcome of today's decision, we'll either be at the table or we'll have to push that very, very firmly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Thank you for making contact with the Minister. I think that's a...
Yeah, he made contact with me, but I was expecting his call after a discussion I had earlier in the day.
I suppose the one thing it's done is we've gone from sunshine to fog to sunshine to fog, and we're probably still back in fog again with no clear direction. My question probably is a little bit more to Lance and maybe financially. No matter where we go, Lance, how much money do you think we'll have to put aside as a council to manage this process, whether it's Head Start, backstop, amalgamation? Is it 5, 10, 20 million? Because that's a ratepayer funded thing. And have you got a gut feeling of what we've got to stick aside for it, no matter where we go?
I'm not going to give you a figure because I think it will depend on what comes out of the Head Start proposals that go to Cabinet. So there'll be the interim, the shorter period about what's in Head Start, what's in backstop. We don't know what backstop is. But if you start looking at transition costs for setting up new councils and that sort of things, you'll be talking millions of dollars. And, you know, the Auckland example was 93 million, and that was 15, 16 years ago. So, you know, people can get the back of the cigarette packet out and start doing the calculations. But look, we haven't done any estimates. I know a couple of regions have had a crack at that. I think it's probably a little bit early until we actually know, because we could go around in circles looking at different options and that sort of thing until we know what we're dealing with. But that would be the next stage. So I understand the interest of elected members on that, and that's where we would probably, with Gary's team and Blair's people and others, we might have to get some outside help with that as well. People have had experience in those things before without it becoming some massive exercise. But I suspect it will be millions of dollars. And remember, EOI was, I think, 6 to 7 million to set up. So there's probably a bit of a taster there for what the costs might be. My view is, talking to people in Auckland, that the benefits from unification or amalgamation of councils will take quite a few years to be realised.
Thanks, Lance. And the second part is probably, it may not be you, Tim, maybe a Blair thing, or both of you. If gut feeling, and I know that's probably what we're running on today, is a little bit of gut feeling. If we go backstop without anything, the ramifications from the minister are saying this, but also the size of Hamilton. What are we on a sword with two edges, whichever one cuts us, or?
Well, I need to make it clear, we are in a live proposal now because of the decisions made at Waipa and Waikato yesterday and at South Waikato last week. So their proposal is going to have Hamilton City in it and also Taupo District in it. And depending on what our vote is, but Taupo District said that wasn't their preference. So we will be, for want of a better term, unwilling partners, if that's what council votes today, in a proposal that gets put forward by 3 other councils. 3v2 actually meets the criteria of government. So we are in a live proposal as we speak, whether we like it or not.
Okay. Thanks, Lance.
I think that's a fair comment. Councillor Strange.
Hey, Tim. Similar to Councillor Mead's question, just trying to understand, did the Minister contact you was the initiative with the minister to
Yes,
contact you?
Yes. I
Okay.
think he was aware of the fact that I was keen to talk to him, but he made the call. And
made-
as I said earlier, I understand he's been speaking to other mayors. I couldn't tell you all the ones, but I do know that he had spoken to Mayor Tapsell from Rotorua the night before.
Right, yeah. And I wonder if the minister was aware of our decision today, so hence wanted to proactively contact you because of a particular interest in our decision from government.
At the outset, I think he used an expression like just wanting to get a bit of a sense of the lay of the land. That may not have been his exact words, but that was essentially the reason for the call. So it was a perfectly friendly and respectful call, but as I said, I wrote down a few things. Unfortunately, I was driving, so I had, as soon as I got home, I had to write things down as I recalled them, but I think I've covered the key things that we were stress I was on a hands-free device. I wrote down what I could as soon as I got home.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, I just want to dig into the point that, that it appears the government is particularly interested in Hamilton's decision, as we would expect, hope they would be, as, being a large metro. Do you have any sense that there is an aspect of predetermination from government, or does it, or do you get more of a sense that they are very much open-minded as we work through this?
Well, I've always had the sense that they want to see significant amalgamation within the Waikato region. As to which particular model that might be, I couldn't be sure. He's got to take it to Cabinet, so of course, ultimately his would only be one view around the table, but I got the impression that they are interested in the east-west unitary options that are currently being considered within our region. But I can't say that he absolutely said, yes, we're comfortable with that. I just got the impression that they are looking reasonably favourably at that. I did express my concern that the east-west option actually doesn't, in my view, work best for Hamilton. I've always taken the view that the metro option would be better for dealing with the issues that we have to deal with. I'll cover a little bit more of this when we get into debate on the substantive issue. So, yeah, hard for me to answer that other than the fact that
general sense.
I certainly don't get the view that they're hostile to it, put it that way.
Good. And final question, the Taupo Council voted 7-6 to go backstop?
Yeah, that's my understanding, yes.
Yeah. What, if anything, do you read into that decision in terms of the thinking of their council and councillors?
I can really only go on what has been publicly reported. I do know that Deputy Mayor Jeff has had a couple of conversations while I've been away with Taupo Mayor John Fennell. I know that they're very concerned about the lack of consultation within their community, and I think we share that concern. We're all worried that we have not had the opportunity to go out and get a clear steer from our residents and ratepayers. They have also indicated very clearly that they feel that it's a sort of hostile takeover, which financially would be to their detriment because they seem to be equating their level of debt and the burden that puts on their rates with that of more indebted councils, including our own. I'm not going to make any comment on that other than to say that is one possible interpretation, but it's not necessarily the way things would be. And yeah, I think there's been some concern on Taupo just about the way in which they are being dealt with, but I don't want to cast aspersions on others. It's
certainly not unanimous, though, was it?
Absolutely not.
Because when I spoke with
and
them,
there was a clear split within Taupo,
yeah.
but I didn't hear the debate. I don't know what.
No, that's right.
I understand the mayor was with the majority 7 who voted against the proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Pike.
Sorry, just one question. In your conversations with the Minister and central government, have they provided any indications on if there's any flexibility on the future of regional council or rethinking that potentially? Is that?
No, I've heard some speculation, but not from the Minister.
Thank you.
Right. If that's all the questions, my hope is that we can really, I've deliberately, as I say, focused solely on Head Start in my chair's report because we want to get onto the Head Start discussion as quickly as possible. But I will now open up the chair's report. I think I've already made some comments in explaining it, so I won't speak at the outset. As to anyone who wishes to, Councillor Moroney.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Look, I will take the opportunity because I will speak later about more substantive issues to do with Head Start, but as it's featured in your Chair's report, I will address in my debate the concern that I have that Local Government New Zealand have been asking for some months now for a clear position from the government about what backstop would entail and what it would not entail. At no point has what the Minister conveyed to you last evening been part of that formal notification to the sector about what the implications were for backstop, because it was a concern of councils right around the country that we were being asked to make a decision where it wasn't clear what the rules were. And now at the, well, not even the 11th hour, I would say the almost 12th hour, a piece of information comes to us. And some people may say, well, look, we've heard that from the government from the outset. I would make the very clear distinction that we have heard that from a government minister who is not even the Minister of Local Government, now reiterated by the Minister of Local Government last night. But in fact, all the way through that discussion, we've had the Minister for, I think, Infrastructure is the position that Chris Bishop holds. It was the utterance from Chris Bishop that said, come forward with your proposals or they'll be done to you. It was not the Minister of Local Government who said that. And in fact, when the Minister of Local Government was questioned, again in Local Government New Zealand forums about that statement, he actually was saying that he didn't necessarily hold that view. So to hear that that's changed as recently as last evening indicates to me that they really are starting to do a bit of a panic and they don't really know how they're going to proceed with their plans. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to endorse Councillor Moroney's comments because what we have is a situation where potentially material new facts have arisen in an informal environment that may change the way councillors evaluate proposals, the position that it may put Hamilton in, and this kind of seems to be thrown out there quite casually, but it does have significant impacts on our decision. So I guess I would like to lodge concern over that, and I guess I'm weighing up how much weight to give that. And while I'm doing that, I'll also point out that there is still no legislation to make us do anything. Thank you.
You're quite correct. Look, just very quickly in reply, as you say, there is no legislation, so that's a very fundamental aspect of it. And of course, there's a general election in between, so a lot is up in the air. I think in response to the comments about backstop, it was always clear at the outset that for those who opt for Head Start proposals, there would be a bit of a fast-tracking process to deal with that, and councils that opted for backstop would wait until after that process and then would go through it. I don't think that has changed. The really significant issue is, do we have our opportunity to be at the table even if we're not formally endorsing a proposal? And I'd be surprised if any of us in this room didn't think, of course we should be, and I certainly will continue to articulate that view. Oh, sorry, I've just done the right of reply.
Sorry, Tom, just to follow up on issues. Is the legislation going to be in place before the election?
I think that is highly unlikely.
No.
From a legislative timeframe, given how few weeks there are before the general election, I don't think that would be possible. So all of this will be up in the air, subject to determination.
So they're talking about they'll make this cabinet make decisions on Head Start proposals, and say there's 4 or 5 around New Zealand that get approved. Then there'll be four months or so where those proposals are refined and all the details worked out on governance arrangements, transition, rah-de-rah-de-rah, the organisational structures, the start date of these new entities, and then they will gather all that up and have one big piece of bespoke legislation to allow those areas that want to go fast to actually then have the legislative mandate to go ahead and do that. Yeah. So you're probably talking mid next year at best for that legislation to be in place or have any teeth.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Look, just to be clear about process, we've had our debate, and so we now need to go to the vote on this. And of course, we have an opportunity to return to this immediately after this motion. But I think the Chair's report has been seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. So we will now move to item number 6. Sorry, not item number 6, item number 8, simplifying local government, the Head Start proposal. Could I invite Blair, Hannah and Claire? I don't know which of you are coming forward, or are you going to stay where you are? If you'd like to speak to the report.
No, Tim, look, we're not going to do a big presentation. We think that elected members have had numerous workshops. We've had lots of discussions. There's been lots of questions asked, and I have to say very good questions. The one thing I would say is CE, obviously, that we've been working through a process that I think Councillor Moroney summed it up quite nicely before. That is, and the words I heard were, there's been a lot of uncertainty, a lot of ambiguity, and that's probably continuing on a daily basis. So, look, we have to work in the environment. Today you've got I think a challenging decision to make with just everything that's happened, even in the last few days with, a live proposal that's been put up by 3 other councils. That includes us and Taupo. Look, I don't want to labour anything. I think you just need to consider what you think is best for the people of Hamilton, and probably the local government system, and obviously have a think about the region as well, and also our iwi partners' interests as well. I think that's very important, and I think we've had some good hui around that, some good feedback. I think we've had some clear direction from Waikato Tainui and some of the other tribes in the wider Waikato area. So I think you just need to weigh all that up, and then obviously this is a political decision today, so good luck.
I just wonder, Mayor Tim, just further to Lance's comment, whether you want us just to speak to the late information that's been circulated, including Amy has updated some resolutions, if you wish us to. We can.
Blair, that sounds like a rhetorical question to me. I open the floor to you.
So I think the first thing is attachment 7 to the report, which is the late attachment. This is the West Waikato proposal document. So just draw your attention to that. In fact, within that area, there is a memo which just talks about what has changed from the report. So the report talked about 7 councils. You will note that that proposal is for the 5 councils. It does not include Aotearoa or Waitomo. So that is just a small change from the report. The resolutions, following the council workshop earlier this week, where there was a request to provide some more rationale reasoning behind the pathways, we've expanded both the resolution choice for option 2, and that provides council, if they choose option 2, to signal and request that there's some small additions to the West proposal document to identify the matters as listed in the resolution there. So it's effectively matters that we have heard from councillors are important matters that you would want signalled in the document as matters that require close attention in the next stage. In terms of the option 3 resolution pathway, that has been reframed from a letter which was referred to in the report to a white paper, and there are a range of matters that have been identified to be included in the white paper, and requesting that the Mayor, the reference group, go away, complete that exercise. There's also been an addition to that resolution around if we choose to go option 3, that there's also the reference group continues to stay convened. And in fact, the reference group works with staff to look at what are the appropriate next steps that we need to take, which would include or could include engaging further with our community, both in terms of informing them of the decision, but also to understand their ongoing views and thoughts as we go forth. Because as Mayor Tim has said, there is a live proposal, so indeed we will quite possibly need to stay engaged in the process and engage with our community. So happy for us to take any questions on that.
Sorry, thank you, Blair. That is helpful, and I will now open it up to questions. Councillor Corrales.
Thank you. My question is in relation to the removal of Otorohanga and Waitomo from the West-East model. The West-East model in the report was said to be a model that provided a stronger platform for managing river systems, catchments, environmental pressures, regional transport networks and natural hazards. With the removal of Otorohanga and Waitomo, what is the impact of that on this statement? And do we know what our iwi partners' view is?
We've had a few discussions with our neighbouring councils around that. And the latest information, please excuse my voice, is that keeping Taupo in the proposal actually keeps the whole of river catchment intact. The Waikato, the parts of the Waipa catchment that flow through Otorohanga and South Waikato are parts of the uncontrolled system of the rivers. It's not a perfect kind of combination, but they have left the door open for those councils to continue conversations. But there's also the respect of they have put forward a proposal that does cover just those two areas. There was also recognition that at the time the Western proposal hadn't been seen by the Taupo councils, so that is why Taupo is still in there as well.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up question. Just in terms of councils that might be compelled to be part of the West Ward, East Ward model, what do you see as the key risks for both central government and local government from that situation?
Social licence and community voice. I guess one of the big things we've advocated all the way through is bringing the community on the journey for a decision as big as this. So I'd say those are the biggest risks.
Sorry, in terms of what's happened overseas, do you see de-amalgamation, being a potential?
I think we can look at a number of different examples from overseas where it has been successful to amalgamate, and there are examples where it has not been successful as well. The one example I think we talked through with you was around the Noosa example, where community voice was one of the reasons that was given for de-amalgamating. But I think it also depends on what the solution is that we actually enter into, the scale of the organisation, and the pathway we take with our communities.
I think just further to that, Councillor Rachel, there is a range of matters that we've identified an option to resolution. I guess that speaks to the detailed work that just has not happened, and so if a decision is taken, has the business case, and again, I guess when I refer to business case, I'm talking in its wider sense, we simply don't have the answers to a whole range of questions. And so I think in the context of de-amalgamation, that may occur because you haven't addressed or answered or you made a decision based on limited information.
Sorry, one final question. So if the West-East model is put forward and it's approved by Cabinet, and then we go through this further due diligence process, that due diligence process, I assume, would exclude consideration of other models, and therefore we would never know whether that is actually the best model for Hamilton.
That is our understanding.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. The report notes that no detailed business case has yet been completed, but if backstop is chosen today, that would mean that the work would continue regardless. Is that correct?
If you wanted us to do that.
Okay, thank you. So if we go with, say, backstop and ask for the work to be continued, do you have any time frame as to when we might have a comprehensive business case that we could make a decision about?
I'd say it'll be probably months rather than weeks. So I'm sort of thinking of Councillor Graham giving you sort of a thumbprint, probably 3 to 4 months to do the work properly. And it depends if you wanted us to talk to the community as well. So I think that would be a key part to think about. The only thing I would say is even though we don't have a lot of clarity on the process, we would probably need to get more clarity from government, because I'd hate to put everyone to a whole lot of work and expense, and it's a bit of a waste of time anyway, because the decision's already been made or we're going to get forced into something. So I think we'd have to think that through as well and probably find out some more information, but really good question, thank you.
Thank you. I also have a question around a discrepancy that I found in the report. So on one hand, the assessment scores the different options against different criteria, such as better for ratepayers, best long-term outcome, etc. But then the report also says that there's currently insufficient information to determine which option would deliver better outcomes. So how do we interpret that? Because we've got conflicting information.
In terms of that, with the multi-criteria analysis, if you think back to one of our workshops, there was actually a sheet that explained the assumptions that have been made as more of a point of comparison between the scenarios. So it's really a basis for discussing what are the differences between the different scenarios and weighing them up, rather than giving you full and complete information about true costs and deliverability. So not sure if that's answered your question, but...
Yeah, thank you. No, I do remember that workshop, but I guess what I'm testing is those assumptions stick, and that's what we would use to assess that.
Yeah, at this point, I guess it's the best possible information that we have. Very, very big caveats that we would need to retest all of that into the next phase.
Thank you. And one last question for public information. Do we have an estimate of the cost of all the work that has gone into this so far? I mean, this is hours and hours and weeks of staff time. I have been asked by residents, what does it cost?
No, but we could give you a guesstimate. But yeah,
more grey here.
so we've had a reasonably tight team working on this. So, but we could do that. I'm sorry, I can't give you that figure now. I think we've probably just been getting on with stuff.
Yeah.
I think you'd have to take into account Deputy Mayor Jeff's time over the last month, and Mayor Tim's before and after his absence as well. So there's been a lot of discussions, a lot of work and that sort of thing. So it would be thousands of hours.
Thank you.
So thank you, Councillor. Councillor Liu.
Mayor, my question is, given Taupo District Council has formally asked they do not want being included in Western Waikato proposal, what impact does it have on the likelihood of option 2 being unsuccessful?
That's a really good question, and a lot of others have asked that too. So talking to MCERT officials, I think if you had a proposal where, like there's 5 councils in that proposal, if it was all 5 councils said that they thought it was wonderful and ticked the box, I think that would score higher than 3 out of 5. That's from what I've heard from MCERT officials, but we don't know what their scoring criteria is or what they're going to present to Cabinet. So I think there will be some subjectivity in that, despite the fact they probably will have some sort of scoring system.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Probably Lance. Lance, if we put in a head start for Western and it goes down to Wellington and they flagged fairly early on, they were looking for a full unitary across the whole region, where does that place us? I'm not sure if it's, where does that place us if the government decides that, no, we're going to push you towards a full unitary even though we're looking to do this? Is that at their, are we at their mercy sort of thing?
I don't think so. I think they have indicated that with Head Start, they'd like regions to work out their own forward path. They have said, because the Canterbury region, the Waikato region they're both large and complex, that they were more open to there being more than one unitary for the whole region, that there could be, they've actually said 2 or 3 for the Waikato, and I think their indications so far, they've been consistent with that view that they've expressed over the last couple of months.
And then given what Canterbury have done in the last day, where they've sort of gone to a expanded city, is that going to rush in Wellington? Is that going to fit with what they want? Or do you think they're being a bit game?
I don't know. The one observation I would make is that a lot of other metros around New Zealand are sort of in the same situation as us, where they don't have a lot of dance partners. Palmerston North have been in the same situation, New Plymouth. So there's sort of a bit of a trend there, and I think you might want to ask yourselves why. So I think some of the questions before, there's probably some interesting learnings through this, and when you get congruent thought patterns, and it's probably the rural versus the metro type issues where, you know, there is some anxiety from both ends about, you know, one area, one type of community area is going to have more influence over the other one. So, but that's pretty natural.
I might just add through the chair, just going back to the actual Head Start pathway document that was put out by the ministers, and if I almost read verbatim, Head Starts enables local-led solutions so councils can set their own direction and pace rather than waiting for the wider reform settings to apply. They also reinforce that it's a voluntary process for councils that are ready to go. So I think that whilst we don't know, the intent from this document was councils in regions or sub-regions that had clarity as to what they wanted to do, put forward a Head Start proposal. It probably wasn't designed for the whole of proposals going to the government saying, well, actually, we think something different would apply. That's not what the document outlines. Of course, they may do that, but that's not what's outlined in the document that we have in front of us.
Thanks, Blair.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. My question is really just relates to what Councillor Mead talked about. Could someone just explain what decision has been taken by Christchurch City Council? I'd like to hear more about that. Do you know what their decision was?
My understanding is that they've gone with a unitary Christchurch council. Is that, I'm getting nods from over at the table.
They're considering a number of options, but like we did, but that was their preferred one. And that was, my understanding was taking in some of the growth areas on their boundary, like Rolleston and that, from Selwyn District, and that's had an adverse reaction in Selwyn apparently. So pretty congruent to sort of the discussions that have happened here.
Right. Okay. So would I be correct in saying that the model that they want to take forward to Head Start is unlikely to be considered a Head Start proposal by government?
Yeah. Do they have any dance partners?
I don't know without knowing the detail, but I've seen they resolved they wanted to go Head Start. The question would be whether it's a compliant proposal in terms of the Head Start guidelines. Right. As Lance described, if the other council is implicated by it, so a council putting forward a single unitary does not comply in terms of the criteria because it says 2 or more councils. So we couldn't just say we want to be a single unitary as Hamilton because that doesn't comply. If they were saying they wish to include other councils and the other councils weren't willing or parts of those areas, under the criteria it would not comply.
So do we know if that means that Christchurch City Council are making decisions that they haven't talked with their neighbouring councils about? Or they've talked about them and haven't got any buy-in?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to anyone at Christchurch. I've only what I've seen in the media.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that is the end of the questions. Right. Could we please have the motion on the board? I think it's iteration 479 of the motion of recent times, and it's a lengthy one. So for procedure reasons, of course, it needs to be moved, so I will do that. Do we have a seconder, allowing for the fact that there are obviously going to be all sorts of different options people will wish to consider, but we need, it's been seconded by Councillor Corrales. So this is the latest version that you sent out last night, Amy?
This is now the this morning version.
This is this morning?
This morning. I emailed this one, and what you'll see is this is what I CC'd you into, right? Yes. Okay. What I've done is take everything that I sent out last night, and that is now in black. So you'll see that it's all exactly the same for the motion that Mayor Tim is putting forward. And so Mayor Tim, for absolute clarity, is the option 2. So endorsing the Western Waikato unitary proposal. And then if we just scroll down.
I was confused. Yeah.
We'll need
someone,
a seconder.
someone else will need to second.
Do we need a seconder?
No seconder.
A couple of people looking a little bit puzzled. I wonder whether you could just clarify.
There's nobody that's second.
Yes. Yeah. So Councillor Strange, a second. This really just enables us to get the debate underway. I recognise the fact that there are going to be different points of view, but we. No, you can second a motion without voting in favour of it. Well, I think it has now been.
On to Jamie. That's
I think it has now been seconded by Councillor Strange, but it enables us. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. And if we go down now, so we've got what was circulated.
Right.
And now Jeff's motion is your option 3, so that is does not submit the proposal. It's the white paper approach. And if you to my red part, everything that I circulated last night, that's all remaining the same. There is a new addition. That one. And it's in relation to the next step. So that was the red part in the email that I sent you just as we came back from break.
The G very
Yes,
quickly.
yes, indeed.
Elected members. It's just as Amy says. I think it got circulated in an email about half an hour ago. Added a G, which just gives us as a council a chance to work out how we involve our community in this going forward. Enable the community to actually have their say and get involved in this going forward. Thank you. And I just want to add, I'm although I'm putting up an amendment to my boss, I'm doing it. I'm very respectful of his position, but I just feel it's something I need to
of everybody else's. So.
And then, if we scroll down just slightly more.
Amy, can you just confirm whether Councillor Strange has seconded the Mayor's motion or
Yes.
not?
Yes, he has.
Okay,
He has.
thank you.
And then, and now there's a further motion that irrelevant of whether the amendment or motion is carried, we will vote on afterwards, and it's whether to include the writing red. So that was the retention of Māori ward statement and the continuation of Māori participation and voice in the decision making, such as our Māngai Māori model.
If I may clarify, the original motion was submitted to central government and to the Western Waikato unitary proposal as well, option 2. But we don't know yet.
The reason that I have drafted it this way is because it depends on what resolution is
To either
above.
option, basically, either option.
Exactly, that's why I've said to this.
Government.
Yeah, is that?
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Amy, I think you and your team have done a stunning job given the complexity of this and just trying to give us something that is comprehensible. So I thank you for that. Perhaps you'd just like to give us a little bit of an overview from a procedural aspect as to what we are doing right now so that everybody gets it right in the debate.
Okay, so what we will move into next is the debate, and the normal practice that we go through for debate is that we debate everything together, just for complete and utter clarity for everybody. As was resolved during confirmation of the agenda, the debate time has been extended to 3 minutes. What we will then move to is to vote on the amendment. So the amendment being what has come from Deputy Mayor Taylor and Councillor O'Leary. If that's carried, we will then vote on that as the substantive motion and then move down to the further motion that has come from Robbie and Maria. If the amendment is not carried, that's when we go back to the motion, which is Mayor Tim's motion, and then if that's carried, then we go again, still down to the discussion and vote, go down to the vote on the further motion from Robbie and Maria.
Thank you, Amy. I think that is clear. Is everybody else comfortable that that is clear? So we're speaking about everything, but we will be voting on the amendments first, and depending on the outcome of the amendment, may or may not get to the substantive motion. We're in the birdcage. Is everybody ready? Well said. Members, in moving this motion for our decision, I reiterate the concern that I've expressed both in my Chair's report and at recent meetings that neither option is my preference. But we've been put in a position where alternatives that more closely align to my own thinking, and I think the thinking of many of you, simply is not available to us because they have not been supported by other councils and therefore do not meet the government's criteria for submitting Head Start proposals. From the outset, I've made clear that I've wanted Hamilton to be a Head Start council. For New Zealand's 4th largest and fastest growing city not to be driving our own destiny is highly undesirable. And I've long been an advocate for local government reform. I think it's a widely held and correct view that New Zealand has too many territorial authorities, and we must look for greater synergies, efficiencies and cost benefits for our residents and ratepayers. And crucially, we must ensure that this process enables us to overcome the major challenges that we have faced here in Hamilton for many years, which are becoming ever more acute. And I'm referring to the growth pressures that having such small territorial boundaries are causing us. That is why I had hoped that we would be able to promote a Head Start proposal that firmly deals with the metro spatial and future-proof issues that we have been working on for so many years. It would be a disaster, in my view, for Hamilton's boundaries to remain exactly as they are now when this process reaches its legislative conclusion and new local government entities are established, possibly for generations. We must avoid that, and that's primarily why I've reached the decision that I have. I have concluded that it's essential for us to be at the table at every stage, particularly as these proposals are being considered, proactively advocating for Hamilton's interests in whatever arrangements are determined. For Hamilton to be sitting on the sidelines watching while other neighbouring councils make significant decisions that would have huge implications for us is not tenable in my view. I am deeply mindful of the clear views of Waikato Tainui and other regional iwi that catchment and river management considerations are paramount, as is upholding our obligations under treaty settlements. I wholeheartedly reiterate my strong commitment to honouring those. For this process to override or undermine them would be an appalling breach of faith and indeed unlawful. Of course, it is the river management from one end of our mighty Awa in the Taupo district to Port Waikato in the north that makes Taupo's participation in this arrangement, if the Western Waikato model is adopted, highly desirable. But I hope that it will be possible to find a satisfactory way of ensuring the future management of such catchment issues without compelling them to be unwilling participants in this amalgamation proposal. I've always been of the view, and I'm particularly mindful as chair of the Waikato Mayoral Forum, that I do not wish to bully neighbouring councils, and I'm especially considering Otorohanga, Waitomo and Taupo in that comment, into joining an arrangement that they strongly resist. That would be a terrible way to commence a new governing relationship, and I hope that the concerns that those councils have clearly expressed, is that already 3 minutes? Good Lord. I hope that the concerns that those councillors have clearly expressed will continue to be respected in the next stage of the process. Challenging as that will be, I've at least got a right of reply, so maybe I'll be able to cover more. But I will now go to Councillor Liu.
Member of the amendment, do I speak next?
Yeah. Yes, I had thought I'd seen your name on the board, but it's disappeared. You dropped off. Yes. Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right, thank you. Look, we started out this process 3 months ago knowing local government boundaries needed changing. We knew how we crossed 3 boundaries between Hamilton, Waipawa and Waikato virtually every day. We knew how hard it is to provide for business, growth, housing, transport across these arbitrary boundaries. We knew the challenges of being the fastest growing city in the country and the issues for the burgeoning area surrounding us. We knew how we thought it could be fixed, and that's what we proposed. And I don't think anything has changed, really. I think it's a shame discussion on these issues got cut short and we're left with a Western option, which is a kind of forced aggregate of districts that need to be glued together, a kind of coalition of the unwilling. This has not been a collegial process, or particularly constructive. It's felt like a kind of press gang. I would rather have a sensible, nuanced conversation with the government on what Hamilton and the Waikato really needs, what our real community of interest is. Hamilton's track record of working with governments of all stripes deserves that. If the government wants to shut Hamilton out of the process, I wish them luck. If we as governors go with the Western option today, we will not look back on it with any pride. I think about how this term we've worked as a team to make better decisions, to include our community, to get the most cost-effective outcomes for ratepayers, to rebuild trust. Why would we depart from that today? We are making the biggest decision in Hamilton's history with no financial due diligence whatsoever. There's no business case. It's there in black and white. They will do that work after you've made the decision. By then, I think we are committed. And we haven't asked our people which option they prefer. And my fear is if we go with the West, we will never get the chance to genuinely ask them. I don't want to see any more pretend consultation where we only go out for views once a direction has been set and there's no realistic opportunity for change. That's dishonest. I've been here 10 years and I've seen it happen, not through our fault, but always through government direction. I'm not going to go there again. I refuse to do that again. We owe it to our community to genuinely ask them what they want. We are so much better than this awful process. We need to stand our ground, insist on an appropriate process, involve our community, and take the time it needs to find the right solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I need now to go to Councillor Liu, even though he's not on the board. The only reason he's not on the board was because they had to stop that when the Deputy Mayor was unable to speak. So it'll be Councillor Liu and then in the order on the board.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that. Like our Deputy Mayor said, this is the biggest governance decision we'll make in history. And I don't believe we should rush into it. I do support the goal of local government reform, but reform needs to be built on good evidence, proper financial modeling, meaningful consultation, and broad support. So far, we do not have any of that. We've all received a letter from Mayor of Taupo making it very clear that Taupo District Council does not support being included in the Western Waikato proposal, and he asked clearly that we respect their decision. It is a bit like marriage. Strong relationships are built on mutual agreement and trust, not because one party feels pressured into it. And if we are going to reshape local government for decades to come, I'd rather to build reform with willing partners. Further talking about broader support, all the communications I had with members of the public through all different channels suggest that we should hold it off. Choosing option 3 is not rejecting reform. It simply says, let's take time to get it right, and it keeps Hamilton at the table while allowing more work to be done before making such significant long-term decision. For these reasons, I would support option 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liu. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. The way the government has approached these reforms is astonishingly arrogant. The information we received today just highlighted that. To say either we join a proposal with no off-ramps, with basically no evidence basis, or we sit out in the cold and let other councils decide what our representation looks like for our city, is simply bullying. Merging 6 to 8 councils, if you include regional council and potentially Otorohanga and Waitomo, is going to be an expensive, laborious and disruptive process. It will cost ratepayers tens upon tens of millions of dollars. The exact amount is currently, however, unknown, and the actual benefit we get from that is also unknown. We've been advised not to assume it's going to deliver savings, at least for a significant period of time. I cannot endorse a decision to spend unquantified millions of dollars without the evidence of the benefit. If we don't push back against the government now on this, then we risk being complicit in a poor decision. If the financials don't stack up, there is no clear off-ramp to extract ourselves from this process. We can hope there might be one, but we've just been told that there potentially isn't. And that brings me to another point, is that to date this process has been so poor. The rules we're playing by are murky. We're relying on phone calls with a minister to get crucial information on the morning of a decision on whether or not to proceed with these proposals. I think the government was premature in determining that regional councils should be disestablished. I've actually found this whole process incredibly valuable in many ways, because I've realised just how important and critical the functions of our regional council are, how important it is that we keep those functions intact across the whole of our river catchments to protect our river, to keep relationships and agreements with iwi intact, to fulfil our obligations under Te Ture Whaimana. Many regional council functions actually need to be delivered at scale and make the most sense to do so. So the way that this was put together in the first place, removing regional councils as an option, completely cornered us into options that I believe aren't necessarily the best for Hamilton or for the region. We've been cornered into limited options, and for me that doesn't make sense. The government has seen councils as a convenient punching bag, and they've assumed residents don't care enough about councils to protest anything they propose. At least it seems that way. But I think they're wrong. Just look at what happened when there was a proposal around Three Waters and the backlash around just one aspect of what councils deliver. Actually, people do care about what happens locally, and they do care about local decision making. So if you're going to pick a fight with our residents without giving them any say and leaving a whole city out in the cold, you're picking a dangerous fight.
Thank you. Councillor Pike, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. When we made this decision in the chamber to move on government's Head Start pathway, I was supportive. I believed we should have the opportunity to shape our future. Since then, an extraordinary amount of work has been undertaken by our staff. They've worked under significant pressure to assess options, develop frameworks against principles from our community, and engaged with neighbouring councils, provided all this to elected members through many workshops and meetings to the best of their ability. I want to acknowledge Lance, Blair, Hannah, Claire, Dan and all staff who have contributed to this work. I also acknowledge you, Mayor Tim, Deputy Mayor, the Head Start Working Group, our elected members, but also our neighbouring councils and our iwi partners who have approached this process with a genuine commitment to doing what is right for our communities. This is not a criticism of the people involved. Everyone has done their very best within the time frame provided and given it meaningful effort. But what I struggle with is that this decision is going to impact everyone for the next few decades or more. So before we recommend a future structure, our community deserves confidence that we understand the financial implications, governance arrangements, representation, transition costs, and the consequences for the services that they rely on. We have also, through this process, collectively gained a deeper appreciation for the specialist regional council functions that support our communities, iwi, and our environment today, including civil defence, biosecurity, catchment management, flood protection, harbour functions, regional transport, and environmental management. For me, one of the biggest challenges from this process is that starting with the assumption that regional councils will be disestablished. To me, this has created many of the issues that we are now trying to solve and what functions must be protected. This is why I support option 3. This is not walking away from reform. It is Hamilton clearly saying that a decision of this importance deserves the time, evidence, and engagement required to get it right. As Blair noted earlier, this was framed as a voluntary process. And so for me, this is about doing justice to the significance of the decision before us. If we're going to reshape local governance for the future generations, we need to do it in a way that strengthens trust, protects regional council functions, our partnerships, te tiriti, the awa, and delivers better outcomes for our community. We owe it to them to get it right, not just to get it done.
Thank you. Councillor Mead, please.
I've spent considerable time reflecting on the options before us, and I want to be clear from the outset, I'm not opposed to change, nor am I opposed to the concept of amalgamation. There may be sensible case for greater regional integration in the future. However, before discussing amalgamation, I want to address what I see as a significant flaw in the current direction of travel. In my view, the process of effectively disestablishing the Regional Council was a serious error of judgment. There's no doubt that local government reform should be considered, and there is certainly room for improving the way councils work together. But I question whether removing a dedicated regional authority is the right answer. Functions such as river management, environmental protection, coastline, pollution control, biodiversity, water control and resource management are regional issues by their very nature. Rather than dismantling that capability, I believe there's a strong case for retaining it and potentially evolving it back into a specialist environmental organisation, one that includes strong iwi partnership and local authority involvement. An entity focused on protecting the Waikato River and the wider regional environment may be a better long-term solution than simply absorbing those responsibilities into a larger amalgamated structure where this may not be a core focus. This deserves proper consideration. My other concern has been asked to move too quickly without sufficient certainty, without enough detail, and without full consultation to all of those that will be affected, particularly the residents and stakeholders of Hamilton City. This is not a comfortable position for me to be in. As an elected member, our primary responsibility is the community that elected us, the people of Hamilton, and that's what I'll be looking at. Hamilton is not a small community looking for a future. It's one of the New Zealand's fastest growing cities, and we're on track to become New Zealand's third largest. Over many decades, ratepayers have invested heavily in our assets and infrastructure, yet we don't have clear answers on some very fundamental questions. How will those assets be protected? How will Hamilton's voice be represented? What will transition cost? Who will bear those transition costs? And it will be the ratepayers. What are the implementation risks? And what measurable benefits will Hamilton residents receive in return? At this point, we don't have sufficient answers because of lack of concrete information. Around the world, there are examples of amalgamations that have struggled to deliver on their promises. Some jurisdictions in Australia are now reassessing or unwinding because efficiencies and benefits have not materialised. Equally, there are examples of amalgamations have worked, particularly where there's been careful planning, community buy-in, and a clear understanding of costs and benefits. My point is simple. Is this the right path? And it should be, and if it is, it should be able to withstand proper scrutiny. We should not be making decisions of this magnitude under pressure or with having all the facts before us. We owe our residents more than that. This isn't about resisting change. This isn't about a change that's about ensuring a change that's done properly. It's about protecting the interests of Hamilton residents and ratepayers. It's about obtaining the clarity we need from central government before making commitments that could have long-lasting consequences for our city. For those reasons, I believe the prudent course is to seek further information, serve further assurance and greater community certainty before proceeding of a full and complete consultation process with our community, and we need an off-ramp option if it's not working. For that reason, I'm behind the wicket keeper as a backstop.
Thank you, Mr. Blundell. Councillor Bidder, please. Oh, sorry. Councillor Strange was there. But
Yeah,
I'm sorry. It was Councillor Strange and then
Jumped
Councillor
across.
Bidder. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. As Winston Churchill said after the Battle of El Alamein, this is not the end. It's not the beginning of the end, but perhaps the end of the beginning. And I believe that's where we're sitting. As neighbouring councils, we've been hanging out as friends for quite some time now. We see a potential future together. Our parents have a view, some would say a strong view, even an arranged marriage of sorts. Some want to keep our relationship options open. Others are ready to move to the next stage. I am personally ready to move forward with our neighbouring councils. I support option 2, the East-West model, and hence engaging in the Head Start process. This is about more than Hamilton. Hamilton is not an island. It's a social construct. It's lines on a map. We're part of a region. We're part of a country. We're getting ahead of ourselves. This is simply the start of a conversation. I'm surprised that some are voting to not be part of that conversation as it develops. Make no mistake, we will be part of a larger council. The question is whether we choose to initiate and shape this or have the government force us into it, likely without any say in the development of that council. We need to take a region-wide approach. The East-West model is an example of putting function before form. Urban and rural issues can be ironed out in the form discussion that will come later. I value our relationships with other councils and iwi and other partners. Central government are talking about one voice. We've seen some examples of one voice in the past. One was Innovation Park, when the Minister Jim Anderton said, come as a region with one proposal and I'll fund it. And that was Innovation Park. The Waikato Expressway is another one. This is another opportunity to come together as one voice. Taupo region voted 7-6 to go to backstop. That's not a clear majority, regardless of what the Mayor would have us try and believe. Today is not a marriage ceremony. It's not even an engagement. But perhaps it's a down payment on a wedding ring with a watching eye on a potential prenup. We will have issues to resolve in the future. We will. There will be challenges. But if we maintain a collaborative, relationship-based mindset, there will be nothing come our way that a long walk along a river catchment can't solve. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Government wants to form big, happy families. Great. The principle is good. The method is pushing for, as Councillor Jamie said, an arranged marriage. We have been speed dating. Waikato, Waipa and South Waikato have chosen a menage a trois and are inviting us to join a swingers party with Taupo as a spare wheel while Aotearoa and Waitomo are cuddling in the corner. Hauraki, Coromandel and Matamata have eloped. As of last night, the Minister is telling us to put our car keys in the bowl or be left out in the cold. It feels like a sleazy hookup. This is not a criticism of our neighbours. It is like kissing your sister. Oh my God. I don't want a one-night stand, but a lasting relationship, not an imminent divorce. I think that Hamilton is the most attractive council with sexy gardens, but the other players know our credit card is maxed out. The underlying problem is that we have urban issues and our dance partners have rural issues. A problem shared may be a problem halved, but any partnership with us will be, like Paddy Gower, having both issues. If we go with the Western Bloc now, the government matchmakers might think we are actually happy with it. Getting into the tent might leave us stuck in the tent, which is not desirable when the tent is a brothel with a minister who wants to pimp us out. Simon Watts may have said that backstop means we won't get a say. I would remind him that Hamilton East and Hamilton West are bellwether electorates. They tend to choose the winners of the government election. Fellow councillors, let us use that to our advantage and support backstop with confidence.
Thank you. This debate is turning into 4 weddings, so just hope it's not going to be the funeral. Thank you. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. The question we have is whether we have enough information to identify a preferred model. After reading the report, I don't believe we do. The report itself tells us that there is currently insufficient evidence to determine whether any reform option would actually deliver better outcomes than the status quo. It tells us that no detailed business case has been completed, transition costs are unknown, rate impacts are unknown, debt allocation is unknown, financial sustainability has not yet been assessed, implementation costs cannot yet be quantified, and importantly, it tells us that efficiency gains should not be assumed. We don't even know if all this trouble is going to be worth it. Those are not small details. They are fundamental pieces of information that help us understand the consequences of the decision we're being asked to make. Our community also told us that achieving the best long-term outcome, being better for ratepayers and taking an evidence-led approach were their highest priorities. I think those principles point to us towards completing the work before choosing a structure. I think insufficient information means that we can't judge which option has the best long-term outcome or is the best for ratepayers. We don't have any evidence to be able to take an evidence-led approach. For me, a vote for backstop is not a vote against reform, and I reject the government's assertion that we will not be included in discussions that affect us just because we didn't endorse a proposal that we're implicated in. This should not be rushed. The community deserve to be properly informed and also to be able to weigh in on this choice. The report describes the next phase of work as including a detailed business case, financial modelling, rates impact analysis, governance design, and implementation planning. Those are exactly the things that I believe should inform a decision of this scale. For me, good governance isn't about making decisions as quick as possible, even if the government want us to. It's about making them when the evidence is sufficient, and backstop allows that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I want to say at the outset that I believe there is a strong case for reform in the local government sector. I've always believed that, and I think we can always do things better. But the Head Start process as such has not allowed for that to be properly investigated. And the issues are complex when it comes to local government reform. And if they weren't complex, then they would have been sorted out an awful long time ago. So putting us into a 3-month process to try and force the issue has ended up with the consequences that I think it was always going to bring about. That is frustrated relationships, lack of information, not the ability to do proper consultation with our community, and a lack of due diligence. So at the outset, I raised my concerns in this debate about those very issues. However, I did decide to back going down the Head Start route, because I wanted to give an opportunity to see if there was something that we could easily and quickly agree with in our region that just made sense to everyone. And in the event that that was the case, then I didn't want to stand in the way of having a way forward. But of course that is not what has transpired. What has transpired is that we have quite readily, very quickly, people started talking about form, not function. And I think that that's why I wanted to back the mayoral forum process, the Waikato mayoral forum process that was outlined at the very outset before Head Start was landed on us. That's the process that we should have been going down to enable us to have very full discussions. I find this quite conflicting because I do, and people who have been following this debate will know that I've already expressed this quite publicly, that out of all the options that we were looking at, the East-West model is the one that I think, with my gut instinct, is the best one to address the sort of issues that we were trying to address, but only in the context of the government already having made a decision to abolish regional councils. So for me, the fact that we have not got the time or the ability in this Head Start process to consult our community, and that we haven't had the information in order to do full due diligence, means that I can't actually put my hand on my heart and say that Head Start is the best option and that the East-West unitary model is the one that will deliver what we hope to deliver through government reform. What I have noticed is that the debate has changed quite considerably around this council table in the last couple of months, and I think that's a good thing. It shows that people have gone into this with an open mind and that people have learnt some things along the way. So I started out with quite a minority voice around the concerns about Head Start, and I think I may have ended up in the majority voice. So it goes to show that those processes do really work when people think them through. I do want to also say that the government has now put the cat amongst the pigeons, and it's Hamiltonians who will have a say in just a few short months on what they think about that, if they think that they are going to leave the fourth largest city in this country out of future discussions about what local government reform looks like. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I want to use an expression that was coined by a public submitter this morning. She described the process as a hot mess, and frankly, I agree with that comment. We have worked constructively throughout this process. We deliberately tried to avoid having big brother behaviour, and yet perversely, Hamilton has been left with a west-eastward proposal, but not because it's the best option, only because it's the last one standing. And from my perspective, this isn't a sound basis for making a once-in-a-generation decision. You've already heard from many people about the many gaps in information. These are not small gaps which we can mitigate with some risk management. These are gaps that one could drive several buses through. I am actually in favour of reform, and I've been very open about that, but I'm also in favour of good governance. We are expected to make difficult decisions, but against that we have a responsibility to ensure those decisions are evidence-based, proportionate and democratically legitimate. And on that test, I do not believe this process has yet earned the authority to conclude that the West-East Ward model is the right one for Hamilton. Ironically, we consult with our communities on playground design, the scope of transport projects, small changes to designations of public land, yet here we are considering a structural reform that could reshape local government for generations without giving our communities a genuine opportunity to have an informed say before a proposal is sent to Cabinet. I am dismayed by the Minister's comments that suggest a city like Hamilton would not be at the table, even in respect of proposals that try to capture Hamilton without our consent or input. And the timing of the additional information that we heard about this morning has rightly raised eyebrows around this council. This is not the time for reducing public participation in decisions of this magnitude, and that is how public trust continues to be eroded. Our residents and our ratepayers, they don't have open checkbooks. And these are the people who will ultimately fund whatever model is adopted. It is their taxes that fund central government. They absolutely deserve to understand the costs, the benefits and the alternatives before decisions are made on their behalf. No surprise, but I support the backstop process, not because I oppose reform, but because I support better reform. Evidence, function before form, a credible business case, but most of all, reform that gives our communities the time, the respect and the mandate they deserve to participate. If any reform is to have any chance of enduring, it must command public confidence as well as political support. At present, I do not believe the West-East proposal, or frankly any model, has earned either. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nihar, please.
Mayor Tim, and kia ora, Councillor Moroney. I languish in minority. My late father often used a Māori saying, ana tō kai. Depending on the context, it can mean serves you right or simply, well, there you go. I'll come back to that shortly. In May, when this council unanimously agreed to pursue these Head Start reforms, Mayor Tim said Hamilton should help shape the outcome rather than have it determined for us. He also rightly noted that any reform must preserve community representation and reflect the needs of Hamilton and the wider Waikato. To achieve that, we needed meaningful engagement and genuine collaboration with our neighbouring councils, iwi, hapu and communities. Unfortunately, I don't believe we've achieved that. Our Māngai Māori have had limited involvement in these discussions, despite representing Waikato Tainui and our wider Mātā Waka communities. Over the past 3 months, many residents, community groups, iwi, hapu and neighbouring councils have felt poorly informed and insufficiently included. I've spoken directly with mayors, deputy mayors, district councillors, community representatives, iwi, hapu and our Māngai Māori. The consistent message has not been opposition to working with Hamilton. Rather, it has been concern about not being meaningful and involved in our negotiation process. Yesterday's joint management agreement, hui, reinforced that view, with iwi partners again expressing that they had not been adequately engaged throughout these discussions. Given that feedback, I'm not surprised that 3 months later, we find ourselves close to where we started, considering a backstop option. However, this process still presents an opportunity. It is still an opportunity to strengthen relationships across the Waikato, acknowledge the concerns of iwi and hapu, particularly those connected to our awa and coastline, and work together towards a model that can achieve broad regional support. For that reason, I will be supporting option 2, the Western model, alongside Waikato, Waipa and South Waikato District Councils, and our iwi and hapu. Importantly, that model includes Māori wards and recognises the role of a Māori statutory board. As a Māori ward councillor, I'm here to ensure Māori voices have a permanent place at the decision-making table and that their representation is protected in future governance arrangements. Local government reform is coming. If Hamilton is to influence that future, we must become better at building relationships, trust and goodwill across the whole Waikato region. Leadership is not about acting alone. It is about bringing people with us, listening before deciding and building support before seeking endorsement. So to finish where I started, if we exclude partners, overlook relationships and leave engagement until the last minute, we should not be surprised by the outcome. As my matsua would have said, ana tō kai.
You have concluded. Sorry, just look at the viewer scrolling down. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Huata, please.
If I was giving gold stars out today for creativity, 100 gold stars to you, Councillor Bitter. I'd say that the biggest decision that this nation has ever made for this whenua and this land and the people that occupy it, well, that was 186 years ago at Waitangi in 1840. And the next biggest piece of legislation that's affected this city was in 1995 in the Waikato Raupatu Settlement Act. And then I am so grateful for the foresight of our leaders of that time that in 2010, Lady Mahuta, alongside Tuku Roirangi Morgan, negotiated the Waikato River Settlement, which ensured that Te Ture Whaimana was put in place to have a voice for our river, Waikato, and also our river, Waipa. Now, all of the councils that are included in the Waikato Western Unitary model rely on those two waterways for everything that we do. So when I was thinking, what am I going to debate about? Well, I'm going to be what I'm always here for, is to be a voice for our river. Because everything that we do, that we depend on for our infrastructure to live, to breathe, for economic development, transport, you name it, depends on the well-being of that river. Now, South Waikato voted 9-2 in favour, Waipa DC 8-2 in favour, Waikato District Council 14-0 in favour, Taupo 7-6, not a clear mandate. Otarahanga Waitomo have always been clear of their position, which I respect. Now, I hail from all of those areas. After Hamilton City Council, EOI, Waikato Tainui are the biggest ratepayers in the city. I'm not here to progress my own opinion. I'm here to support my mandate that voted me in, and that's my iwi, and I have a clear line of connection with them. I'm with them all the time. And so the decision that I will be bringing to the table reflects that. My mandate is clear, is that our iwi and our people, through being a Māori ward councillor, want as much as the river intact as possible. And what's on the table at the moment, and the direction I've been given, is that the Waikato Western Unitary model is the model. It's not the desired one, it's not the preferred one, but it's, if anyone knows, our iwi knows. No one can actually counter the experience that they have in this room. Government will do what they want, when they want, and how they want. Consultation aside, submissions aside, white papers aside, select committee advice aside, they'll do what they want. They've shown us time and time again. So let's be at the table, and that's where I'll be voting.
Councillor Casey Cox, please.
Thank you, and I just want to first say thanks to everybody, because I went towards the end because I just needed to listen to all of you, and you've all said really good things, and I appreciate it. It's a tough conversation, and I was going to say frustrating, but actually I've learned a lot through this process, and I think that's useful in of itself as much as it's exhausting for our staff, I'm sure. I've through the time I've been asked by members of the community, as we all have, why are you doing this? And it has been hard to explain the government's reasoning, because there's no guarantee and very little evidence that unitaries will achieve efficiency. And even in the Western Unitary proposal that I've read, I initially was quite compelled by it, but I actually think it's reading a little bit like a sales pitch, which isn't particularly helpful. So, and another question that came through quite strongly for me was, do you trust, or from people, was do you trust the government and their motivations? And my answer at the moment would have to be no. This government has shown no willingness to work with us, to listen and to be constructive. Further, there appears to be simply no end to the assault on the natural environment and on Māori. Effectively, the intent of this government appears to be to get rid of anything that hampers development and protects the environment. And those are regulation and iwi voice primarily. And regional councils monitor and regulate, and that's why they want them gone, I believe. The RMA reforms with their proposed regulatory relief that councils will have to provide is also set to cost us millions of dollars, and we will need to compensate landowners when environmental regulations impede their land use. This requirement will effectively lead to less environmental protection, and that's intentional. So the upshot is I see these reform motivations of this government, and my trust is very limited. The catchment and regulatory work that regional councils do is vital, and I support their function and their regional focus. One thing I think that we all agree on is that local government does need reform. However, report after report has highlighted that the primary reason is that our funding model is broken. For every $1 paid in rates, people pay $10 in taxes, yet councils and their CCOs own more than a quarter of New Zealand's infrastructure. We need long-term funding for infrastructure, and I think that's the reform this government should be focused on. The irony in this push to amalgamate is that we actually needed scale in water infrastructure, but this government blew that out of the water. We now have over 40 entities, and we were just going to have 10. We could now end up with councils being bigger than water entities, which makes no sense. I don't accept the demands of this process, this government, in these timeframes. So I join with my colleagues to make some demands of this government to listen, to work with us, to improve regulation that protects our environment, to fund infrastructure that we desperately need, to ensure our waters organisations work, and to embrace utility. Bigger is not better in local government. local is local for a reason. I don't want a Head Start race to nothing we need and where we have too much to lose. Also, good luck without having us at the table. We have the most people, the most infrastructure, and if you don't have us, you're missing a huge piece of the puzzle and it just won't work. Thanks.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. First, just want to extend thanks again to the staff who have been working on this night and day, and to Deputy Mayor Jeff, who led the process while Mayor Tim was away. I'm supporting Backstop today, and I want to be very clear why. Like others have said, my vote is not a vote against reform, but it is a vote for democracy. There is a real difference between councils deciding together that amalgamation makes sense and building the evidence and community support for it, and central government setting our destination and giving councils 3 months to draw lines on a map. One is locally led reform. I'm not convinced that we should pretend the other is at all. The whole thing has been an exercise in what we don't know. We don't have financial modelling, we don't know transition costs, we don't know impact on rates, and we don't know what our people want. The Western Waikato proposal may have some merit, but I don't believe it's ready to become Hamilton's proposal today. It's certainly not ready for the people we represent. Our technical assessment done by our world-class staff said that the Metro Spatial Plan option best reflected our metropolitan growth system. And we shouldn't be here choosing a proposal today that's simply the only one left on the table, because there are no other viable ones available. If we choose Backstop today, and I think that the numbers say that we are, we still shouldn't retreat from the conversation. It is worth remembering that Head Start's not our only opportunity to pursue reform. We can amalgamate and we can pursue a reform through the Local Government Act, and that has always been so. We should put our strong position and our evidence that our team have worked on to government, set out our principles, set out our metropolitan challenges that have been there for a long time, and the evidence. We want reform, but we have to take our community with us. Backstop doesn't mean do nothing. It means do it properly. And I will finish with a prediction. Over the course of this week, all councils around New Zealand are going to be making these decisions. And I think once the media covers those decisions and the public start collectively to see what is going on and what is being proposed, that the level of public scrutiny will increase significantly. And I predict that New Zealanders, once they fully understand the scale of these changes that are being forced upon councils without public consultation, that there will be considerable public pushback. And that happening, as Councillor Moroney and others have said, in an election year, I would be very surprised if Head Start in its remotely current form doesn't survive that political reality.
Thank you. And just for the reply. Thank you all for engaging in this process so thoughtfully, respectfully, and with the best interests of Hamilton in mind. Usually, on controversial topics, we all feel strongly one way or the other. But in recent days, many of you have echoed my view that neither of these options is wholly attractive. It's a choice between two unsatisfactory options. I share the concerns that have been expressed by so many about the lack of community engagement and the lack of an evidence-based business case. So I respect the views and decisions of those who are supporting the amendment, even though I'm moving the substantive motion primarily, and I want to stress this, to secure our position at the table after Head Start proposals have been submitted. It's deeply disappointing to me, and I think to all of you, that the models we were discussing so enthusiastically some weeks ago that gave prominence to our circumstances as a fast-growing metro have not been able to be proposed because we lack a dance partner. That's a serious flaw in this process. Those concerns and our interests must not be lost in the next stage. And so, given the inadequacy of the process, I've come to the conclusion, and I respect the fact that it's not the view of the majority of you, and I understand that. but that I am arguing for our inclusion in a model that at least has the potential to help us to overcome our major growth and boundary issues. And I want us to be at the table pushing our interests rather than watching from the sidelines and hoping for the best. We will now go to the vote. Oh, actually, before we do, Amy, it might be helpful if you could just be very clear about what we're voting and what the procedure is so that there's no confusion.
Absolutely. So we'll just work through each point at a time. So first we're going to go through the amendment. That will figure out whether we have this to become the substantive motion or we'll return to the motion. At that moment, after we've completed that action, we will then move to what has been put up by Councillor Robbie and Councillor Maria. So we're voting now on the amendment. Option
So
3. So this is your amendment from
the Deputy
Deputy
Mayor.
Mayor Taylor.
So we're voting on that.
Councillor.
If that is carried, we then vote again on that as the substantive amendment. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so this is option 3, but
The amendment is carried, 11 for, 4 against. So we will now vote on that again as the substantive motion.
okay. Everyone's quite clear about that?
So the amendment as the substantive motion is now carried, 12 for, 3 against. Now we will move to the further motion, which was what was put up by Robbie and Councillor Maria.
Is it still needed?
Yes.
It is.
Councillor Louis, can you please vote?
The further motion is carried, 9 for, 6 against.
Yes. I actually agree with you. Some councillors did refer to it in their substantial debates. I came to the view that it was no longer necessary because of the fact that the amendment had been carried. But that is what it is, and it's been upheld. So we have now concluded that item of business, and it's an appropriate time for us to go to lunch. Again, I thank you all very much for participating in such a challenging process. Thank you to our staff. We will resume at 2 o'clock. I hope you enjoy your lunch. welcome back to everybody who's joining us online and in the chamber. We are moving on now to item number 9, the minor transport improvements issue. That was the subject of a lot of public submissions this morning. Could I invite Kevin and Kirsty, I think, who are coming forward to present on this topic for us.
So kia ora tātou, everyone. Just a couple of things first to start off, if that's okay. It's just a thank you. This would usually go to City Delivery Committee, but because of the decisions to be made here, and if one of those decisions has a longer lead-in time than the others, it gives us time to actually procure and design and get out to tender over the period where there's only really one period where you can do this work is over the Christmas while those schools are shut. And town is relatively quiet compared to the rest of the time. So I know we've had a long journey for Peach Grove, as some of the passionate submitters said this morning. I just want Kirsty just to go over the probably the last year or so, and then we'll probably take the report as read and happy to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Thanks, Kevin. You guys can hear me? Yep, cool. So yeah, just following on from what Kevin said, I thought we'd just do a quick timeline of how we've got here over the last kind of 18 months. So originally this project came to council in November 24 when the NZTA subsidy was taken away and council decided that they wanted to still invest in this piece of road. We fast forward to August 2025, we had our first workshop. In September 25, we had our first council meeting where macroscope approval was given for design. And then we took targeted engagement in February 26. We had our second workshop in March 2026, our third workshop in April 2026. And then we moved to a council meeting in April where we got approval for consultation, and that's where we moved into our much larger citywide consultation, which really brings us to where we are today. So there's been a lot of work being put in by, I guess, everyone around in this room, and also staff as well. Yep. Other than that, we'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kirsty. I'm sure there will be questions. I'll just wait for them to come up on the board, and we will start with Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Looking at the project, I understand that there are some changes that have been made that we will be making decisions on today. Is that correct in terms of option 1 and the scope and the pricing and how that all fits together? Can I ask about that now?
So it's my understanding that there's a motion being put up for a dollar value. I don't know if I'm allowed to say what that is. We're basically giving staff the opportunity to work to a dollar value, where we will make value engineering decisions, potentially reduce the scope if required. That would be on the fringe of the project, so we would slightly bring in the project from Francis Street or from Wilson Street. But generally the overall outlay of the project would stay the same.
Yeah, so through the chair, it was recognised through the process. You get the report was written a while ago. The first estimates before going out and having discussions with the community were based on prices done by our consultants over a year ago. Since then, we have had other prices come in, so we had an opportunity to have a relook at those of late, and also with the work that we are doing in and around, probably we always do value engineering, so we're going to take that opportunity to do an increased value engineering process through this one. And there are some significant savings to be made based on traffic management in particular, depending on what decision you end up making.
Thank you. So looking at the value engineering and the other traffic management considerations that have changed that dollar value, so that dollar value has gone down by 20% or $800,000 essentially in the last 48 hours. Right? That's when we've got the information. So can you break down how much of that reduction is attributable to the favourable rates and to the value engineering, and how much is saved from traffic management?
Depending on what option is chosen, we would expect to save probably about $150,000 on traffic management, depending on how we build, when we build, if we close the road. We looked at saving $350,000 from memory on changing the surface of the shared path. And also looked at just the rates that Kevin had alluded to that we received a couple of months ago now, comparing them to what we have through our panel at the moment. They're using much cheaper rates, so we've just used the exact same length of curb lines but use a new rate, and that's where those savings are being made from.
Thank you.
So through the, through the chair, just one thing. I just want to be very clear here. These are still estimates, and we're working off those. What comes through the tender box will be the price. Yep.
And staff had advised 4.1 million, but I reduced it to 4. So that's a political thing.
Thank you.
Sorry, could you just clarify those figures, down from what to what?
So our staff had said with those various things taken into account, they could deliver 4.1. I've put forward 4, so that's just, again, slightly lower. And that
100,000.
accepts a risk that there may be some scope.
Yeah, so through the chair, if we, you know, we're up for the challenge to look at all of those, but if there is anything we can pull back the extents of this project a little bit to make sure that we stay within their budget.
Thank you. So given that we have revised cost assumptions for option number 1, have the cost options been revised for the other options as well, so that we know that we're comparing comparable prices?
So through the chair, we've had a cursory quick look at those, but obviously there'll be less savings because those other options are less in that space, and in particular around the traffic management, which is a substantial saving. I'm not sure you'd realise that in some of the other options. Yep.
Okay. But just to be clear, that the other options, we don't know what the updated costs are. We just know what the updated costs are for option number 1. Is that correct?
Which is the recommended one, yes.
Thank you. Another question that I have is, when a preferred option is presented to council or recommended to council, should we be able to assume that reasonable opportunities for value engineering and cost optimisation, like the traffic management, have already been explored?
Yes, through the chair, absolutely. And what we said we'd do extra value engineering because we actually do that process. One of the options that we do have is the value engineer is useful at all stages, but when you get tenders through the tender box and sit down with your contractors and work through that again, there's another process you can run.
Okay. Thank you. And if procurement confirms that the project can't be delivered within the revised maximum budget, what's the governance pathway? What do we do then? So we hope that we can deliver it for 4.1 or 4, but if we can't, then what happens?
So through the chair, we'd have to come back through the process, through probably City Delivery Committee, and ask for extra if that was the case. But you know, we're confident we can get down to that price.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a few questions. One initially proposed budget from the last elected council was $3 million. How did that get to 4.8?
So the original price was based off old rates, so that was based off rates that were given to council in 2023, and that was assuming that there was not significant services under the ground as well as the tree roots. So that's where some of the cost has been incurred, is because of the things that are happening under the ground which had not been identified when the project was first put to council.
And then we got to 4.8. Would we have dropped to 4 million if it hadn't been for coming back to here today? Would have just gone through at 4.8 if this process today hadn't been happening?
So through the chair, again, I'll just repeat myself. What we end up paying is what we go through the procurement process and comes through the tender box. These are estimates in that space.
how many projects have we done where we've had estimates that have come through the tender box that have been at a reduced value than what was the estimate to the council?
Oh,
The majority.
The majority, yeah.
The majority of projects that we do come in under.
So far, the 4 I got at January didn't show that. The 4 projects I was asked to review that Lance asked me to review, those 4 projects didn't show that. So on the back of that, how can we be assured that the estimate is going to come in cheaper? Because I haven't got a plan of that at the moment.
So through the chair. Yeah. We're just, we were asked to have a look at the prices. We've gone through and looked at those. We realise that this journey has started quite a while ago, and those prices that we use for consultation, we need to stay consistent with. But now is the opportune time to look at the rates that we have had coming through recently, through our panel and through other processes, and re-look at those. So because of the length of these processes, you are going to get changes. Sometimes they will go up, sometimes they will go down.
Next one is we've got an amendment coming up that's going to add from this morning's presentations, separations of road markings, physical barriers, different types of footpaths, different types of layout. How much is that going to add? Because it can't be done for the same price.
So the current design already has separation along sections of the Hamilton Boys High School side. So the way it has to be built has to have separation because of all the services and the tree roots underneath the ground. So on the Hamilton Boys High School side, there will be almost zero cost. On the other side, we may have to resort to just using things like road marking, which is relatively cheap, and I wouldn't expect that to incur a significant amount of cost.
And I think the last question I've got is, we put 2 pedestrian crossings in on Southall Road by Southall, another one by Dio. That cost from the Lagoimas I have, substantially less, if not over half the price. And now we've got $1 million pedestrian crossing. How do we get there?
Yeah, so I should be really clear with the scope of the Wilson Street crossing that was discussed in our previous workshops. It does include lengths of shared path, and it does include work around the Wilson Street corner, so it includes both sides of Wilson Street. So just for an example, the crossing outside Southall include about 25 metres of new curb line. This includes about 150 metres of new curb line. So in terms of length and size, it is quite different. And secondly, I'll keep saying it, but the services and the tree roots, especially in that area, are significant, and we are working in quite a complex area of Peachgrove Road in general.
So that's a curb build-out in
Correct.
review to the fact that the whole plan goes ahead, so that curb build-out, if we did pedestrian only, would be not required?
Yes, so the conversations that we had in previous drop-in sessions and council meetings was that the Wilson Street crossing could be built now, and future LTPs could deal with the remainder of Peachgrove Road. So I took that direction as it would be built as is, or as designed, so that when money became available, that the next piece of Peachgrove Road could be built on and we wouldn't be reworking the Peachgrove Road crossing.
Yeah. So at worst, if we just decided to do a pedestrian crossing, we could reduce that price if we didn't do the curb build-out now?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
But with that, sorry, just to be clear, with the proviso, there's a lot more services there than the other prices that you've seen, and there's a lot more tree roots to deal with as well, so.
You can come back for more questions if you want to later, but is that it for now? Okay. Councillor Pike, please.
Firstly, thanks so much both for your robust answers and your patience with us throughout this lengthy process. Just for clarity, can you advise if we have any other schools that have any unfunded transport projects currently? Are we aware of any?
I guess the key one that comes to mind is the submitter at the last City Development Committee for the Knighton Road crossing on Clyde Street. That's the first one that comes to mind. I would say that all of the schools that have submitted in the last 12 months, for example, do have some work happening on their current issues. That's not to say that there are not schools out there that just haven't come forward.
Yeah. And the design work hasn't been, or scope hasn't been done on the Knighton Road project to understand what that might ballpark figure cost?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales, please.
Oh, thank you. I just want to ask a few questions on the education point. So the report notes at paragraph 66 that physical changes alone will not deliver the desired behavioural change. And I heard twice this morning this has been on the radar for, I think, eight years, nearly a decade. Is this the first education program that Hamilton Boys High School has committed to, and has it been offered before?
So Hamilton Boys High School work closely with our education staff. They have previously gone through what we call a pathway program, which is where our transport education staff go into the school. We talk about how they can get to and from school safely. They also end up coming into the City Council building. They get shown around. It's a kind of a combination of pathways in terms of career pathways, as well as transport education. Education for high school students is quite complex because they obviously have lots more modes of transport, and they're not so easy to teach as primary school kids. So I wouldn't say they've had a hard and fast program, but we have been working with them for many years on education generally.
So what will this program that they've committed to look like?
So this is going to look like a booklet that both Hamilton City Council staff and teaching staff and students will make together, that will be given out to every student that's currently at Hamilton Boys High School, and then will also be included in future student parent pack things. That educates them on where they can park, where they shouldn't park, why they shouldn't park, any enforcement, where they can cross the road, how they can safely get to school. And then it will be a case of going into the schools, having things like cycle skills training with them. And that isn't just around how to ride a bike, that is also how to change a tyre, how to look after your bike, how to wear a helmet correctly, how to make sure you have lights on, all those kind of things. So there's a number of different steps that we'll take with the school.
So they will do, you said schools in terms of the bikes piece. Is that what's already happening with other schools, or this is what Boys High have committed to?
Yeah, Boys High have committed to this,
okay.
yeah.
I just wondered, because the report also notes that education plans will provide a framework for the safety improvements. And my question, it also notes that it's happening successfully in other schools. My question is, at what point is this kind of support offered? Is this the first port of call, or is infrastructure generally the starting point?
It really depends on the school. I think because there's been so much history with Hamilton Boys High School, like we heard this morning, the kind of 8 to 10 years of history. There's been years where the principals have been coming in. So I'd say specifically for this school, this is really the first time we're really implementing this program, but it is already in place with other schools, yes.
Has it been offered to Boys High before?
I could not answer that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is the position with Peach Grove?
Intermediate?
Yeah, on the education piece.
They would have the same opportunity, yeah. So the same booklet that would help get written, the same bike teachers that would go in and teach them how to ride their bike and look after their bike. Yeah.
So in terms of schools that have already been offered this program and that are doing it or have done it, how is this prioritised? Like, if this has been a 10-year journey, how do we prioritise which schools we work with?
So we do like to follow infrastructure improvements. So where we do infrastructure improvements, we'd like to then approach the school and go in for that education piece.
Yeah.
It is quite difficult to teach a child to cross the road safely when there is no safe crossing, so we do sometimes have to do the infrastructure piece first.
Yeah.
Wider than that, so if there are schools out there that request this kind of assistance and we have no plans for infrastructure, then we would just approach that school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a couple more questions. Around the financials, it mentions future spend based on inflation, annual inflation of 5%, with the remaining scope completed before 2030. Just wondering about the inflation, but also why just over 3 years for completion?
So this was really just based off the fact that in previous drop-in sessions that we've had with staff, there was discussions about if we should defer, so do, for example, the Wilson Street crossing and defer the rest of the work to the next LTP. I haven't gone any further than that in the report. I would just generally assume that if you defer it for another LTP after 2030, the cost would incur further.
Okay, so the 2030 date is based on part of it being deferred to the LTP?
To the next LTP, correct.
Okay. Will option 3 provide for tactile ground surfaces and accessibility considerations?
Yes, it will.
Thank you. And then my last question is, normally when we have these reports, we're provided with information about the number of reported near misses, accidents, whether they, injury or non-injury, serious, or whether there have been fatalities over the last decade. I'm just wondering why it's been omitted from this report?
Well, it hasn't. It's just the way it's linked through. So we have provided that information to elected members previously, and it has linked back through that report. But I'm happy to discuss that now if it's something that you're interested in.
Yeah, I think it would be useful for you to remind us of what that information entails, because one of the submitters this morning referenced a serious injury.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, gosh.
And I'd like to hear about the cause of that as well.
Yes, so there are... so the data that we have is from it's 10 years data. It's from 2015 to 2024. And we included what was available when we first ran this report in June 25. So there were 21 reported crashes that were non-injury, 7 that were minor injury, and 1 resulting in a serious injury. The serious injury was a motorcyclist who lost control. Of the minor injuries, 3 involved pedestrians and 1 involved a cyclist. And all of these crashes, were students of one of the 2 schools.
Okay, so this was from a workshop, and I just in terms of the 1 serious injury out of the 29 reported crashes, it says the motorcyclist lost control on loose gravel.
Correct, yeah.
Which I get, how does what we're proposing to do, how would what we're proposing to do have prevented that?
It probably wouldn't prevent that, no.
Okay. No. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you. In your report, you reference that the Peach Grove Road forms part of the wider school link corridor, the bike plan 2015 to 2024. Can I just understand the sequence of events there? So is it that the Peach Grove Road part of that plan was coming up, and so we thought we might as well address the safety aspects, or is it that the safety aspects have become prominent, and so therefore we want to do the bike plan while we're doing the safety aspects, or are they not related at all?
They're not really related. So obviously initially there were plans to do the entire Peach Grove Hukanui corridor over a number of years. And that work would have all been subsidised by NZTA. When subsidy got pulled on these types of projects, the council at the time decided that this piece, so between Wilson and Francis Street, as well as Southall School and as well as the Comries Hokanui intersection with the 3 parts of Eastern Pathways that they wanted to continue to invest with. So that was probably due to the advocacy from the school. And also, even though the whole of the corridor obviously links schools, like that's part of the deal of it, this is where the most students are. So we know that these 2 schools have, you know, Boys High's role is growing exponentially, and Peach Grove Intermediate is very similar. So we know that at the moment there's heaps of kids here, and that's only going to grow.
Right, because this does incorporate, what option 1 does incorporate both. It delivers that part of the bike plan and deals with safety issues at the same time. Am I correct about that? Okay, thank you. Did you hear this morning the submission from, was it Mark, I think his name was, where he talked about having complete separation on one side and therefore not having the shared path on the other side?
Yes.
Is that, I'd be interested in your comments on that approach.
Yeah, so that was looked at when we had our drop-in session back in April. That was really one of the options that I did kind of float with the elected members at the time, was having cycle separators on the Hamilton Boys High School side. It's not a terrible idea. I think it's probably not the right approach for this area. So one of the hardest things with cycle separators or having a cycleway separate from the footpath is when you have bus stops, because you then have to somehow reintegrate the cyclists with the back of the bus stop and also manage the pedestrians in that space. So you just end up with a massive shared path anyway. Obviously through this section outside Hamilton Boys High, we have a 70-metre bus stop. So there's already a significant design element that would have to just stay as it is. And I would also say if you're going to go for more of that separated cycleway that's bi-directional on the same side, it's best to link it with key intersections, so something like Clyde Street, something like Ruakura Road, so that those cyclists can have a really safe way of getting back across the road and onto the cycle lane that's on their correct side of the road. This scope doesn't go that far,
right.
So we kind of be spitting cyclists out on the wrong side of the road, in a bit of a no man's land.
For one of the schools, but not for both of the schools.
Yeah,
but yes.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so, and we'd then be committing ourselves, I think, to having a separated cycleway on that side of the road for the entire length of Peach Grove Road.
Yep. Okay.
And the business case that was done did say that is not the best use of the land.
Right. Is it more expensive to do that option?
It would be very cost neutral, I would think. So the other option that, the other item that the submitter spoke to, I can't remember his name now, he also talked about the Peach Grove Intermediate side, and he alluded to the fact that we'd have to widen the footpath by removing those indented car parks. He kind of gave the impression that that wouldn't be moving the curb line, but it would in fact be moving a curb line. So there would be physical works that we would need to pay for anyway on the Peach Grove Intermediate side. So, without kind of being able to completely fill out a spreadsheet and crunch the entire numbers for you, I would say it'd be very cost neutral, especially with the $4 million mark that,
So just to add to that, it'd be cost neutral, but I think you'd probably have to allow to have more access across the road. And so there'd be more crossing points required to get them across.
Yep, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Kevin, I understand you've had conversations with a developer just north of this project who needs to put a stormwater pipe in the ground to service a new development through Fast Track. Can you talk a little bit about that?
We've talked to a developer on the corner of Ruakura Road and Peach Grove Road. They do have a significant amount of work to do down the middle of Peach Grove Road. And we've discussed, depending on the options that are selected, the benefits of actually combining traffic management and any road closures in that space to a significant saving for us and for him as well in that area. We also have had discussions, again, depending on the option selected, in and around in front of his development, and having shared path type, similar to what we're building down this part here as part of the development, because we have some entrances that will be needed to be fixed up and remedied, and driveways, and so there's an opportunity there to do something different with his footpath. Yeah.
And so he's open to continuing similar urban design further down there, so it's almost like a value add for us, getting right up to the lights there.
Yeah, yeah. So nothing formal. It won't be right up to the lights. It'll be basically in front of his development only.
Yes.
But it provides us an opportunity, because that is the next logical pathways to get up to Rurakura Road. Yeah, and that was probably only the only thing to say is that developer. Those opportunities are really only there if you choose option 1. If you choose option 3 or anything less down there, there's less opportunity for traffic management.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you. One more question that I've been thinking about since we talked a few minutes ago is that of the 800-ish thousand that we're saving on option 1, 150-ish comes from traffic management and 350-ish comes from extra value engineering. So that leaves us about 300-ish, 200-ish from favourable rates. And those rates were given to us about a year ago. So can you help me understand what's gone down? Because when I look around, prices of everything have gone up. So what's gone down?
So it's not really a case of what's gone down. I think it's more that we're in a better market for construction at the moment. So there's a lot of construction companies out there that want work. And that's a good place when you're a buyer to be in, because you can dictate the market and manage that better. So the expectation is that the price would come down through market rates.
Thank you. So that means more competitive tendering, and you also noted that before the prices came through the panels, and now we're looking at market tendering. So going out to market has effectively, and a stronger construction industry has effectively decreased our prices that we pay for things.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead?
Sorry, just, I forgot a couple of things. If we take out the car parks for the drop-offs, where are they going to drop off, and what's going to stop the parents from parking there anyway, like they do at all the other schools?
So what will stop people parking on Peachgrove Road will be enforcement cameras. So all options do include enforcement cameras. That's what will effectively stop people parking there more than once. And we will be encouraging parents to drop their children off on the side roads. So we've done extensive work with the residents. We've had workshops back in March, maybe in February of this year, where we had 3 workshops with various groups of residents to talk about what that could look like for them. What it will most likely look like is signposted P15 to P10s potentially, between the hours of 8 a.m. and 9:30 and 2:30 and 4 o'clock, for example, where we would expect pick-up and drop-off to take place.
And the last question is, it's probably going back a bit, is Boys High have been asking for 8 to 10 years about a change here. We did some massive developments probably 4 years ago, Rifle Range Road, Pembroke, Ross Trevor. Why wasn't this one prioritised as the first one? Because the other ones hadn't been asked for and this one had.
So at the time, because this piece of work was being funded through Eastern Pathways, which is a different program to the Transport Choices program, which Rifle Range Road was funded through, we weren't able to basically double dip on those 2 funding buckets.
It's not something we could try, it's just what happened, okay.
Yeah.
And last one is, how many cyclists go to Boys High? I think you mentioned early on 100 a day, is that right?
Yeah, the numbers we've got are 139
Yeah.
that come down the road.
And of the other schools in Hamilton where we've done these things, how many cyclists have increased? What are the numbers like? Do we have that information?
Rifle Range Road, we do have counts, post counts.
That's all right, doesn't matter. No,
Are you
don't
sure?
go
I
digging
can dig it out.
No, no.
It's
I
more than
get
that.
it, if you want to get it,
It's
yeah.
more than that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I should also say those counts that we took on Peach Grove Road were in winter. So you can read into that.
Yeah.
Oh, are we going to wait for that, or there's an answer still coming, I think, too?
Sorry, yeah. I
Councillor
mean,
Reid.
feel free to continue and I'll just dig it
Yeah.
out.
Maybe Kevin could handle questions by looking for Kirsty, if that's right.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is a question of the proposer of the motion or the staff, but you both might have an answer to this. In the motion on option 1, there is part of that motion talks about a review by the procurement subcommittee of the procurement that would underpin that option. Views on what that would look like? Like what information would you expect that the procurement subcommittee would be reviewing?
So we already have a meeting set up for Monday with the members of the procurement subcommittee, where we're going to share with them our preferred option for tendering this project, but also share with them the risks and the opportunities that come with that. So that really starts that conversation, and then moving on from there, depending on the value of the project, the physical work of the project, which, as we've discussed, really does depend on what comes out of the rates, we may be going back to a committee, anyway, the procurement subcommittee, to sign off on the construction contract. So those are the kind of points that I think we would discuss with the procurement subcommittee.
Yeah. We also have a cadence with the chair and the deputy chair, along with the city delivery chair and deputy chair, and Councillor Rachel's on that as well, where we go back and dive into certain prices.
Great, thank you. Is that a process that we've used before, or is this new to this project?
So something of, so the majority of the minor transport program is procured through either Connect Hamilton or our panel contract. However, this project, especially option 1, is significantly larger, significantly more complex, has significantly larger stakes at risk. So we, as staff, feel most comfortable that we go out for competitive rates.
Yeah. And we're taking guidance from the procurement chair and deputy chair that will be the best way moving forward on these types of size contracts in particular.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Lew.
At the City Delivery Committee on 30th of April, I asked you, I think, Kirsty, whether the lowest cost option, which is option 3, would still achieve intended safety outcomes, and the answer was yes. So why are we still being recommended? Staff recommendation today was still the dearest option.
So staff's recommendation is primarily based off, it aligns with the business case, but it also has 58% support from the public. So I wanted to make sure that I was giving the right voice for the public. I should say that option 3 does solve one of the many issues that are down there.
Thank you.
I do have that number for you.
Yes, please.
It is, for some reason it's given me a 4-day count, so I'll just divide this by 4. So between adults and children on Rifle Range Road, this count was taken in March, so again, just probably not quite comparing apples with apples, but we're at 750 people using Rifle Range Road in March. For a day.
On bikes?
Yeah, that's what our data shows us.
If I can come back, what was the data before? 750 a day using Rifle Range Road for bikes?
Yes, yeah, that's the data that we've got, yeah.
Yep. We'll take that offline and check
Yeah,
that.
we can
and get
check
back to
where
you.
those numbers come from, but that's just what we've got here.
Because I got a Lagoima before I came to council, and there was no data prior to Rifle Range being done and taken from bikes because there was nothing done and no study done, and 750 a day. I think that's
So I'm just going to have to intervene here because we've had well over half an hour in questions and we're starting to stray well away from the nature of this particular topic. So while I absolutely appreciate the point that you're making and I actually share your surprise at what we've been told, I do want to focus on what we're doing. We need to get into debate. We've got another big topic coming up after this one. So I think we've had a good crack at the questions, which is great. I appreciate the fact there have been really good questions asked and it shows that we're all taking this topic seriously. I think that's respectful to those who are engaged in the process. So Kevin and Kirsty, thank you for your presentation of the report. But we now need to move into debate. And again, Amy, it might be helpful, given that we know that there are amendments on the table, if you could just talk us through the process to ensure that everyone knows what's happening.
So based on the information that we have at the moment, so we have what I believe is the motion from Councillor MacDonald. So that's approving option 3. And we now have a seconder being Councillor Mead. And then we have an amendment. And this has come from Councillor Thompson that does have that extra information that you sent to us this morning, correct, Sarah? No? Yes. So that one is got the projected budget increase from the 3 million to the 4 million to reflect that favourable change that you referenced right at the beginning of the questions, and some extra points in there that were not there yesterday, I believe, when this was circulated in relation to pedestrian cyclist separation and a next step for staff to undertake some further. It still goes to procurement, sorry. I probably should have made that clearer about where the differences are.
Right. So members, your comments in debate.
And Jamie will second.
You normally vote.
So similar, we'll go with the amendment first, so Sarah, Jamie, and then would dependent, it would become the substantive motion, or we'd go back to the motion, which is Mesh and Gray.
Depending on the outcome of the amendment. So just to be clear, thank you, Amy, for clarifying that. Please, in your debate, make sure that you address all aspects of both the motion and the amendment as you see fit. But then, as Amy has indicated, we will vote on the amendment first. So the mover of the motion is Councillor MacDonald, and I invite her to commence.
Thank you, Chair. The crash data provided one serious injury on that stretch of road in the past 11 years, and that being a cyclist who lost control on loose gravel, which doesn't specifically relate to that stretch of road. That aside, the consultation has given us a very clear message. Our community supports making this area safer. I am intimately familiar with this stretch of road, having travelled it daily during school drop-off and pick-up times over multiple years. I don't think today's decision is about whether or not we improve safety. It's about choosing the most proportionate way to achieve it. Option 1 was the public's preferred option, and I've taken that result seriously. But our role is not simply to endorse the most popular opinion. It's to weigh the benefits, the costs, the trade-offs before deciding how public money is spent. Even with the proposed reduction to a maximum budget of 4 million, option 1 remains 4 times the cost of option 3. For me, the question is whether the additional benefits are proportionate to that additional investment. I'm not persuaded that they are sufficiently proportionate. Option 3 creates a safer road crossing experience. Limited time parking, like what we have outside Girls High, creates a dedicated drop-off zone and pick-up zone, which I believe will address many of the concerns raised. I'll also note that in my view, $1 million is still a significant amount of public money for this project when we've seen lower costs for comparable projects. That's why I support that the final budget be reviewed by the Procurement Subcommittee leadership and the Chair of Finance. I have confidence that they'll continue looking for opportunities to reduce costs while delivering the agreed outcome. Good governance isn't choosing the biggest solution, it's choosing the most proportionate one.
Councillor Bidder, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Everyone wants better safety. Everyone wants somebody else to pay for it. Some pay for it with money, others pay for it with their lives. It would be a very easy decision if this was just about Boys High. But it is a very hard decision. Every dollar spent on Peach Grove Road is a dollar not spent on every other school in Hamilton. If a child gets killed at a primary school in Norton, did we get the spending in the wrong place? Do we blame Boys High? The solution is to get more money from ratepayers. I know pensioners who are foregoing medical services due to not having any money left after paying rates. 2 years in a row, the Reserve Bank has named council rates as the single biggest component of inflation. If a pensioner dies of an avoidable medical condition, do we blame Boys High? Option 5 is to do nothing. That is not acceptable and isn't even on the table. There is a need to do more for Boys High. I strongly support a new signalised crossing as a safety improvement in option 3. The pensioners and primary kids miss out today. 22 minutes ago, the Waikato Times reported an accident at Dinsdale Roundabout where a mobility scooter got hit while crossing Tui Karamea Road. I would love to do more for Boys High, but the cost of option 1 is not an extra $3 million. It is the cost of 15 safer crossings at other schools based on the diocesan school crossing of $200,000. Yes, I am taking the risk for Boys High, and they might blame me, but I don't want to blame Boys High for everything else that goes wrong with the city. I support option 3.
Thank you.
I want to be clear from the outset. I'm supporting improving safety around our schools, around our whole city. If a crossing's needed, let's build it. What I can't support is spending millions of dollars on a project that doesn't represent good ratepayer value for money, at a time when our council finances are under pressure. Over the last 5 years, council debt has increased from $429 million to $990 million, a 131% increase. Our annual net interest costs have gone from $16.6 million to $48.6 million, an increase of 194%. That money doesn't build roads, it pays for yesterday's borrowing. So why are we being asked to support a crossing? We're now being asked to support a crossing for $1 million wrapped inside a project of $4 million for 1 kilometre of road. If we can achieve the same safety outcomes for less, which we can, that's exactly what we should do right now. One of my concerns is this project reflects a pattern we've seen before. When alternatives are presented or scope challenged, there's often appears more energy put into defending the spend rather than the preferred option of generally testing lower cost options. In my observation, there's been a resistance to look at real cost-saving alternatives to historic spending patterns. In a council carrying $1 billion of debt, this mindset needs to change. We should be actively researching for ways to reduce while still achieving the outcomes, not assuming the most expensive solution is automatically the best solution. Ratepayers have seen this before. Let's be really honest. Rifle Range Road, Pembroke Street, Ward Street, Rostrevor Street. Why were these brought forward? We have seen failures in these areas. Project after project where costs have escalated and the ratepayers are carrying the burden. This debate's not about whether a $4 million road project is the right answer when council's carrying $1 billion worth of debt and paying $50 million a year in interest. Build a safe crossing if it's needed. Do it in a way that respects the people paying the rates bill, because every project should answer one simple question. Is this the right use of the ratepayer money right now? And given the fact that an amendment's got a scope change, it's going to increase the costs. So I am saying a pedestrian crossing only.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been a long-term project and it's part of a much bigger strategic project. The whole of the School Link project, part of Eastern Pathways, is intended to run along Hukanui and Peach Grove Road and would eventually connect around 19 schools and over 9,500 students. This was identified over a decade ago. We've done a business case since then. We consulted the local communities and the schools at that point. We've had funding in 2 long-term plans for the School Link project. And then because we ended up with no co-funding from NZTA, we brought it down to just this piece of the project to complete at this point through local share, because we saw this as the highest priority piece of this project. But let's not forget that this is part of a strategic business case, which makes it different when we think about other schools around the city. Just because we're doing a larger upgrade here, it doesn't mean that then for every school it sets a precedent. This is backed by a huge amount of work and years of work and consultation. Last term in September, with the updated information on costs, this council passed a motion that requested staff proceed with the design of the developed design of Peach Grove Road after we heard presentations from Boys High and Peach Grove Intermediate, and we noted that we saw this as a priority based on what we had heard from those schools. We went out to consult and we heard from the community that they wanted this project with a majority supporting option 1. So if we want trust from our community, then I think we need to think about the journey that we've been through to date, the amount of consultation we've gone through, the signals that we've sent to the community already in regard to this project. And we have to start somewhere. It doesn't deliver the full corridor, but it delivers a key component of it, which provides the opportunity for children to travel independently and safely to school.
Thank you. Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. This project has been 10 years in the making. It has spanned multiple long-term plans. There was money set aside in the long-term plan for transport projects. This was prioritised as one of those key projects back in September last year. Staff were asked to approve detailed design. They did that. They brought it back to us. We've had a change of council during that time. Now, this council, we will soon embark our long-term plan process. And I assure you, in this public setting, I will be as prudent as anyone in this next LTP. And please hold me to that. What we're doing here is reaching back to a previous LTP, decisions that were made, and saying we want to meddle in there, we want to change that. I don't think that's the right thing we should be doing as a council. It sets us up in bad faith with others, particularly Hamilton Boys High School. We heard today, they're really frustrated. They thought they had this approved, then it's been pulled back from them. They went out for consultation, now they have to go to consultation again. So I feel like we're not dealing in the way that we should be doing by reaching back forward. We will have our opportunity as a council when we do our long-term plan work, which we currently started on, to make the savings that we believe need to be made. But this is something that I believe we're reaching back too far to change. I would like to just touch on the aspect around the developer that we heard from staff in terms of the stormwater pipe. This is an opportunity to dovetail work in December this year. They've already got funding for that pipe, but it has to be in December this year in order for that partnership to take place. They're delivering 160 homes. They've got a for-purpose funder. They will be delivering affordable homes and a 120-room hotel. This is not just about a school and safety, it's about more than that. I support option 1. Thank you.
Councillor Moroney, please.
Tim. Penny wise and pound foolish. It's a saying that actually comes from my grandmother's era, but it's a saying that describes exactly what I think we need to be thinking about as a council when we consider this issue. Because it's about making a short-term gain for a long-term pain. And I think that that's what option 3 says to me, is it's doing the least we think we can possibly get away with at the expense of actually doing what we are required to do. I'll remind you all again, under the Local Government Act, is we are required to think about not only the current ratepayers but future ratepayers and doing the best thing by them, as well as doing the best thing for those who aren't ratepayers, those who are residents, those who are students currently who aren't ratepayers. We heard from students today. They expect us to be looking to the future. They expect us to be making sound financial decisions for that future. And in terms of this project, when I think about it, yes, of course, safety is at the front of my mind, but also this project is delivering that mode change that we in all of our strategic plans say that we need for our city. And if we don't commit to doing that properly, then we are basically saying our strategic plans are just that. They're something that sit in a drawer and something that we don't act on. Now, I'm comforted by the fact that we will have our procurement subcommittee actually overlooking the procurement of this to make sure that we get the best value for money. That's where the best value for money discussion comes in. It's not in terms of actually doing that mistake that I talk about often with Auckland, because I can hear some of the debates around this table, exactly the debates that have happened in Auckland in the past. Let's not do that now. It's too expensive, and then by the time we have to do it, it's way too expensive, and we never get the infrastructure in ahead of the growth. It's one thing that Hamilton can be proud of leading on, and this is an example of how we can do it properly, and I will be voting for option 1 on that basis. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Liu, please.
Thank you, Chair. Safety must come first. Once we achieve the intended safety outcomes, we also have the responsibility to deliver it in the most cost-effective way that we can. Staff just confirmed that option 3 achieved the intended safety outcomes, and I believe option 3 strikes that balance. And I would like to see continue challenging the costs through procurement and value engineering to get the cost down further. We must remember, hate to say this, but we have to remember Hamilton City Council is broke. If I had the money, I would love to spend $4 or $5 million to upgrade the safety around all our 72 schools in Hamilton City. Yes, I support option 3.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pack, I'm just going to jump in because I can't put my name up on the board. Every time I do that, it disappears to the other side. But if you don't mind, I had been trying to get on to the board earlier. In transport matters, like Councillor Liu, I always note that safety is paramount, so I respect the work that has been done and the reasoning behind today's staff recommendations. I also note and respect that the majority view through consultation was in favour of the staff recommendation, and I don't want to minimise that. However, as Councillor Mead noted in his questions, and Councillor MacDonald and several others who have spoken in support of her motion have noted, this is a very expensive project, and we have to consider if the full proposal is affordable and necessary, or whether the key safety objectives could be achieved without authorising the full project. If finances weren't an issue, I would support the full project going ahead. But at this time, I don't believe it is affordable, and ratepayers constantly remind me of the clear message we received at last year's election and since. I listened to Councillor Strange's view with considerable sympathy, but I think the message from last year's election was to revisit some of our previous spending decisions. So I'm looking to support an option today that will address the key safety concerns at lower cost to our ratepayers. I acknowledge that will disappoint many within the Hamilton Boys High School and Peach Grove Intermediate School communities, but I think a more affordable option strikes the right balance here. Once we get our financial position in better shape, we may be able to approve additional options in this report. But for now, I will be voting for essential aspects that have been carefully scrutinised by our procurement team. Councillor Pike now, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, this has been a really difficult decision for me, and I've been genuinely conflicted on it. And I just want to thank everyone who took the time to submit, particularly the schools and students and parents and residents and our youth council who've come in personally this morning to advocate for their positions. I also want to acknowledge staff and the extensive amount of work they've done on this project. It's been a really long process, and I thank them for their support to us as members. As Mr Baker of Boys High noted, there is a need to improve safety on Peach Grove Road. There is no argument on that point. The question in my mind is not whether we act, but how. Option 3 delivers a signalised crossing where the greatest number of students cross each day, along with a section of shared path, working on parking management, time limits and enforcement. These are practical measures that directly address the highest risk identified. While option 3 doesn't deliver every improvement along the corridor, it does provide a meaningful safety upgrade. We heard from staff today that it also addresses accessibility concerns. We heard that there's at least one other school that is asking for unfunded transport projects. So as Councillor Andrew said, every dollar we can save here could be used to improve safety for others in our city. While I would love to have the resources for the school full scope in option 1, option 3 is a sensible compromise. It targets the greatest safety risk, which is my paramount concern. It also respects the strong concerns held by residents around affordability. I'll be supporting option 1.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pike. Councillor Casey Cox. That covers all the bases. Councillor Casey Cox.
The Boys High principal said that we have a responsibility to not wait for certainty, but to act when harm is foreseeable. Harm has already happened. Much will not have been reported, and further, it's just a whisker away, so we are being called to act. For that reason, I support option 1. It's the only option that addresses all the issues identified by the community when we initiated this project. And it's the only option that helps ensure that one of the main Aotearoa routes in our city flows and it isn't congested. It's the only option that potentially enables students to get safely to school independently, which I think and was my parental dream. 4 million might seem like a lot of money, but in the scheme of things it isn't. Our commitment as a nation to building transportation corridors for cars is way more extensive than our commitment to build transportation corridors for multi-modes of transport. And that's what this project does. The consultation showed that the majority of respondents supported option 1. However, along with consultation, we should also consider investments based on their alignment to our strategic objectives, which we have also consulted on, and the future direction of our city. This project aligns with our strategic transport direction. I'm ongoingly frustrated by the lack of support that we get from central government to enable a city that is ready for the future. Schools should contribute to safety measures outside their gate via central government funding. Partnership approaches to this make sense. We have heard from the schools and signalled our commitment to getting this project off the ground. To backtrack now is bad form. Lastly, as a council, we are dedicated to managing financial debt. I hope we will also become experts at determining the social, cultural and environmental debt we leave when we fail to invest adequately in our future. The emissions associated with a transport system that fails to offer choice is also the debt we leave our grandchildren. I'll support option 1.
Thank you. Councillor Niha, please.
Yeah, Tim, much like my colleagues, I too want to acknowledge our public speakers this morning and thank them for their heartfelt kōrero. Nō reira ngā mihi aroha nui ki a rātou. The parents of vision impaired New Zealand residents at Rangatahi Mokopuna and the students and staff from the kura represented here today, I also want to be clear from the outset. I support our Hamilton East schools, I support Hamilton's bike plan, and I support the intent of the Eastern Pathway Schools link Te Ara Rāwhiti. Providing safe travel options for our tamariki mokopuna and whānau is important. Helping people move around our city safely, particularly in some of our busiest school communities, must remain a priority for this council. Every child should be able to get to and from school safely, whether they walk, cycle, scoot, travel or by bus or are driven by their parents. Creating a transport network that supports those choices is a responsibility we all share. However, supporting the objective does not always mean supporting every aspect of how it is delivered. My concerns throughout this discussion have been around the cost and scope of proposed transport improvements, not only for this project, but for minor transport improvements across the city more broadly. At a time when many Hamilton householders continue to face significant cost of living pressures and council itself faces substantial financial challenges, we have a responsibility to distinguish between what is essential and what is desirable. Our residents expect us to make decisions that are both effective and financially responsible. We must invest in safety, safer crossings, safer intersections, speed management measures, and improvements that genuinely reduce risk should always be prioritised. but we also cannot lose sight of value for money. Every dollar we spend comes from our ratepayers, and they rightly expect disciplined and considered decision-making. Hamilton faces many competing demands. We're running out of time. My position is simple: safety first, value for money always, and a focus on delivering. The Hamilton Boys High School and Peachgrove Intermediate communities have waited a long time for these improvements, and there is a bigger Eastern plan in the future.
Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. In September last year, the previous council approved progressing the preferred design based on an estimated cost of 4.8 million. And this has been many years in the making, as we've heard. But things have changed. Since then, we've had an election, and our community sent us a very clear message. They're deeply unhappy about expensive, over-specified, mostly transport projects, rising debt, and the affordability of rates. The staff report says these improvements align with Council's priority of delivering targeted, cost-effective infrastructure, and this is where I struggle. I can't confidently say that options 1 to 3 represent value for money, particularly when the procurement subcommittee has not yet had the real opportunity of scrutinising this proposal or transport projects more broadly. I think the consultation results are understandable. Many of the respondents are connected to the schools and will benefit directly from these improvements. Their views matter, as do the submissions we heard this morning. I acknowledge we heard compelling stories about child safety and health and safety responsibilities. But when I looked again at the reported crash data over a 10-year period, of 29 reported crashes, 21 were non-injury, 7 minor injury, and 1 serious injury, which we heard today would not have been prevented by the proposed improvements. I actually think we've been a rod for our own backs by going out with an option that many of us know we can't afford, and that is why the consultation options were broadened. I can't ignore the voices we heard during the election, people telling us they're going without food, without heating, returning to work after retirement, and struggling to pay their rates and other outgoings. We have a responsibility to weigh those realities alongside every spending decision. I think education and behaviour change should be our first response before investing in expensive infrastructure. I myself park 500 to 700 metres away from my son's high school because it's safer and it helps reduce congestion at the gate. Infrastructure cannot solve every problem. I'm going to support option 3.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, please.
Thank you. Like Councillor Pike, I've struggled with this. This project is based on a business case that is now 5 years old, and at the time had the intention of connecting 19 schools for the cost of 43 million. If we spend 4 million, I guess base that out on a little bit of an average, we're looking at doubling that cost of 43 million now. And as we know, the price of everything has gone up. I agree with Councillor Corrales' feedback back from the community. We have moved away from a public tolerance of high-spec safety improvements, and I was very swayed by Councillor McDonald's rational debate, and I also believe that going through the procurement, for having a live project go through the procurement subcommittee is something we haven't tried before, and I think that that's a really smart thing to do. So I will be supporting the Option 3. Is that the motion or the amendment? I don't know. It's been a long day.
That is a substantive motion.
It's
but
a substantive.
But of course we'll be voting on Councillor Thompson's amendment first.
So
Councillor Huata, please.
I'm a little bit torn and I'm confused. What I'm confused about is that we are always focused and solid about the need for public consultation. And even though it was very, very close, 58% of the submitters were in favour of option 1. Of the 10 that came in today for oral submissions, put my glasses on so I can double check. 5 said yes, 3 said no, and 2 were unclear. What I was quite compelled about was that our youth council and our rangatahi brought the numbers, and they are the ones that are going to have to foot the bill in the future. If we do push that can down the road, it could get way more expensive. What about the money we've already spent on the design? What happens to that investment? $4 million is an obnoxious amount of money for something like this. Now, if NZTA didn't take away the funding that they usually give, this wouldn't be an issue. We would be doing it. And then the information of like in 11 years in terms of the seriousness of accidents or not seriousness, and based on that, it doesn't compel the need. But what if the next year we have a fatality? And so my gut is telling me I don't want to be responsible for a decision that in my watch that happens. So I'm going for option 1.
Thank you. And lastly in the debate, the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor MacDonald will have her right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've enjoyed sitting back and listening to others on this one because I've struggled with this one too. I have some sympathy for the project, and I also don't like disappointing Councillor Thompson, who's very hard-working and passionate about this project, and I don't enjoy that. Look, it is a fraught area, Peachgrove Road. I just think it's been dogged by this council's legacy in recent years, you know, of over-engineered, high-spec transport projects, and we've spent our lolly. And the world's changed. There's a lot of projects we're delaying now, we're not doing, because we're recognising the environment that we're in. And it's incredibly hard now to justify what is seen as grandiose transport projects. And I think we just have to, unfortunately, bite the bullet and look for pragmatic solutions. And for me, this is about getting something done rather than nothing.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald in reply, please.
Thank you, Chair. Nobody's questioning whether children should be safe. We all agree on that. It has been raised that this is part of a bigger project. That may be so, but that doesn't mean it's proportionate to the injury data presented, value for money, or the safety improvements we are choosing between. I've heard references to the consultation result and the submitters we heard this morning. I agree that those provided valuable guidance, but consultation doesn't remove Council's responsibility to consider proportionality and stewardship alongside community preference. Trust in our community was mentioned. Trust is generated in our community by listening to them and making proportionate decisions that weigh up multiple considerations. Trust is generated by hearing the outcries about what people can afford now and future rates that will reflect the borrowing that's required to fund this project today. Hamilton Boys High and Peachgrove Intermediate have expressed frustration. Ratepayers across the city have also expressed frustration. Just because it's in a previous plan, we are not compelled to be locked into the aspirations of previous councils. Today's decision is not safety versus no safety. It's a choice between different safety interventions at different costs, and I consider option 3 strikes that balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just a reminder, we will be voting first of all on Councillor Thompson's amendment. If that amendment is carried, then that would then become the substantive motion and we would vote again. If it is lost, then we would then vote on Councillor MacDonald's substantive motion. So the first is a vote on the amendment. Go to the board.
The amendment is lost, 4 for, 11 against.
No. The amendment is in the name of Councillor Thompson.
So we'd like to do a reset.
We'd like to vote again?
There has to be one.
Because you're such a lovely fellow and it's been a long day, we will vote again.
Reset, please.
Nobody needs to go. Yeah. So could we vote again? This is the vote on Councillor Thompson's amendment.
The amendment is lost, 6 for, 9 against.
So we now move to vote on Councillor McDonald's initial motion. So let's go to the board.
The motion is carried, 14 for, 1 against.
Right. Members, it's already been a long meeting, but in the immortal words of something that's become a bit of a Kiwi classic, but wait, there's more. We now move on to item number 10, the electoral system for triennial elections, and I'd invite Amy and Mish to report to us, please, on what we need to consider now. And of course, this is impacted by the decision we made this morning in relation to Head Start, because we're a backstop council.
From the...
Who's starting?
I'll start. Just in the absolute simplest format, what is in front of you today is whether you wish to retain the single transferable voting system, change to first past the post, and undertake a poll. That is what is being sought of you, and there is no staff recommendation. We are seeking completely your decision. The one point they have is that in all cases our community does have the ability to demand a poll. To do so, they must meet the threshold of the 5% of electors, which based on the 2025 election, that would be a minimum of 5,900 signatures. We're happy to take any questions that you may have.
Councillor McDonald, thank you. That was a very quick introduction. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Can you please explain or confirm why council is required to make this decision now?
You're not required to make this decision now. You can make no decision, in which case STV remains the default system that you use. This is more of a, if you would like to change the system for the 2028 elections, you need to do so, but you need to make that decision before the 12th of September. And that is why this report is here, to give you the option.
Thank you. So if we don't make a choice now, then the existing system sticks?
Correct.
So we are required to make a choice, effectively. Otherwise, the status quo stays. I'm testing around why we can't move this decision. And so what you've confirmed is that it's required by, an answer is required by the 12th of September.
If you want it to apply to the 2028 elections.
Thank you. Now, I understand that council sought a deferral of this decision from the government. Was that correct, and what response was received?
No, the councils collectively we're looking for a deferral of the obligations to undertake a representation review, which is different to your obligation to have an electoral system. So I don't believe this particular point was raised as part of that discussion by LGNZ, but I'm not across exactly what they have discussed with central government, so I can't say for sure that that's the case.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is because when we were in workshop, the question was asked, why do we have to do this now? We're in the middle of local government reform. Can we push it out? And the answer I understood we got was, we've asked them, they said no.
I would have to confirm, sorry, that doesn't sound wrong, if I can put it that way.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
the reason why you have to do this right now is because the Electoral Act remains unchanged.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was testing. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We're just today is about FFP and STV only, or is it also about the way that the voting takes place?
It is only about STV, FPP, and the ability to conduct a poll.
Yep.
The way that voting takes place is by postal voting. I know that there has been, I think the online voting was first raised sometime in 2010-ish. It has never got off the ground. Solgum, LGNZ and the DIA did quite a bit of work back in the day to try and get the online voting requirements put into the Local Electoral Act. That did not happen. So the legislation as it stands requires us to use a postal vote. There is no provision for us to choose something different.
Okay. The second part of it is if this Head Start backstop where we are now, that may end up us going out to consultation with our community. I know there's a cost to doing this on its own. Is there a chance that we could put that with that? But we don't know if that's going to happen either. So,
sorry, the poll? Or?
Yeah, so if Head Start goes ahead and we have to go to the community to consult, could this be dovetailed into that if that happens? No.
The poll is conducted not precisely the same, but with the exact same rigour as the election process. It has to follow the statutory process that's set out in the LEA. We don't get a choice in how it's conducted.
Okay, thanks. I was just trying to save money.
I'm sorry I couldn't assist, Councillor.
Done. Thank you. Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. The report says that we can decide by 12 September 2026. Where does the date 12 September come from?
Local Electoral Act.
So we are legislatively required to decide before that date?
You don't have to make a decision. If you make no decision, as I said, STV remains.
Yeah, okay.
If you want to make a decision, you must make it by the 12th of September, 2 years prior to the year of the election, which makes it the 12th of September this year.
All right, thank you. There's information in the report in relation to, it looks like it was just a consultation in 2020. That wasn't a full poll?
No, that was not. That was a consultation process that was gone through. Amy was part of that. She was part of the governance team then, and by her memory, the last time a formal poll was held was in 2011.
And so what were the circumstances surrounding the decision to consult at that point in time? And do you have any idea what it roughly cost to do a consultation? That consultation?
We would have to go and have a look and see if we could find the records.
I just wondered, we've got information here about the last few elections in terms of voter turnout. Do you have any information about the wasted votes under FPP and STV?
It matches a similar trajectory. So when it was a 30% voter turnout in 2016, there was a lower number of votes that were invalid. And then as they went up in FPP, it got lower and lower, and the same with the STV transition. So what we went from 2022 to 2025, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it is a decreasing value, and they were similar
Oh, okay, there was some,
Yeah.
thank you. I just wondered about, in the significance and engagement part, it talks about that this is a matter of medium significance and doesn't require engagement. I was looking at the number of people that actually engaged in that consultation seemed quite a bit more than any other consultation I've seen to date. So can you talk to me about that and the threshold?
Back in the 2020 period when we were doing it, it was an extensive consultation period. We were going out to a huge number of locations and events to ensure that we were hearing from the community.
Yeah.
So that did trigger quite an excellent number of consultation feedbacks. Versus now, with the information we got from this most recent election, what you heard anecdotally in the community versus what was heard by the electoral officials, it still showed a very, very clear split. And based on the direction that we were getting from elected members for not over-consulting and not doing it, that was determined that that medium value of significance and engagement meant no consultation needed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pike, please.
Can you tell me if there'd be any costs if we went with option 1 or option 4, which is essentially the same thing, or option 2 if no community poll was raised? So if we switch today, is there any costs associated with either of those?
Simply putting the notice in the paper is what would be required of us.
Okay. And with Head Start, do we know what the surrounding councils currently use? Are we?
At the moment, there are 15 councils, including ourselves in New Zealand, that use STV.
And surrounding us is
and everyone else is FPP. What I would say is probably the same as the representation review, is that if you got to a point where you were looking at amalgamation in whatever form, I would expect to see deeming legislation saying this is what you will use to start off with. And then any amalgamated council would simply go from there on making its decisions at a subsequent election or however else is provided for in the legislation to decide to retain or to change whatever system is given to them. But I would expect to see deeming provisions saying this is what you use to start off with.
Okay. But currently we're probably one of the outliers in the region in terms of the system we use.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Moroney?
My question is really procedural. So if we simply receive the report and we don't have a motion to do anything, and therefore we have no debate, that means that we've received a report, we've thought about it, we've decided not to make a decision. Is that how we would do that? That
Yes.
pathway, or?
That is a pathway, yes.
Okay, so the other option then is that we have, for example, if we want to be specific that we are not making a decision and we want to debate why we're not making a decision, then that would require a motion coming forward from an elected member to that effect.
Receiving the report would still be a motion.
Pardon?
To receive the report would still be a motion.
Right.
If we were not to receive the report, it would simply be instead choosing to leave the matter to lie on the table. Slightly different formation.
So receiving the report would trigger a debate and a motion of some type?
Yes.
A vote, sorry, a
Yes.
vote of some type. What would the vote be if we just simply received the report?
To simply receive the report.
Oh, okay. But it wouldn't require us, by receiving the report doesn't have staff recommendation, therefore it means that we wouldn't vote on the substantive issue. That's what I'm trying to understand. Right. Okay.
That's the end of questions. What do we do now then?
You can leave it on the table. Or you could receive.
Does- So I've got two different motions. So we've got a potential resolution from Councillor Moroney. Deputy Mayor, what were you going to suggest?
Number 2, that we change to the first past the post electoral system.
So how do we deal with the fact we've got two potential resolutions?
So we've got a motion that is to receive the report, full stop, and then we have an amendment from Deputy Mayor Taylor, which is to receive the report and with some more words, move to the FPP.
So we can get that up onto the board so that everyone's clear what we'll need to go to a debate.
Do we have a seconder for,
We need a seconder for Councillor Moroney's.
I have Sue
For Councillor Moroney's
as Sarah.
motion is Councillor Thompson. For the Deputy Mayor's amendment, do we have a seconder? Do we have a seconder for the Deputy?
I'll second Jeff.
We have Councillor Strange. Okay, so we've got, both have been moved and seconded. We've got more questions.
They're thinking through. It might be better just to take.
Oh, I think it would be better to take some more questions. Yeah.
Just take a break.
It hadn't. Yeah. Councillors, understandably, there are some questions arising because I don't think anyone's been very clear about how this matter advanced. It's 3:30. I suggest we take a 15-minute adjournment for afternoon tea. With any luck, there can be a bit of discussion and clarity over. And let's resume at 4:45. 4:45. Thank you for the work that's been undertaken during that brief adjournment. I think it's been time well spent, and I hope we've reached clarity about our options. Sorry, could I ask those members who are still standing to take a seat, please? There is a new resolution, or rather an amendment, that has gone up on the board in view of the fact that it has a few changes. It would be appropriate for us to allow questions to the mover of the amendment in the first instance, and then we'll move to debate. So if Councillor McDonald, was that a question, or were you signalling you wish to speak in the debate? A question? We'll start with you then.
Thank you. I'm not sure who to direct the question to, but point number D notes that this motion resolves to hold a poll on the electoral system, date of that poll being same date of the local elections 2028. So does that mean that the cost of doing a poll, which is close to 400,000 in the report, would that still be 400,000 if it's going out with the electoral system? Is there a cost to that, or is that simply the cost of putting it in the paper that was previously noted?
No, so with that one, it's similar to what we have done with the most recent poll, the Māori ward poll, and so that's about $30,000 was the difference.
Thank you.
Postage would be the main cost, wouldn't it?
And it's more because you have to have an extra page or an extra part, not a whole voting document.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pike?
Sorry, just a question of the mover. I thought D was going to be the option to hold a poll, not to resolve to hold a poll. Was it right? Okay, sorry.
Speaking on behalf of Councillor Taylor, just so that we're still in the rules of standing orders, the decision to hold a poll needs to be made before the 12th of December in order for you to hold. No, that's if you're going to hold a poll for that takes effect from the 2028 elections. The other thing you could do is you could ask staff to bring back a report, a separate report to discuss a poll in more detail if you were of the mind, but that would need to be an amendment to the motion if you were going to do that, but that's the other option.
So if there became no reason to need to do the poll through the likes of Head Start, would this protect us from having to do a poll?
If you had something come through on Head Start and there was a clear amalgamation timeline, you would have an enabling legislation that would deem the provisions and basically everything that you've decided before that point would become irrelevant, because you would have law that is going to override you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moroney?
Yes, so just a question on this amendment. So under this amendment then, irrespective of anything that happens about a poll or with Head Start, the 2028 election for the Hamilton City Council would be first past the post?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And how many wards would there be?
Your representation review is the thing that determines that, and we're still in that process.
So when does that process happen?
We've had the first workshop, and we are lining up a second workshop. The date by which you need to have your initial proposal is mid-2027, and your final proposal plus appeals period needs to be done by the start of December 2027. And any decision by the Local Government Commission on any appeals that are lodged needs to be resolved and a determination issued on your representation February 2028. So February 2028 is the latest date, and December 27 is the earliest date by which you will have a decision on your representation.
So this decision today would be getting made in isolation to
Yes.
that decision. Okay. And in isolation to knowing what any Head Start discussions are looking like.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct. That is the way that the legislation is structured. So unfortunately, my answer is yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Huata.
So, Mish, dependent on the outcome of backstop or whatever amalgamation presents, could this, whatever decisions made today, that essentially could come up for review again? Like, if we decide to go to first past the post, is that it?
Assuming that nothing else changes with the form and function of Hamilton City Council, yes. If something changes, then, as I said before, we'd be expecting deeming provisions in any legislation that enacts that change to provide us with where we start, and one would hope that by the time you get to that legislation, we would have had an opportunity to provide submissions to Select Committee on what's been proposed, but you would simply be asking for deeming provisions of some sort so that we're not all uncertain about what the position is for any different form and function of Hamilton City and amalgamations.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Taylor, why first past the post? Why are we wanting to change from STV to first past the post?
Oh, I was going to tackle that in debate, but
Oh, okay, 'cause-
I can tackle it now. Well, is it appropriate
Oh, no,
to
is
do
that
that?
appropriate?
Could I just clarify, Councillor, were you suggesting, sorry, are you inferring for that question, why not another system again, or?
No, yeah, like,
Because I think the Deputy Mayor is
status
right,
quo,
that
right?
for the straight choice between STV and FPP, that is a matter for our debate. But if the question was, why not another electoral system? Because
Oh, no, it was like,
and
you know, it was
the
like, I'll
answer
save
would be
for-
that
save for
we
debate.
don't get that choice.
yeah, so I was like, oh,
you
I
want
thought
to-
we were just going to maybe receive the report today, but no.
I think if we allow the Deputy Mayor to do that, he'll get 2 cracks at the debate.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a little bit confused.
We have changes, but wait, there's more. We have, all right, look, we've got questions coming from 3 more councillors, but Amy is signalling some more. So in order to ensure we don't have the questions and then find the changes, in fact, could you just outline what the changes are?
Based on what has now come from Councillor Sue and Councillor Sarah, so it is now similar. The motion has been updated to retain STV and undertake a poll, and the amendment is now to change to FPP and do a poll. So they're now,
In order to have the poll decision, we had to
just to make it a little bit tidier, you're at that point.
So the substantive motion and the amendment is essentially the same, just with the 2 different
Yeah,
electoral
2
systems on
voting
option.
systems now.
Okay.
That's your differences.
Fine, thank you for that. We'll come back to questions. Councillor Mead.
For Ms Amy, the amendment then says we will move to FFP in 2028, and the other one is we'll stay with STV at 2028, but somewhere in there we could do a poll with the public to decide what's happening, or at the poll, where does that fit in?
So the poll would be, if we stick to only the poll that is by resolution of the council, that would be as part of the 2028 election, and then that would dictate the elections going forward. The community still has the ability to demand a poll, in which case that would happen beforehand. And that's the very expensive one, yes.
And
that is
that's
right.
if we go to FFP on this motion now.
Irrelevant.
Relevant, so we can do either at the next election.
No matter what you really decide today, your community can still decide to go through the process of demanding a poll that we would need to undertake.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Oh, no, I'm sort of now.
Oh, sorry, your question's been answered. Councillor Corrales.
A couple of my questions have been answered, but I had two more. Is that the typical process that you determine the electoral system and then you go through a representation review? So you're making these decisions in isolation?
That is the way that the legislation is set up. So your representation review is set on a 6-yearly cycle. You can do a representation review at any time, but the maximum amount of time that you can let it run is 6 years. So every 6 years or before, you have to do your representation review. So your representation review is driven usually by either political direction. So, for example, when we did the representation review to bring in Māori wards, that effectively reset our legislative timeframes for doing the representation review, which takes us to now, and it has its own dates, as I outlined before, that are drop-dead dates that we have to meet under legislation as we go forward, and they're basically set by calculating back from the date of the next election. The decision on your electoral system is completely independent in the legislation. You could, and it's got specific dates again, so that's the 12th of September and the 12th of December in the year 2 years preceding the elections. The only way that you could get those things to line up is if you brought forward a representation review, if it was possible to line up with those dates.
Okay, thank
which is a level of planning that could be achieved, but needs much longer lead-in to make that work.
My final question, and this is probably, I'm just wondering, for transparency for the public, just in terms of the poll at the same time as the elections, having an estimated cost of 30 grand plus GST, just wondering if we should actually reference that estimated cost in both the amendment and the motion.
Plus GST. That makes sense for both. The movers of the amendment and the substantive motion, happy with that? That'll be done. That's great. Councillor O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Mish, when we did the engagement back in 2020, and majority came back for STV, was that sort of part of this process that we do every X amount of years? Do we do this every year? Every term? Yeah. Or every 2 terms?
It depends on when you last changed systems and or when a poll was last held. So you generally, if you made no decision and if you made no decision today, the next council could look at this again before the 2031 elections. If you make a decision today to change, then and that's in place for the next 2 election cycles, unless there's a poll that changes it.
Yeah. And in the last, say, 3 or 4 times where this decision has come up, has council changed the voting system without consulting with the public? So just by a council decision in this chamber? Why not?
That was a decision of council at that time.
But we've always been able to simply make that decision with the backstop of being, if the community said, oh, wait a minute, they can have a poll. And
I'd probably add to that, in the context that you're in now is you've got more information now than you did before you went to STV. So I think the question of going from FPP to STV, there was a vacuum of information around how it would be received and what people thought. And you've now got the benefit of 2 election cycles using the STV system. And I suppose that lends itself, if you're inclined to take it that way, to having a better understanding of the views of the community, which is what Amy was referring to before.
But we haven't, since we've had STV for the last 2 elections, we haven't circled back to the community and said, are you happy with it? All we have done is notice that voter turnout drop. Oh, except for in 2019 when I was running my amazing mayoral campaign and it bumped up to nearly 40%. No, I'm kidding. That's the anomaly. No. No, it's not. It was the great work of the governance team. Okay, all right. Yeah, that's my question.
Councillor Pike?
Yeah, I think just on the back of Senior Councillor O'Leary's questions, what drove us to do the 2020 engagement program, or what's stopping us from doing it now that would be different? What triggered us to...
The council, you generally find that people who, there's more of a movement advocating for the implementation for STV. And it became, at the time, a more political topic that grew legs. That's not a criticism at all, that's simply the political process. And as I said, I would say that because STV's use was at the time only with DHBs and they had it legislated that they had to use STV when they were a thing, I think the way that the political debate got across the line was to say, well, let's actually go out to the community and ask, because we don't have that sort of set of information about what they think and how this might work. As to the question, what's stopping us from consulting now, the answer is, if you would like to have something for the 2028 elections, the 12th of September is stopping us now.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. We appear to have exhausted all the questions, so we now have we have a motion and amendment on the table. Once again, we will, at the end of the debate, we will vote on the amendment. If the amendment is carried, then we'll vote on that as a substantive motion. If the amendment is defeated, then we'll vote on the substantive motion. I think I've got that correct, turning into psalm-free in my old age. So we have, could we just put up the movers so that we can see who?
So the mover of the motion is Councillor
The mover
Moroney.
of the substantive motion is Councillor Thompson, so I'll invite her to open the... I beg your pardon, sorry, Councillor Moroney, sorry. It is late in the day. Yeah, thank you. I think we're all exhausted.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because it was moved.
Decided after the Councillor Strange and mine put it up as a motion, and how does this one that's come second become the motion?
They did put up a motion first before you had put your one. It was to receive the report
Oh,
only,
okay.
and then from there they made changes, which
That's
as long
all
as
right.
the mover and seconder is second.
Thank you.
It's
That's
a
fine.
development. It's an evolution of the substantive initial motion. In practical terms, I doubt that it's going to make a huge difference. Anyway, Councillor Moroney.
Thank you. So I've moved this motion because it's my view, and I think it was the view roundly expressed by elected members when we held a workshop on this topic, that now is not the right time to decide to do anything different or unusual in the timeframe where we are looking at a process where there is going to be a discussion of some sort about some sort of amalgamation. And I don't believe that it's in the best interests of ratepayers and their money and their time, or our time, quite frankly, to get into a debate about something that we will have to reconsider sometime in the very near future when we talk about what our future council will look like. So simply from pragmatism basis and from a basis of efficiency and effectiveness, that's why I believe that we should, as we mostly agreed with when we held a workshop on the topic, that we should do as little around this as possible for the time being. If members were to vote for the amendment, then we could very well put ourselves in a position of spending money going to a new system and then holding a poll and finding out that we have to revert back to a previous system again. And I think that no one would look at that as being good governance. So I'm strongly urging elected members, just in the interest of pragmatism, this is not a decision about STV versus first past the post from my perspective in terms of moving the motion. It is simply about being pragmatic about the period of time in which we are operating, the number of things that we are juggling already, the number of issues that are up in the air because of local government reform. Let's leave well enough alone and address it on the correct occasion, which will be some little time in the future. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please. Yes, I beg your pardon, I stand corrected. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, I've been involved in a lot of debates about these two voting systems, and I've been part of the council when both have been happening. And I remember when STV was first sold, it was going to be the great, wonderful hope. It was going to really shake things up and change things. We've given it a go. It's had 2 election cycles, and turnout has, has been lower, and I'm not going to link that directly to it because there's always other factors. But I think, hand on heart, many people would think it's really complex. I don't know how many hours I spent at the last election talking to people, and we're trying to analyse STV and how it would go. And it certainly hasn't made things any easier for Joe and Josephine Public, who come home from busy jobs and try to work out this damn ranking system. And simplicity is key. It's like parking, voting. You've got to make it as simple as you possibly can. And my God, I don't think we did with STV. A chance has come to revert back to it after 6 years of STV, and it's a chance to take it. This is an opportunity. And I don't understand this argument about, oh, let's not do anything because Head Start may be coming. We're surrounded by FPP councils. We're an outlier. That's the way we're heading anyway, because that's the way they vote. So I don't see any argument about let's not rock the boat now because there's uncertainty coming. I think the certainty coming would be that we're going to get to first past the post sooner or later anyway. And I want to see more people voting at the next election. I want to see more people engaged. And in my view, the only way to do that, well, one way to do that is to make it simple again. So they don't have to go through this ranking system, they just go to the ticks, like with so many other things. So I would urge elected members to take an opportunity to return our voting system to something simpler and easier to understand.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson's name disappeared off the board, but she was next in the speaking order.
Thank you. My debate today is not about the merits of STV or first past the post. It's about the process here. In my now, 7 years on council, this is my 3rd term, I've never been part of a council more focused on consultation, that has talked more about the importance of consulting and of building trust through consultation. If there is anything at all that we should consult on, it is changing how people vote and how they choose their representatives. We are inherently conflicted in this equation, being the people that benefit from being voted in. The last time we consulted the community on the electoral system, we had over 900 submissions and 78% said, let's go for STV. Maybe people have changed their minds, but we don't know that. We don't know what the majority of people feel right now. And we don't have any time to go out and consult. Let's just hold on, wait for this coming election where we can go out for a poll and ask people their views. Let's not make a decision on how people vote and how they're represented, the core part of democracy, without giving them an option. If we leave it to a poll, then someone has to go to all the effort of getting nearly 6,000 signatures in order to even initiate a poll. Sorry, if we leave it so we can say, oh, there's a backstop of you can get a poll, but that's a huge amount of effort to get nearly 6,000 signatures just to be able to have your say on how you vote. So I encourage councillors to seriously consider whether it's the right thing to do today, with no warning to the community, no option for consultation, to suddenly turn around and change the electoral system. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I've stood in 3 elections. I failed under First Past the Post, got elected and re-elected under STV. From a self-interest view, I should choose STV. But I heard very strongly from the public in the last 2 elections that STV was a problem and FPP was better. I admit that that's not a scientific example, so I don't give it great significance. Looking back at the 2020 consultation, STV was supported by 726 people. Voter turnout dropped from the last FPP election to the first STV election by over 10,000 votes, and for the second STV election by over 7,000 votes, 10 times the consultation. That is significant. I want more voter engagement. STV was always a trial for 2 terms, for the purpose of boosting engagement. It didn't work. Why wait for another term to fix a problem? First Past the Post might be worse for me, but I think it is better for the public, so that's what I will support.
Thank you. Councillor Pike, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll keep it fairly simple because it is in my head and there's an element of a non-event to this. I think central government are being a bit unreasonable and not addressing this issue alongside the representation review. My simple reason for this change is because the majority of councils being, according to what I can find, the Regional Council, Waikato Council, Waipa Council, Matamata Piako, South Waikato, Hauraki, Thames Coromandel, Otahonga, Waitomo, Taupo and Rotorua Lakes are all on FPP. So if any form of amalgamation goes through, which we all noted we wanted today, some sort of reform, while there is a do nothing option, there isn't really, it still goes to STV, so that's still a decision. So for me, this just allows staff to make the change that would be, in my mind, inevitable. I acknowledge Councillor Moroney's comments, but I guess my point is the same argument, but from another angle, that change is inevitable. So the practical step is to just go with the same as everyone else that would potentially amalgamate with. If amalgamation doesn't go through for whatever reason, then I feel comfortable that the poll at the time of the 2028 election allows us to go to the community and do it at an extremely lower cost than doing it now. So for me, this isn't about the merits of either system, it's about a practical alignment, and that's it, because I believe this decision will end up being taken away from us in the end anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I will take my opportunity to jump in because, as I say, I can't get onto the board. In recent years, voter turnout in our local elections here in Hamilton has been woeful. In order to encourage voter participation, voting systems must be simple to understand and easy to follow. A complicated system discourages participation in our elections and leads to more spoiled or invalid voting papers. It's been an absurdity that our recent local ballot papers have included 2 different voting systems. I was long ago persuaded that proportional representation is appropriate for our parliamentary elections because First Past the Post did not give expression to the diversity of views in our communities as represented by the different political parties. However, local body elections are not about party votes, and nor are we restricted to one vote. In other parts of the country, I think STV has resulted in some very perverse outcomes in recent times. Here in the east and west wards of Hamilton, our residents can choose up to 6 councillors. It's no secret that I would prefer them to be able to choose all 15 of us, but that's not up for discussion here. Sadly, nor is the absurdity of costly and unreliable postal voting in a sophisticated digital era. I believe that first past the post in local elections, where candidates are all to a greater or a lesser degree independent, is a fair system that gives us all choice and that it will encourage increased, more informed and more accurate participation. And that has to be in the best interests of our precious democratic traditions that we rightly hold dear. So I will vote for FPP. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I don't think now is the right time to be making this decision. We've talked a lot about local government being in the middle of significant reform. To me, it makes more sense to make a decision once we have greater certainty about Hamilton's future governance arrangements. But we've been told that legislation would lock in a choice today. I agree with others who have noted that something of this nature should be consulted, which is why I support that both the motion and the amendment contain provisions for a poll at a hugely reduced cost. I've heard arguments for both First Past the Post and STV from the community. I think STV has genuine technical strengths, but I also believe democracy works best when people don't just trust the outcome, they understand the process that produced it. People shouldn't need to understand a complex counting methodology to feel confident participating in local democracy. They should be able to cast their vote, understand broadly how the result is reached, and feel confident that the process is working as they expect. For me, the strongest electoral system isn't necessarily the most sophisticated. It's the one that ordinary people can confidently participate in. Originally, I was in favour of leaving the system as is, but now that I understand that this is a decision that may stick for the next 6 years, I have changed my mind. We've heard that the cost of choosing a different electoral system today is the cost of putting a notice in the paper. So to make a change today doesn't incur a huge amount of cost. I'm weighing up complexity versus simplicity, technical advantage versus accessibility, and I come down in favour of First Past the Post. Thank you.
Councillor Niha, please.
Kia ora, me Tim. Before I'm a councillor, my whānau and I are ratepayers and voters. We have been through all of this council's electoral systems for many years. We've certainly never had a problem with the STV system. The confusion comes from councils. So let's not yet make another change and confuse our communities and whānau again. Our community sent a very clear message 6 years ago, considered the options and made its preference known, and I am one of them. I presume our community's opinion has not changed today. A change to our electoral system should be driven by the community, not by councillors. To date, no significant groundswell of public concern has been presented to this council, nor is there evidence that the majority of our residents are calling for a move away from STV. There is already significant uncertainty ahead, with ongoing discussions around local government reform and the future shape of local democracy. We do not yet know what the electoral landscape may even look like by 2028. My position is straightforward. The community supported STV in 2020. There is no evidence they want to change today, and pursuing this now is neither financially prudent nor democratically necessary. This motion to change the FPP today is an opportunistic one. Let's not fix what ain't broke. For those reasons, I will be supporting the status quo to retain the single transferable vote electoral system for future Hamilton City Council elections.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I've wavered a little bit all over the place here listening to debate, even though I personally support FPP. And when I was looking at the diligent agenda, for some reason I thought in the 2019 election campaign, the rise of nearly 10% on the previous year was the first year of STV, but it wasn't. So the evidence is pretty dire. When we had, and I agree with the staff reflections around STV last time was a political movement, and that is why we went to the public. And that political movement continued throughout the engagement, and there was very strong support on that basis for STV. However, for me, and through this journey, and for the people that I know that have voted and stopped voting, the diversity of people and choice through an election process under that electoral system of STV didn't happen. And the promise that STV delivers an increase in voter turnout didn't happen. And a 10% drop when you switch systems shows me that something's wrong with the system. So I do reject Councillor Niha's comment just now around opportunistic. I think that's a negative connotation, and I reflect on the Deputy Mayor's... sorry? Thank you. And I reflect on the Deputy Mayor using the word opportunity, and there is a difference between opportunistic, which has negative connotations, and opportunity. This doesn't have a big price tag. I don't think it has a price tag at all right now, and it is about making governance and government simpler at the moment. So I'm going to support FPP.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just think it's not the right time to be making this change. I do agree that STV is more challenging to explain, and it certainly was during the election to do that. However, I think it's something, as Councillor Sarah said, that we should be consulting on, because it's the right thing to do. And all we're doing is suggesting that we wait till the next election to have that consultation so that we can do that affordably. But yeah, I have sympathy for all the arguments about which one is best, but I would prefer to hear from our community on that more definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales.
Thank you. So 2020 is the most recent comprehensive engagement we've had with the community on this issue, and it's not lost on me that the support for STV was overwhelming, roughly 80% to roughly 20% in favour of STV. I acknowledge it was 6 years ago, but it's still the most recent accurate data that we have. I also, take on board people's comments about recent feedback we've heard from the community, which is largely anecdotal, but also, to me, doesn't send a signal as to a clear preference either way. I understand the pros and cons to both options, but when I look at the recent votes under both systems and reflecting on my own community, I'm actually not convinced that it is the voting system that is the barrier to voting. And I note that the choice of system also doesn't appear to materially impact on wasted votes, as we've heard from staff today. The 10% drop at the time of switching from FPP to STV could actually be on account of things that are happening, the broader context at that time as well. So I agree with a pragmatic approach and also sound process in terms of a case for change. The available evidence for change is anecdotal. So I support maintaining STV and letting the community decide by way of the poll at the next election if it happens at all. And I personally think that STV does lead to a more representative body of governors, that diversity of views leads to better governance. And I actually think this council is a real-time example of this, of diversity of thought and opinions. And I value everybody's contribution for every decision that we've made today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I can be comfortable with either STV or FPP. Both systems had advantages and disadvantages. However, I believe we're focusing on the wrong issue. My greatest concern is not the voting system itself, but the way we conduct the elections. Postal voting is becoming increasingly unreliable, mail volumes fall, delivery times are less certain, and public confidence in postal voting is declining. Looking ahead to our next election beyond, I struggle to see how relying solely on postal voting will work. But as for the choice between the two, I see merit in both approaches. I particularly appreciate the simplicity of first past the post. It's easy for voters to understand and explain. At the same time, I recognise the representation benefit that supports STV and how it highlights those. My challenge is the many people I connected on the election campaign didn't vote as they just didn't understand the system, no matter how well the promotion from the council was run. The problem is engagement, because we see in all of our consultations the public's just not engaging. So whether it's either, we can promote till we're blue in the face and they just don't engage and we don't get consultation feedback. So I'm probably sitting on the middle of a razor blade right on the fence and refuse to make a decision.
Fair enough. Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Look, I believe it's important to keep the voting system as simple as possible. I remember there was a campaign in 2020, I think people were saying, and the idea was to increase voter turnout, increase engagement, increase diversity. I don't think, looking back, I don't think it's done that. I think it's important to keep it simple. We are an outlier in terms of the other councils, in terms of the regional council, and I think it's just too confusing for people. So I believe keeping it simple. Thank you
very much. And Councillor Huata, please.
Yes, this is another confusing one. I've said this 3 times today, which is, I can't even get my numbers right. I feel worried that this is a democratic process in terms of voting and that we haven't gone out to the public with this change. And it's correct, there is no submissions or compelling evidence that has been brought to us that has signalled that people want to change from STV to FPP. So I'm neither here nor there. We are local government, we're not central government, so the same impacts that FPP might have at central government may not affect us here. So I do understand the simplicity of FPP, but also the diversity of STV, and I'm not usually a fence sitter either. And I'm getting a sore butt over here. But yeah, I do feel uncomfortable about this vote, and I just want to note that because of how it actually is an important decision that we're making at the end of the day without any public consultation. So, and this outliers kōrero, well, that doesn't work when the majority of voters backstop. So where they actually are the outliers. So whether we go for FPP, that kind of contradicts that one. So yeah, that's interesting. Kia ora.
Very good. No further speakers? Yeah, I'll just check that there are no further speakers. Then Councillor Moroney in reply.
I want to thank members for their thoughtful contributions. This is something we're all deeply invested in, and I think I probably want to start with that in reply, that we are not the people, in my view, to be making this decision in this way today, because we are invested in this and we haven't heard from our community. And I think that's, when it comes to democracy, that's very fundamental, that we should. We had the opportunity to hear from our community. At the workshop, we were asked by staff if we wanted to actually go out for consultation in order to inform exactly this type of decision, and we decided at that workshop that no, we did not want to go out to that consultation. So I just wanted to make sure that elected members remember that we made that instruction, because that has now set the course for a situation that we're in today, where we have no feedback from our community in order to make quite a substantial change from a decision that was made with community consultation 6 years ago. I also just wanted to debunk the myth that if we make a decision to stay with the status quo now, that's going to stick with us for the next 6 years. No, both of these resolutions actually have a poll of our community happening at the next election in 2028. So it's not something that we are, the do nothing option today is not something that we are stuck with for the next 6 years at all. I've deliberately kept away from debating the merits of first past the post or STV, because I think now is not the time to do that. That's a really deep issue that we need to think about, and we should think deeply when we make statements that because voter participation fell, that must be because of the voting system. I think if we were genuinely wanting to look at that, we would dive in more deeply and see whether voter participation fell across the board, across the country, irrespective of what the voting system was. So I would be cautious about jumping to a conclusion about that. Mine is not a kōrero about advocating for one system or the other. Mine is a kōrero about this not being the right time, particularly in the absence of a view from the community. Kia ora.
Very good, thank you all. So we're going to go to the vote in a moment, and just a reminder that we vote first on the Deputy Mayor's amendment. If that is carried, it will become the substantive amendment. We'll vote again. If it's lost, then we'll vote on the substantive motion in the name of Councillor Moroney. So we're voting on Deputy Mayor Taylor's amendment.
The amendment is carried, 9 for, 6 against.
Thank you. That being the case, that now becomes a substantive motion, and we vote again. So the board is clear. So we're now voting for that as the substantive motion.
Councillor Lowe, please vote. Council, yep.
Are we still waiting for someone?
The amendment as the substantive motion is carried, 9 for, 6 against.
Thank you very much. Members, in a moment we'll need to take our standard resolution to exclude the public, but just before we do that, and those who are watching online lose access to us, could I thank you all very much indeed for your energy, your thoughtful engagement, your active participation in what has been a very demanding meeting all day, where we've tackled some major issues. I've said it before, I say it again, I'm very proud of all of us as a council, and I thank you for the way that we've worked together. Would somebody like to move, please, the resolution that we go to public exclusion? It's been moved by Councillor Mead, seconded by Councillor Bidder. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. We'll just wait a moment while we go offline.